Chapter 1978. As for the heart of the progenitor tree, Long Chen was going to do everything he could to get it. It wouldn't affect the progenitor tree too much anyway. The strongest person on the planet was only at the 5-element reincarnation realm. They might be strong, but they couldn't see through his time dragon. The reason he was willing to trade with them openly was because this was something their ancestors had protected. Long Chen had to respect them as much as possible. Although the butterfly illusory sword wasn't much even if it recovered to 200 Dao patterns, the most important thing was that it proved the possibility that the butterfly illusory sword could be recovered. If it was possible, there was a possibility that the butterfly illusory sword could be recovered to 700 Dao patterns in the future. That would be very significant. The heart of the progenitor tree was very important. However, General Sen refused. I think the king, the minister of the left, and the general of the right won't agree. We have protected the heart of the progenitor tree for countless years. If the 5 of them dare to touch it, it would be blasphemy against the god of the progenitor tree. Although I understand that you might need the heart of the progenitor tree, it's too important to us. We won't agree. Hearing this, Long Chen felt conflicted. Did he really have to take it by force? The mountain tree race was about to be exterminated, and they were already quite pitiful. At this critical moment, Long Chen had to make them suffer again. Long Chen could understand the pain of losing his home. His sword had always been used against vicious people, but against the mountain tree race, he wanted to hold on. He said, since that's the case, I'll talk to the king of the roan tree. After all, the king of the roan tree was the one who had the final say. General Sen nodded. All right, let our princess take you to the king of the roan tree. Finally, thank you both for saving our princess. This General Sen was very polite. The difference between him and Yin Hui was like heaven and earth. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, something big happened. Behind him, a horn sounded from the gate of the city. It was very bright, and in a short time, the entire city could be heard. The warriors who heard it were all nervous and filled with hatred. In just a short time, the entire roan tree race was in a huge commotion. A large number of them were running towards the gate. The atmosphere was very tense. General Sen's expression changed. Not good, the yakshas are attacking. He didn't have time to deal with Long Chen. He turned into a green light and rushed towards the gate. The gap in the green world couldn't be closed. If the yakshas were to charge in, the roan tree race would be finished. The roan tree race and the yakshas had an agreement. The specific content was that the yakshas could not invade the roan tree race's holy land. But everyone knew that the agreement wasn't important. No one expected the yakshas to be so arrogant. Damn it! Yin Luan was pale. She really wanted to see what was going on, but there were 2 guests beside her. She was about to lead Long Chen to rest when Long Chen said, "It's fine. Let's go see how big the yakshas are." He was thinking that if the progenitor tree's heart was really that hard to obtain, he could help the roan tree race solve their crisis. That way, the roan tree race wouldn't give it to him. In a short time, he rushed to the gate. The warriors of the roan tree race came down from the city gate and rushed outside. Tens of thousands of warriors formed a human wall outside. General Sen was the most powerful commander. Experts from the ancestral tree city would come from time to time. In a short time, dozens of Samsara realm experts had gathered outside. Long Chen even heard that the roan tree king, the left minister, and the right general were rushing over. The roan tree king was the highest commander, the left minister was in charge of governing the country, and the right general was the commander of the army. Long Chen stood on the city wall and looked out into the distance. From time to time, hunchbacked, dark-skinned, blood-red-haired yakshas would charge out from the forest in the distance. They wielded iron trident Dao artifacts, and as they swung them, the air would be torn apart and a shrill sound could be heard. In just a short time, more than 10,000 yakshas had appeared in the vision of the mountain tree tribe, and the number was still increasing. Danger! Danger! Horns blared continuously among the roan tree race. It felt like the end of the world had come. Damned yakshas! Some of the warriors' eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. They were waiting for orders, but more of them felt the fear of death when they saw more and more yakshas gathering. Their legs trembled, revealing their shock. They were not a race that excelled in combat, and they had never encountered such a situation in their lives. Hold on, all of you! General Sen shouted with all his might. But seeing the number of yakshas still increasing, the roan tree race couldn't take it anymore. Pain, panic, hatred, and all sorts of other emotions mixed together. The Yakshas were extremely ferocious. They stared at all the mountain tree tribe members, their eyes filled with aggression. They waved the hard pitchforks in their hands, yelled crazily, and danced excitedly. Kill them all! Kill them all! This will no longer be the Roan Tree planet, but our Yaksha planet. Kill them all! Chop down the progenitor tree, and this planet will lose its vitality. The other trees won't be able to grow anymore. We Yakshas don't need so many trees. This is the world of the Yakshas. Kill them all! Kill, kill, kill! The Yakshas had no fear. They only had fervor and brutality. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, while the Roan Tree race outside the green world were like sheep. They were filled with hatred, but more than that, they were filled with fear. Just then, one of the Yakshas tossed a head high into the air. The head rolled all the way to the Roan Tree race's feet. General Gao! The Roan Tree race members cried. This was General Gao's head. They knew that the Yakshas were trying to humiliate them, but they had no choice but to swallow their pride. The head struck fear into the hearts of the Roan Tree race members. The moment the head was thrown out, the Yaksha tribe did not stop. 40,000 of them charged towards the mountain tree tribe, which only had 10,000 people. They were full of morale and did not show any signs of fear. They were demons and they were killing machines. The blood-red sea was about to drown the Roan Tree race in an instant. The battle immediately became intense. Many of the Roan Tree race members transformed into Roan trees, using their thick branches and all sorts of mystiques to deal with the Yakshas. The Roan Tree race was large, but they weren't that strong. Basically, a few Yakshas ganged up on one Roan Tree race member. Although they were on the same level, the Roan Tree tribe and the Yaksha tribe were equally strong. However, the Yaksha tribe was outnumbered and savage. The Roan Tree tribe could only deal with one or two opponents. Those who could not deal with them were like monkeys jumping onto the Roan Tree tribe. Their Tao artifacts flashed with bloody light as they stabbed into the Roan Tree tribe, using the power of the Yaksha tribe to destroy the Roan Tree tribe. The battle had only just begun, but it was already tragic. The Roan Tree race was basically on the losing end. Fortunately, there were more Roan trees coming out of Ancestral Tree City. Otherwise, they might have been defeated in an instant. Even so, the Roan Tree race suffered heavy casualties. It was like a pack of wolves attacking a small flock of sheep. This outcome wasn't out of Long Chen's expectations. All the Yakshas were at least at the 4th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In addition, Long Chen noticed that the Yakshas had a very powerful mystique. They could actually devour the bodies of the Roan Tree race members. Through this method, they could fuse the Roan Tree race's corpses into their own bodies and use the Roan Tree race's power. Their bodies would also become very large. Every time they defeated a Roan Tree, they would become even stronger. For example, if a Yaksha fused a Roan Tree into his arm would turn into a huge Roan Tree. He could use the Roan Tree race's mystique to sweep around and injure many people. It was no wonder the Roan Tree race had been forced to this point. The Yakshas were already very strong. With such a heaven-defying mystique, the Roan Tree race had no right to compete with them. The Yakshas used to be a very strong race. It was probably because of this mystique that they could fuse corpses. Long Chen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He sympathized with the weak, and even more so with those who had been forced into desperate straits. He wasn't very strong, just a bit stronger than General Sen, but he had the mystique to kill the Yakshas. Benefactor. Yin Luan's eyes were filled with tears. She clenched her fists and called for the experts of her race to come. She had long cursed the Yakshas in her heart. But at this crucial moment, Long Chen, who was beside her, suddenly rushed out. In a short moment, Long Chen was above the battlefield. The Roan Tree race was huge. For a moment, people thought that he was a Yaksha, and many Roan trees attacked him. But to him, it didn't work. Invasions, wars, and massacres were all evil. The invaders should be punished. Go! He was covered in dragon scales. At this moment, countless massacre dragons rushed out of his body. 400,000 blood-weeping dragon souls descended upon the battlefield in an instant. Everyone raised their heads to take a look, and they were all petrified. The countless blood-colored little dragons in the sky were ferocious, cruel, and ruthless. Each of them was more terrifying than the Yaksha race. How could this be? What were these things? Countless people watched in a daze. Even the battle stopped for a moment. It was only when the Roan Tree tribesmen saw the surrounded king amidst the countless killing dragons that they saw. It's him. General Sen was completely stunned after killing a Yaksha race being. Attack. Long Chen didn't allow for any explanation. He commanded the slaughter dragons. Basically, 10 slaughter dragons would target one Yaksha. Such a large-scale battle would undoubtedly have a terrifying effect on the Yakshas who hadn't reached the reincarnation tribulation realm. Chapter 1979. To the Yakshas, Long Chen's appearance was a complete surprise. However, this accident was the biggest blow to them. Countless blood-weeping dragon souls descended from the sky. The strongest part of the blood-weeping dragon souls was their physical bodies. Although they were much smaller than the Yakshas, their bodies were much sturdier and tougher than the Nirvana Tribulation Yakshas. They were no match for the blood-weeping dragon souls. 10 blood-weeping dragon souls were more than enough to deal with a single Yaksha. The Yakshas were ferocious, but the blood-weeping dragon souls were 10 times more ferocious. The blood-weeping dragon souls had no concept of life or death, because they were just one of Long Chen's mystiques. Biting and roaring, countless Yakshas were pounced on by the seemingly young blood-weeping dragon souls. In a short moment, tens of thousands of Yakshas were completely surrounded. The mountain tree tribe members were stunned, but they were safe now. It could be said that Long Chen was alone, but he was completely capable of dealing with the unprecedented army of the Yakshas. Not only did he scare the Yakshas, he also scared the mountain tree tribe. At least the mountain tree warriors who were still charging out of the ancestral tree city were all frozen in place. The higher-ups of the mountain tree tribe had already arrived and were standing next to the mountain tree princess. They had come to help, but they hadn't expected to see such a scene. One person had almost defeated the entire Yaksha tribe. Not even the 5 elemental Samsara realm experts could do such a thing. In their eyes, the entire world had disappeared. All that was left were the countless Yakshas rolling on the ground. The Yakshas weren't unafraid of death. When they saw the blood-weeping dragon souls tear off their flesh piece by piece, when they saw all their brothers dying under Long Chen's attacks, and when the Mountain Tree King and the others arrived, some of the commanders among them had already called for a retreat. The defeat was like a landslide. Their goal today was to scare the Mountain Tree tribe, but they hadn't expected to suffer such heavy losses. In a short moment, at least tens of thousands of people were lying on the ground, unable to move. The Mountain Tree warriors, after recovering from their momentary daze, quickly took the opportunity to attack the Mountain Tree tribe when they were down. Hatred, excitement, and hope for victory. All of this drove them to fight with their lives on the line. Under the control of the blood-sobbing dragon, the Yakshas were like stray dogs. They were killed one by the Mountain Tree tribe, but most of them were killed by the blood-sobbing dragon. Retreat! Retreat! The Yaksha leaders shouted loudly. Normally, Long Chen would entertain those who shouted like this. Using the blood-weeping dragon soul to deal with these beast-like fellows was overkill, but it was undeniable that Long Chen had succeeded. Most of the Yakshas struggled to break free from the bite of the blood-sobbing dragon soul and fled into the forest in the distance. Their blood and flesh dyed the entire battlefield red. It was a mess, but the blood-sobbing dragon soul flying in the sky made everyone's hair stand on end. But after the Yakshas fled, Long Chen didn't chase them, nor did he kill them. He wanted to prove himself to the Mountain Tree tribe. That was enough. As long as the Yakshas didn't die, he would still be of great value. That was the standard for negotiation with the Mountain Tree tribe. Leaving behind tens of thousands of injured and corpses, the Yakshas screamed and ran back into the forest. When they found that they were safe, they turned around and looked at the human youth in fear. To them, Long Chen was like a god of death. In a short time, he had defeated them all. A large number of experts had come out of the ancestral tree city, but they didn't chase after the Yakshas. Long Chen looked from above and saw that the people beside Yin Luan had a powerful aura. They should be the Mountain Tree King or something like that. At that moment, the Yakshas shouted, "The Mountain Tree tribe is not simple. How dare you find an outsider and make us suffer such a great loss? We, the Yakshas, were just toying with you bunch of trash today. How dare you fight back? You deserve to die. The Mountain Tree planet is going to change its name to Yaksha planet soon." They were filled with hatred and gritted their teeth, but they didn't dare to attack again. Let's go. These idiots still don't know that our king has the Styx River halberd with 380 Tao patterns. He can break through their green world. Our king once said that he would let the Mountain Tree tribe live for another 10 years because they took us in. But they don't know what's good for them. Ha! Let me tell you, once we tell our king about the casualties here, In 3 days at most, our Yaksha race will gather a 400,000-strong army and attack the green world. We will destroy the ancestral tree city and exterminate your mountain tree race. Just wait and see. Ha! The Yakshas jumped up and down. They couldn't accept their defeat. They threatened and shouted. Only when the mountain tree tribe was scared did they dare to go back. Long Chen reckoned that the people of the mountain tree tribe did not know about the underworld river halberd, but the fact that the Yaksha tribe knew the name of the underworld river halberd meant that it really did exist. Their Yaksha king had the underworld river halberd, which could destroy the green world. This news was disastrous for the entire roan tree tribe. The reason why the Yakshas were still a little afraid of them was because the green world was not easy to break. If the green world was gone, the Yakshas could charge into the ancestral tree city from any direction. The city would be defenseless, and with their 400,000-strong army, they could easily slaughter all the mountain tree tribe members. If the green world was destroyed, the mountain tree tribe would be wiped out. When they heard the news that the Yaksha tribe might gather a 400,000-strong army within 3 days and kill all of the mountain tree tribe, who had just rejoiced over the victory, felt their spirits plummet again. After the Yakshas left, they looked at each other bitterly. They were worried that their tribe would be wiped out. Long Chen landed next to Lingxi. Because of Long Chen's intervention, many of the mountain tree tribe members had been spared. The Yakshas would have invaded sooner or later, so they naturally wouldn't blame Long Chen for angering the Yakshas. They were very grateful to Long Chen. Even though their hearts were gloomy, when they saw Long Chen, they couldn't help but look at him with reverence. If Long Chen had been Yin Luan's savior before, then he was now the savior of the mountain tree tribe. Many people had almost died, but the blood-weeping dragon had saved them. For a time, Long Chen became the center of attention. After the battle, General Sen and the others started to clean up the battlefield. They buried the dead warriors and let them rest in peace. The mountain tree tribe retreated to the green world and strengthened their army to guard the gates of the ancestral tree city. 3 days. We have lived for millions of years and experienced countless ups and downs, but we only have 3 days left. Where will I be in 3 days? Along the way, Long Chen could see the terror in many people's eyes. Most of them were weeping quietly, and some were wailing loudly. The terror of death enveloped them, as well as the entire mountain tree tribe. Most importantly, they weren't just going to die. They were going to be exterminated. If they were defeated, they would all die. Even if they managed to escape, they would be separated from their homeland, never to return. Mother, I don't want to die. I don't want to leave this place. Many of the children were crying. The parents were sad, but they didn't know how to comfort their children. The Yakshas are so scary. They are all demons. Long Chen wouldn't be able to deal with the 400,000 Yaksha troops alone. Especially if the Yaksha king really had the Styx River halberd and could break through the green world, there wouldn't be any experts who could stop the frenzied Yakshas if they were invading the green world. No matter where they hid, they would probably be found and killed. Although Long Chen wasn't a member of the mountain tree tribe, he could still feel the emotions of extermination. At this time, the Luan tree king had calmed the people down and summoned Long Chen. In the tallest and most magnificent palace on the progenitor tree, the Luan tree king received Long Chen. This was a very old king with white hair and a stooped body. He sat on the throne, but he no longer looked dignified. Instead, he looked tired and worried. However, this Luan tree king was indeed the only warrior of the 5-element Samsara realm in the entire Luan tree clan. On his left stood a handsome middle-aged man. He was meticulous and had an extraordinary temperament. On his right was an armored general. He was much stronger than General Sen and was only second to the Luan tree king. He had reached the late stage of the 4 symbols Samsara realm. His blood and chi were strong, and he looked down on the world like a fierce tiger. They were the left minister and the right general. Long Chen bowed slightly and sat on the right side of the hall under the Luan tree king's arrangement. Yin Luan was sitting next to the Luan tree king. She told him about her encounter with Long Chen. After hearing this, the Luan tree king nodded. He looked at Long Chen with cloudy eyes and said, "Human friend, first of all, I thank you for saving my daughter and many of my Luan tree tribe's warriors. If it wasn't for you today, my tribe would have suffered heavy casualties." Long Chen smiled and waited for the rest. The Luan tree king frowned. "I heard from Luan that you want 1/10 of the ancestral tree's heart and promised to exchange for it with a Dao artifact of equal value. Is that so?" Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes, the heart of the progenitor tree is very useful to me. It is also the reason why I came here. Junior is very sincere in making a deal with you all. I hope Senior can give Junior a chance. I will be very grateful." The Luan Tree King fell silent. Chapter 1980. Hearing this, Long Chen took a good look at the minister of the left. Although this man wasn't as flashy as the general of the right, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Four Symbols reincarnation realm. He was someone Long Chen couldn't deal with even in his ancestral dragon form. The minister of the left's eyes were as deep as the sea. He said to the Luan Tree King, "King, although this human friend helped us, he came with the heart of the ancestor tree. If the heart of the ancestor tree is taken away, the ancestor tree will wither and all the trees on the planet will wither. This place will become a land of death. This is a blasphemy against the gods. Only the Yakshas would have such a scheme. They hate trees, so I guess that this human friend is in cahoots with the Yakshas." What happened today was just an act. The minister of the left and the general of the Gatin Hui were indeed father and daughter. Even their conspiracy theories were the same. If Long Chen wanted the heart of the ancestor tree, this man would be a huge obstacle. Yin Luan's face darkened. "Minister of the left, don't measure a gentleman's heart with your own mean measure. First of all, he didn't want to take all of the heart of the ancestor tree, just a tenth. A tenth won't affect the ancestor tree much. Secondly, he saved my life and so many Luan Tree warriors in front of everyone. Our Luan Tree brothers and sisters are all grateful to this human friend. But you say he's a spy? Then let me ask you, where did you, the minister of the Luan Tree, go when he was saving people and helping us kill our enemies?" The two sides clashed fiercely. With Yin Luan speaking up for him, Long Chen didn't need to say anything else. The minister of the left said, "Even a tenth is a blasphemy against the ancestor tree. We've been guarding it for so long. How can we let someone take it away?" Yin Luan was exasperated. "Yes. Do you want to wait until the Yakshas attack and destroy our homes before you're satisfied?" She was so angry that she almost cried. Two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks, making people's hearts ache. Just as the stubborn minister of the left and Yin Luan were arguing endlessly, the general of the right, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said in a low voice, "My lord, I have a solution." "Can I suggest it?" Luan Tree King remained silent. He was already old, and he was more concerned about the survival of his race. Hearing the general of the right's words, he nodded lightly. Seeing King Wan Shu's response, the two of them closed their mouths and stopped talking. The general of the right looked at Long Chen and said, "Ever since the Yakshas came to the Luan Tree planet, they've been ambitious. They want to dominate the planet and eliminate us. Today's events will definitely happen. Our Luan Tree race is facing extinction, and the Yakshas have an excuse to provoke us. They will definitely gather all their warriors in a short time, at least 400,000, to eliminate us in one fell swoop. We only have less than 40,000 people, and if we fight head-on, we'll be exterminated without a doubt. The only thing we can rely on, the green world, doesn't seem to be reliable anymore. So, there's nothing more important than survival for our race. To be honest, I admire this human friend. He has the ability to take the heart of the ancestor tree during the chaos, but he came to exchange it with us with a sincere heart. No matter what, we must respect him." With that, he sincerely saluted Long Chen. Long Chen liked what the general of the right said. He was much more polite than the minister of the left. Next, the general of the right revealed his plan. He said to Long Chen, "I think this is a good deal, but we don't need your Dao item. Today, when you fought the Yakshas, we clearly saw your dragon warrior mystique. I'm guessing that wasn't your strongest state. After all, dragon warriors can transform into dragons, and our race is facing extinction. What we need the most right now isn't a Dao item, but a helper. So, I think our condition should be that if you can help us in the battle within 3 days, we'll give you 1/10 of the heart of the ancestor tree. As long as our race doesn't die, you can even make other requests." Then he replied to King Wan Shu, "King, this is my suggestion. We're too weak, and we need a helper to save our common people." The Yaksha race's advantage was their numbers. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't take care of the elderly, women, and children. Only Long Chen could. Hearing this, the left minister became anxious. The Luan Tree King waved his hand and interrupted him. "Human friend, the Luan Tree tribe's request, I wonder if you can agree to it." "Don't worry, The Luan Tree tribe is a tribe that takes promises very seriously. If you can help us, if we can survive, you can ask for more rewards and we will try our best to satisfy you. The Luan Shu King wasn't stupid. Once the Luan Shu King was exterminated, the heart of the ancestor tree would be a joke. If they could exchange 1/10 of the heart of the ancestor tree for an expert, that would be great news. What expert? He just has some tricks up his sleeve. Even the reincarnation tribulation dash, the minister of the left wanted to say more, but he was interrupted by the Luan Shu King. Now, everyone was waiting for Long Chen's answer. In fact, Long Chen had already guessed this result. The Luan Shu King would definitely ask for whatever the Luan Shu King wanted. When everyone looked at Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, I agree to this condition, but please understand that I'm helping the Luan Shu King because I don't want any lineage to go extinct. Too many things have already disappeared from this world. I hope that all races can live in peace and not suffer the calamity of extinction. In addition, I also want to thank the princess for fighting for me. Extinction. It was a terrifying phrase. Perhaps that was how the dragons had gone extinct, leaving behind an eternally regretful legacy. That was why Long Chen was very resistant to this phrase. He'd agreed to this battle because of his persistence. He didn't want to see a race disappear in front of him, and also because he wanted to obtain the heart of the ancestor tree. This was a deal that everyone was happy with. The Luan Shu King gave a rare smile. Luan make arrangements for this human friend to rest. Yes. Yin Luan was also very happy. This was the best outcome she could think of. On the way. Sorry to trouble you to help us, Yin Luan said, a little embarrassed. No problem. Long Chen gazed into the distance. Being able to help others was a kind of transformation and happiness. He didn't think about whether it was worth it, but he was sure that Lingxi would like his decision. After Long Chen left, the minister of the left couldn't help but say, King, the heart of the ancestor tree is so precious. Are we really going to give it to this human kid? I don't believe he'll be of much use in our battle. The Luan Shu King has been around for millions of years. How can we lose to the Yakshas? The Luan Shu King closed his eyes and rested. The general of the right said, all races in history have been destroyed by arrogance. The Yakshas are 10 times stronger than us. We've been living in the green world for so long. We've known about the Yaksha King getting the Styx River halberd for a long time, but I think he's been trying to subdue it. Now he's obviously succeeded. With his personality, the Luan Shu King won't be able to live for long. If you can bear to see all your people die one by one under the Yaksha's brutal slaughter, then of course you won't place your hopes on a dragon warrior. The minister of the left said angrily, of course I care about the survival of the Luan Shu clan, but I think it's ridiculous to place our hopes on a human. Since when did the Luan Shu clan need a human to save us? Moreover, he's obviously not even 1,000 years old. What makes him so important to us that we're even willing to give him the heart of the ancestor tree? The general of the right said mockingly, Minister of the Luan Shu clan, you're old and you're not smart enough. It's precisely because he's young that he's so terrifying. He's obviously from the 5 great dragon cities, and he's probably a super dragon god. If the Yakshas want to deal with such a genius, aren't they afraid that the people from the dragon god domain will take action and wipe out the Yakshas? Moreover, because he's young, he's definitely talented. His combat ability will definitely surpass our expectations. I hope the Yakshas aren't as stupid as you. The minister of the left was flustered and exasperated. He flicked his sleeves and left. As for Long Chen, he settled down under Yin Luan's hospitality. The catastrophe was coming, and the Luan Shu clan was in a state of panic. Along the way, they were like walking corpses, filled with worry and fear. From time to time, cries could be heard coming from the ancestral tree city. The end of the world was indeed terrifying. Long Chen began to cultivate quietly. Lingxi retracted the butterfly-shaped spirit-sensing array from the window and said softly, there's indeed a large number of Yakshas gathering in the ancestral tree city. When it's over, there will be more than 400,000 of them. Chen, do you think there's still hope for the Luan Shu clan? She was kind and naturally didn't want to see a tragedy happen. When the city lord of the tragic city appeared, many people died in the 3 sovereign domains. They had witnessed countless disasters with their own eyes, and it was a ghastly sight. Long Chen opened his eyes and said, although I don't know why I feel hatred, I'll help. Lingxi nodded her head. This kind of responsible and righteous man was what she was most infatuated with. When Long Chen was young, he was more vicious. But now, he had already quietly transformed. He had the demeanor of a peerless hero. In this aspect, he should be very similar to his father. Her spirit-sensing array danced around the entire ancestral tree city. Suddenly she frowned and said, "Chen, that person called Ministers seems to be heading towards the ancestral tree's heart. Judging from his expression, he doesn't seem right. Could he be thinking of doing something to the ancestral tree's heart?" The ancestral tree's heart was related to the resurrection of the butterfly illusory sword and a peerless treasure with 700 Tao patterns. Chapter 1981. The progenitor tree had become a huge forest, and all of the mountain tree tribe lived on it, protecting it. But in truth, the true trunk of the progenitor tree was a forbidden area for most of the mountain tree tribe. In the legends of the mountain tree tribe, the trunk was the body of the god they worshipped. Ordinary people couldn't easily touch it, and the heart of the progenitor tree was located there. The left minister of the mountain tree clan and his daughter, Yin Hui, were walking toward the depths of the ancestral tree city. The others were busy fighting against the yakshas, but the two of them didn't seem to notice. They kept moving forward with gloomy faces. "Father, do we really have to do this?" Yin Hui asked worriedly. She had followed Minister Zhua up, but he just walked straight ahead, ignoring her. Prime Minister Zhua said angrily, "Why can't I? I'm not an idiot. How could I not know that the Luan Tree clan is doomed this time? We have no chance at all. The Luan Tree King is old and he hasn't reached the late stage of the 5 elemental reincarnation tribulations. The 6 paths tribulation is about to descend and he doesn't have long to live. He is no match for the Yaksha King. What's worse is that they placed their hopes on a nobody. The Luan Tree clan is on the brink of extinction and I have to be the new hope to rule the clan." Yin Hui was worried, "But that's a holy item. How can we take it for ourselves?" Ministers will laughed and said, "If I don't take it for myself, would I let those idiots give it to that human? This is the most crucial moment. The heart of the ancestor tree is our only hope. Only the heart of the ancestor tree can help me break through the shackles. Moreover, it has to be a complete heart of the ancestor tree." No wonder he was so resistant and opposed when he heard that Long Chen wanted the heart of the progenitor tree. It turned out that he had long wanted the heart of the progenitor tree for himself. That so-called sacred relic was just a bluff. At the moment of life and death for the entire race, the progenitor tree and Luan Shuxing were about to be completely destroyed. What was the use of keeping the heart of the progenitor tree? "Is that so? Father, I support you. You'll definitely get through this and save the mountain tree tribe." Yin Hui said excitedly. "Go back first. Don't disturb my plan." Prime Minister Zhua looked at her angrily. His body floated and quickly disappeared from her sight. Yin Hui was especially nervous. She didn't dare to go back. She stayed where she was and waited for Prime Minister Zhua's news. If Father can become the new Luan Tree King, I won't have to listen to that bitch Yin Luan anymore. Thinking about how Lingxi had nailed her to the city gate today, Yin Hui's eyes revealed a murderous intent. As for Minister Zhua, he continued on his way to the depths of the ancestral tree city. The mountain tree race usually lived on the branches and leaves of the ancestral tree and rarely came to the ground. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. Soon, Minister Zhua arrived at the forbidden area of the Luan Tree tribe. In front of him was the trunk of the progenitor tree. It was huge, a few hundred meters in diameter. It was like a wall. Not far from the ground, there was a small door on the trunk that led to the depths of the trunk, to the center of the growth rings. The progenitor tree's heart was there, nourishing the progenitor tree and all the trees on the planet. All the trees on planet Luan Tree were the progenitor tree's descendants. There were originally many Luan Tree King's personal guards guarding the small door. However, due to the impending battle of survival, most of the Luan Tree King's combat generals had been transferred to the front lines. Only 2 early-stage rebirth tribulation eminences of the Luan Tree clan were stationed here. They sensed someone coming and immediately went into a state of alert. It was Minister Zhua. They relaxed slightly, and one of them said, "Minister Zhua, please wait. Without the king's orders, no one can come here." Minister Zhua smiled at them. "Gentlemen, I'm here on the king's orders. The human race might come to steal the progenitor tree's heart. Only I can subdue him." Hearing this, the 2 generals were doubtful. Minister Zhua approached at this moment. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he instantly attacked. He had long been prepared, and his attack was ruthless. He absolutely could not let the other party make any sound to alert others, so he immediately killed them. Under the encirclement of his four-symbol Samsara Tribulation Realm late-stage Celestial Emperors, the two generals did not make a sound before they died at the hands of Minister Zhua. They died with grievances. The progenitor tree's heart is mine now. Minister Zhua smiled. He wasn't nervous at all. Everything was under his control, and everyone was carefully preparing for the Yaksha race's arrival. Just as he stepped through the small door, a whirlwind blew over. After hearing Lingxi's warning, Long Chen rushed over without a word, while Lingxi went to find Yin Luan. Minister Zhua was too fast. To prevent the progenitor tree's heart from being taken away, Long Chen could only rush over at full speed. No one had noticed him along the way. A human youth suddenly rushed over and stood on a tree root. It was Long Chen. He looked at the two corpses on the ground. They had died with their eyes wide open. He had come too late after all. Minister Zhua had killed innocent people. You'll have to get past me if you want to take the progenitor tree's heart. He despised people like this the most. Deserting in the face of battle and helping outsiders. Despicable people like him deserved to die 1,000 times. Minister Zhua was indeed frightened by Long Chen. He would never have guessed that an immortal Lord Realm technique would exist in this world. But he was an old monster who had lived for 10,000 years. He calmed himself down and looked Long Chen up and down. He laughed coldly. Kid, why are you here? As I expected, you want to steal the progenitor tree's heart. To think that you spoke so righteously in front of the Luan Tree King. So you're a thief. Long Chen calmly looked at him and said, You're the one who's sneaking around, aren't you? You were the one who killed those two generals of the Mountain Tree clan. If you can't kill me today, you'll be in deep trouble. Is that so? Minister Zhua laughed loudly, and in the midst of his laughter, he suddenly became more ruthless. He had already made up his mind to get the heart of the progenitor tree, and was already halfway there. He absolutely couldn't let Long Chen ruin his plans. Therefore, he was going to use the same old trick to kill Long Chen as quickly as possible. Long Chen had expected that he would try to silence him. Seeing him charge at him, he gave a relaxed smile. You want to kill me? In your next life. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was no way to kill Long Chen. Just as Minister Zhua attacked, Long Chen used the time-roaming dragon to dive into the river of time. He was out of Minister Zhua's attack range. Minister Zhua was scared out of his wits. A person who was perfectly fine had actually disappeared right in front of his eyes. A skill that can turn invisible. That's amazing. Minister Zhua's eyes were wide with shock. He attacked like a madman, searching for Long Chen. Don't waste your energy. Wait for the Luan Tree King to punish you. Long Chen's voice reverberated through the air. In your dreams. Hurry up and come out. Minister Zhua was bewildered. He looked around with a crazed expression. He then looked at the corpse beneath his feet. Although the two of them didn't cause much of a commotion, ear-piercing sounds could be heard. It was obvious that many experts were rushing over. These people would arrive in a few breaths of time. Minister Zhua couldn't help but understand that his plan today had completely failed. The gears in his head spun rapidly. At his age, he would no longer be stubborn. Instead, he had a flash of inspiration. It was obvious that he had no chance of obtaining the heart of the progenitor tree, but if he wanted to clear his name, he could totally frame Long Chen. Thief, you dare to kill my Luan Tree clan members and steal the progenitor tree's heart? Don't leave. This is my Luan Tree clan's territory. You won't be able to escape. Ministers will push the blame onto Long Chen. He spoke so loudly that those who came must have heard him. Long Chen appeared high up in the tree. He looked at Minister Zhua with an indifferent expression. At this time, many experts of the Luan Tree clan came, surrounding Long Chen and Minister Zhua. Among them, the Luan Tree King and the General of the Right were all present. They were the higher-ups of the Luan Tree clan. Almost all of them were at the reincarnation realm. These warriors all had great abilities. They had once assisted the Luan Tree King in managing the entire Luan Tree planet. Minister Zhua's eyes were ferocious. He chased after Long Chen and roared, "Everyone, this human claimed to want to make a deal with our Luan Tree clan. He has one thing in the open and another in the dark. He actually snuck here while we were preparing for war and wanted to steal the progenitor tree's heart. He has already killed 2 of our Luan Tree clan members. If I hadn't discovered him in time, the progenitor tree's heart would have fallen into his hands. He's definitely a spy sent by the Yaksha race. He has bewitched everyone. Today he has shown his true colors. We will kill him and avenge our warriors. Most of the warriors who had followed them didn't know the truth. They began to clamor and prepared to surround and kill Long Chen. He actually came to steal the progenitor tree's heart. So he's a spy from the Yaksha race. I was so grateful to you. Damned thing. Most of the Luan Tree clan members were furious under Minister's instigation. At this time, the Luan Tree king waved his hand. He looked very old and said, "Everyone let this lady speak." Lingxi was standing beside him. It was Lingxi who had informed him. Lingxi stood up and said, "I have a little secret technique that allows me to see more. I was observing the movements of the Yaksha race in the surroundings. When I returned, I heard this conversation by chance. The 2 people who were talking are very familiar with each other. They are Minister Zhua and his daughter, Yin Hui." At this time, Yin Hui was caught. She looked very wretched, which made Minister Zhua panic. Then, Lingxi repeated the entire conversation between Yin Hui and Minister Zhua in front of the crowd. Although this was not sufficient evidence, the main thing was that the crowd was not stupid. Coupled with the expressions of Minister Zhua and Yin Hui, there were not many people who did not know the truth. Chapter 1982. By now, the beasts and the defectors had already confirmed who it was. Everyone stared furiously at Minister Zhua. They usually respected and worshipped this Minister Zhua but did not expect him to be such a person. On the surface, he said he wanted to protect the relic, but in reality, he wanted to usurp the throne. He even killed his own clansmen and tried to frame others. This kind of behavior made Minister's high and mighty position fall into the abyss in everyone's hearts. The great Minister Zhua is so cruel and unscrupulous. The war is upon us and he did such a shameless thing. He's a disgrace to the Luan Tree clan. As Minister Zhua, he killed our brothers. The 2 generals were only protecting the progenitor tree's heart. Damn it. Hearing this, Yin Hui knelt on the ground. This further proved Minister's crimes. In the face of a disaster, something like this happened. Minister's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that he had been thoroughly defeated. He had been defeated by Long Chen. From this day on, his status in the Roan Tree clan would plummet. His name would be infamy for thousands of years, and there was no way he could recover from it. His humiliation turned into rage, and he was on the verge of insanity. Although he had been mentally prepared for this, when it really happened, he still let his rage get the better of him. He looked at everyone with hatred and growled like a beast. Finally, his eyes stopped on the Luan Tree king. "Yin Hua, you are a genius of our clan. I am half your master." The Luan Tree king seemed to have predicted all this. This old man was actually very wise. Though his eyes were cloudy, he knew everything. "King." Ministers were panted heavily. "Kill him, kill him." Everyone was furious and shouted. It was obvious that most of them were extremely angry. "No, no." Yin Hui knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. In reality, more people were grieving. The left minister was a great general of the Luan Tree race, and he was their pillar of support. He was one of the strongest under the Luan Tree king. Without him, they would have no chance of winning the next battle. Everyone was waiting for the Luan Tree king's punishment. Only the Luan Tree king could subdue Minister Zhua. The old man's eyes were cloudy as he landed before Minister Zhua. Minister Zhua looked at him uneasily like a beast and took 2 steps back. "Child, I will give you a chance to wash away your sins." Luan Tree king reached out an old hand and placed it in front of Minister Zhua. His murky eyes looked at the nervous Minister Zhua and said, "Everyone makes mistakes. I watched you grow up and I understand what you are thinking. Put your hand on mine, and when the Yaksha tribe comes, you will fight with me. Only then will you be able to wash away your sin of killing your own people and wash away your sin of greed." Hearing this, everyone quietened down. After all, they were both members of the Mountain Tree clan, and they were also facing grave danger. Prime Ministers were pointed at himself and stammered, Can I still be cleansed?" The Mountain Tree clan was small in number, and killing one of their own was the greatest sin. "Yes." Luan Tree king nodded. Minister's hand trembled as he handed it over to the Luan Tree King. Only then did the Luan Tree King reveal a smile. He brought Minister's away to prepare for the final battle. The others looked at each other. They left some people behind to protect the ancestral tree's heart and bury the 2 dead generals. More people returned to their positions to prepare for the cruelest battle. This was just a small interlude. Long Chen and Lingxi also returned to their residence. Along the way, Yin Luan was very unconvinced. Father is really too much. Ministers were committed such a great sin and he forgave him just like that. Long Chen chuckled. Forgiveness is the best punishment. Ministers can't be killed. The Luan Tree King only gave him a chance to escape. Time passed quietly after they returned. More and more yakshas gathered. It was clear that they wanted to kill the Mountain Tree Clan. After hearing the news, the Mountain Tree Clan couldn't raise their fighting spirit. Therefore, the Luan Tree King gathered all his clansmen together and vowed to fight to the death. This was a battle for survival. The Luan Tree King stood high in the tree. His old back was straight. His eyes were red and full of tears. He said to his people, "Children, I'm older than all of you. I have to admit that today's disaster was caused by my father and grandfather's generation. You have to bear the consequences. I'm sorry to all of you." His voice was old and choked with sobs. The Mountain Tree Clan couldn't help but shed tears. But we, the Mountain Tree Clan, haven't failed. His voice became louder as he looked into the distance and said, "Planet Luan Tree is our home, our birthplace, our homeland. Our ancestors have lived and reproduced here for generations. We love the trees and the land here. All of this belongs to us. This planet has buried the corpses of countless ancestors. We love this place, this is our home, but today, a group of thugs wants to destroy our home and us. If we don't resist, if we give in, then in a few days, the Luan Tree Clan will completely disappear from this world. We have to fight. We can't let those thugs look down on us. We, the Mountain Tree Clan, have great warriors. We can't surrender. Even if we die, we have to fight to the death. We have to teach those thugs a painful lesson. We have to make them never forget us. We have to make them fear us. Besides, we might not lose. We just need to work up our courage. We still have help from the human race. You must remember that 2 days ago, he used his own power to defeat 40,000 yakshas in an instant. Our enemies didn't increase by much. With his methods, we have to work together and fight to the end. We don't want to die honorably. We want to drive those thugs out of our home. We must kill them. I swear in the name of my ancestors that I will do my best. I will fight to the death. Even if my body is crushed, even if my soul is destroyed, I will make the yakshas pay a heavy price. I have no regrets." Long Chen didn't know where the old man got his strength from. He was already in his twilight years, but he was still able to say such words of encouragement. Of course, it was his true feelings. This was indeed their home. If it were him, his homeland had been invaded, and his race had been nearly wiped out, perhaps he would also be as hot-blooded and full of hatred. Although he didn't know where exactly his homeland was, whether it was Baiyang Town or True Martial Emperor Palace, or perhaps it was the Dragon God domain, he had a premonition in his heart that perhaps one day, such a disaster would befall him as well. When that time came, would he be like them and fight to the death? After the Mountain Tree King's speech, the Mountain Tree Clan's blood was boiling. They had placed a lot of hope on Long Chen. Long Chen's previous performance had given them a lot of hope. All the warriors stood guard at the entrance of the ancestral tree city, waiting for the enemy to attack. Before today, they might have been afraid, but at this moment, they only had the conviction to kill their enemies. Only by defeating the invaders would they be able to survive. The other party is ready. There are at least 400,000 yakshas gathered outside, and they are heading here. There are many experts among them, and they are much stronger than the Mountain Tree Clan. They have a 5 elements reincarnation realm warrior, who should be the Yaksha king. There are also 3 4 symbols reincarnation realm warriors in the late stage, and nearly 10 4 symbols reincarnation realm warriors in the early stage. Be careful. Lingxi whispered in Long Chen's ear. Don't worry. I have the time dragon. They can't do anything to me, and I can at least block them. Long Chen was confident. What was going to come would come. At that moment, countless hunched yakshas with messy blood-red hair rushed out of the forest. There were so many of them that they made such a huge commotion. Their excited roars gathered together and formed a terrifying sound wave that swept across the entire green world. Their roars shook the entire green world. The yakshas were like wild beasts. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot, and they only knew how to kill. They had long wanted to dominate the mountain tree planet, and the day had finally come. Both sides had not yet started fighting, but their eyes were already bloodshot. Suddenly, the 400,000 yakshas stopped. It was a sea of blood, and one could not see the end of it. The exuberant bloody aura of the yakshas combined to form a thick layer of blood-colored clouds in the sky. The ferocious aura made one feel suffocated. Suddenly, a small figure among the yakshas rose into the sky. Compared to the 400,000 yakshas, he was indeed insignificant, but in Long Chen's eyes, this warrior alone was more terrifying than the 400,000 yakshas. It was the Yaksha King. Long Chen couldn't see the Yaksha King's appearance clearly from afar, but he could see that his entire body was blood-red, without a trace of any other color. That blood-red color was even purer than Long Chen's, and this Yaksha King was actually a woman. She didn't have any clothes covering her body, but the pair of breasts in front of her made people completely unable to have any thoughts of touching them. The Yaksha King's blood-colored eyes turned corporeal, and they shot towards the green world. Instantly, the green world trembled again. The Yaksha King licked his scarlet tongue, and his shrill voice pierced through the air. The mountain tree race's faces turned ugly. Mountain Tree King, coward, come out. The Yaksha King actually dared to challenge the Mountain Tree King. The Yakshas did not move, obviously waiting for the Yaksha King to fight the Mountain Tree King first. The Mountain Tree race is indeed a weak race that should be eliminated. The Mountain Tree King doesn't even have the guts to fight. The Yaksha King laughed shrilly. Countless yakshas were shouting and yelling. Under such pressure, the Mountain Tree King's morale would plummet if he did not act. Chapter 1983. The Luan Tree King naturally knew that he didn't have long to live. Even if he didn't die today, his 1,000-year time limit would come in less than 10 years. He still hadn't reached the late stage of the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm, so his death was almost certain. But as he said, he had no regrets about today's battle. All he wanted was to teach the yakshas a painful lesson. The Yaksha King had invited the battle ahead of time. He didn't care about his own safety and stepped out alone. He was unafraid of death. His aged figure stood tall in front of the Mountain Tree Clan and the countless ferocious yakshas. The old man in his twilight years was as brave and fearless as a god of war. This scene made Long Chen feel an indescribable excitement. Although the other race didn't have much to do with him, the Luan Tree King's spirit still influenced him and the rest of the Luan Tree race. This was a struggle for survival. Somehow, Long Chen felt like he had become the Luan Tree King himself. Facing the ferocious invaders, even a sheep would fight for survival. Their blood was boiling. The Luan Tree race's hearts burned. Looking at the old but strong figure, they silently cheered for the Luan Tree King. Battle. Only battle could ensure the survival of the race. From the Yaksha's point of view, an army of 400,000 could definitely crush the cowardly trash of the Luan Tree race. The Yaksha King was full of contempt for the Luan Tree race, but he was surprised that they still had the will to fight. Looks like it's all because of you, old man. The Yaksha stuck out her scarlet and sharp tongue and licked the tip of her nose, revealing a sinister smile. Although she was a woman, Yakshas generally looked ferocious, and she was no better. The Yaksha race was born to be good at fighting, but the Mountain Tree race was not. The Yaksha King raised a hand, her blood-red eyes staring at the Mountain Tree race. Just as the Yakshas were shouting, she raised a blood-red wave and charged towards the Mountain Tree race. For a moment, the sky seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. Countless Yakshas felt their blood boiling. Seeing this scene, the ferocity in their bones was aroused. All of them gripped their weapons. This was a battle team made up of Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. Just their roars alone could blow up a large area of the ground. If the Yaksha King hadn't given the order, they would have already charged towards the weak Mountain Tree race. King, the invincible king. From today onwards, our Yaksha clan will rise. They roared and laughed excitedly. Their laughter was like a thunderclap, creating a huge rumble. This scene caused Ling Shi's beautiful brows to knit together slightly. She gazed at the boundless blood-colored sea and said, "The weak are prey to the strong. This is the rule of the world. It's just that. It's a little too cruel. Why can't they calm down and coexist peacefully?" Long Chen did not understand this question either. He could only say, all living beings are fighting for survival, but some races have stronger desires, such as the Yaksha race. Therefore, such a scene is unavoidable. I think that if there is an absolute suppressor, a god who is kind and just, but also has absolute authority, the world will be able to settle down with such a suppressor. Lingxi looked at him curiously and asked, Chen, do you want to be such a ruler? The battle between the Yaksha king and the Luan Tree king was already very intense. Everyone was watching closely. Long Chen was no exception. He took a deep breath and said, Of course I hope so, but the world is cruel. The weak will be eliminated no matter what. The strong will become stronger, and life will evolve. Otherwise, if we encounter invaders and the ruler can't resist, the entire world will be destroyed. At this point, the battle between the Yaksha king and the Luan Tree king had reached its climax. The Luan Tree king had turned into a towering ancient tree, and his countless branches and leaves were like steel whips. He also had the tree race's divine abilities. Those were his powerful weapons, but the Yaksha race was more agile and violent. The battle between the two could be said to affect the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people. Long Chen could hear the rapid heartbeats of countless people. It seemed that to the Luan Tree race, the Luan Tree king's victory or defeat concerned the survival of their race. Long Chen also gritted his teeth. He sympathized with the weak and naturally hoped that the Luan Tree king would win. The Luan Tree king was a kind race, and he didn't want to see them die. He had already made his preparations. Regardless of whether it was for the heart of the progenitor tree or not, he had to give it his all today. Long Chen did not know why he had undergone such a metamorphosis. In fact, even he himself was puzzled. Perhaps it was because he was unwilling to be invaded. This was a kind of anger that had fused with his blood, and it was slowly being stimulated. The clamoring yakshas became extremely ugly in his eyes. I didn't know you had some ability. The Yaksha king weaved through the countless whips. The five-element reincarnation realm Luan Tree king could use the power of the five elements to change the structure of matter. Among the five elements, the wood element was a very strong power. The Luan Tree king's regenerative ability was very strong, even comparable to Long Chen's dream of the origin. A layer of green light completely surrounded the Luan Tree king. The green light was as bright as the sun. Countless ancient tree runes flashed on the Luan Tree king's body. Hundreds of thousands of ancient tree runes gathered on the Luan Tree king's body, forming a powerful defense. The Yaksha king's pitchfork couldn't pierce through, and under the Luan Tree king's all-out attack, the Yaksha king was forced back. Cruel and unscrupulous Yakshas, you animals. Back then you were almost wiped out. My Luan Tree race gave you a way out. Today you repay kindness with enmity. You will be punished by the heavens. My Luan Tree race will make you die a horrible death, even if I have to sacrifice myself. An ugly race will never have the right to rule. You Yakshas are destined to be clowns. You have no future. This is no longer your era. The Luan Tree king had exhausted his power. He shouldn't have been able to unleash such a violent attack, but he had faith. He carried the fate of his race on his back. He carried the hopes of countless warriors, the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Behind him were sincere eyes. They were so young, and their lives had just begun. In order to protect them, he couldn't lose. The Luan Tree king didn't hesitate to burn his own life force to kill the Yaksha king. His huge body gave him a huge advantage. Not only was the Yaksha king forced to retreat, but the Yakshas who had gathered together were also whipped into meat paste by the Luan Tree king. If he could, the Luan Tree king could actually kill the 400,000 Yakshas, as long as they gathered together and obediently accepted their deaths. However, this was obviously not going to happen. After an accident, the Yakshas all fled, and the Luan Tree king missed. This scene made the Luan Tree king's blood boil. The Luan Tree king had the upper hand, and it made them realize that today's victory was possible. At this moment, they were already prepared to fight. Only a few people knew that the Luan Tree king was about to die. His life force is failing, and he has exhausted too much power. The Yaksha king is full of energy. As soon as Long Chen said this, something unforeseen happened, just as he had expected. The Yaksha king's eyes were red and she was extremely furious. Her body was covered in bloodlight, and she controlled the blood sea to descend above the Luan Tree king. She also had the five elements reincarnation power and wasn't weaker than the Luan Tree king. Source power was activated. Source power was the foundation of the world, and it was the most terrifying power. The 5 elements were mixed together in a specific ratio, becoming the blood power of the Yaksha king. Her face was full of viciousness, and her eyes bulged as she roared in a low voice. "Old devil, the game is about to end. This is my first battle to dominate. I wanted to have a good time, but you're not giving me any face." At this moment, the blood-colored whirlwind was raging beneath her. She stood on it majestically. She stretched out a hand and clenched it in the air. All of a sudden, a terrifying energy descended. Countless people had no choice but to lower their heads. Their faces were filled with despair. Gray energy gathered towards the Yaksha king's palm. A strong wind blew, and finally, it gathered into a 2-meter-long halberd in his hand. It was a gray halberd covered in Tao patterns. Countless skulls wrapped around it, shining with gray light. With the appearance of the halberd, the Yaksha king's combat strength rose to a terrifying level. The gray color infected her body. Her arms and half of her body turned from blood red to gray. Thick blood flowed from the cracks. The halberd waved slightly, and heaven and earth shook. It was as if everyone was going to kneel before it. Styx River Halberd. Countless people cried out its name in horror. This was a weapon with even more killing intent than the god-slaying sword. Of course, that was because the Tao patterns on the halberd far surpassed the god-slaying sword. Other than the fact that the god-slaying sword could devour Tao weapons, the halberd didn't have the Styx River halberd's other attributes were similar to the god-slaying sword. "It looks like it's going to eat this guy." The little skeleton poked its head out of the god-slaying sword, its green eyes staring at the halberd. Long Chen didn't have time to care. He was panicking inside. Clearly, the Luan Tree King was finished once the Styx River halberd appeared. It was just as he'd expected. The Yaksha king had just taken out the Styx River halberd when he attacked. The halberd descended from the sky and slashed towards the Luan Tree King. The Luan Tree King used the green branches to defend, but at that moment, the green tree runes collapsed and exploded. The Yaksha king laughed coldly. The 5 elements' reincarnation power swept out, and everywhere it went, the Luan Tree King's branches broke. In the end, all the green light was destroyed. Chapter 1984. The Luan Tree King's fall caused the hearts of countless Luan Tree people to sink to rock bottom. Their expressions were tragic as they watched the Luan Tree King powerlessly struggle under the other party's attacks. Under the other party's underworld river battle halberd, the Luan Tree King's body was covered in green blood. But he didn't admit defeat. He was still using his last bit of strength to fight back. At the same time, he was attacking with all his might. This scene made the mountain tree tribe want to cry, but no tears came out. That elder, who had fought with his life on the line at the last moment, made Long Chen feel deep veneration for him. It turned out that belief wasn't something that only he had. He clenched his fists. "Benefactor, save my father, save him." Beside Long Chen, Yin Luan's clothes were covered in tears. She was extremely helpless, her body trembling. Her heart was about to break. Long Chen could feel her pain and nervousness. He was responsible for this battle. Of course, he wouldn't fight the Yaksha king. That would be suicide. He was about to charge out when the Yaksha king suddenly stopped attacking the Luan Tree King. The Luan Tree King transformed back into the old man. He fell to the ground powerlessly, his body covered in blood. There were wounds from the Styx River halberd all over him. One of his eyes had even been pierced by the halberd. The gray energy was like a snake swimming in his eye socket. "Die!" The Luan Tree King stretched out an arm. His remaining eye was still staring furiously at the Yaksha king. The ferocious Yaksha king held the Styx River halberd and stood proudly in the air. He cackled. "Old ghost, do you know why I left you with one eye? Because I hate you. I feel that the best way to torture someone is to make them watch what they don't want to see happen. You can't do anything about it. So you should know what I'm going to do." The Luan Tree King's last eye was wide open. Tears of blood flowed from it. Beside him, his veins were bulging. "Evildoers must die." The Luan Tree King said these 4 words. "You won't be able to see my death." Yaksha king laughed. She was right in front of the Luan Tree King, holding the Styx River battle halberd. She charged into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, she floated in front of a green shield. She laughed evilly. "Green world, you cowards. This is your shell. I want to see how terrified you cowards will be when I break it." She raised the Styx River halberd. A powerful race doesn't need tortoise shells. That's why we, the Yakshas, were saved from the brink of death. We are destined to rule the world. A weak race like the Mountain Tree Clan is destined to be eliminated by history. You don't have the right to occupy a planet. This is not your home, but the place where the Yakshas rose to power. The Yaksha king's speed was too fast. Long Chen had no choice but to be careful when his opponent became such a powerful existence. This battle was much more difficult than he had imagined. He could have chosen not to participate at all, but if he wanted to take the heart of the progenitor tree, no one would be able to stop him. But he wouldn't do such a thing. That was because he was Long Chen. His life was born to protect, to take responsibility, and to fight. He had stepped out of the green world. The destruction of the green world couldn't be stopped. He didn't have the power to stop the Yaksha king. In fact, the Yaksha king was right. The green world was just the Luan tree race's turtle shell. If the Luan tree race survived, they would have to get stronger and defeat their invading enemies. Their only way was to get stronger and not hide in the green world. The green world had destroyed their fighting spirit. If the green world could be destroyed, if the Luan tree race could survive, they would have a new life. If invading and killing were unavoidable, then the only way was to strengthen themselves. They wouldn't attack others, just protect those they cared about and those they cared about. Just as the Yaksha king was about to destroy the green world, Long Chen used his time dragon to hide from her. He rushed towards the 400,000 Yakshas. Although he was risking his life for the Luan tree race, which had nothing to do with him, he had no regrets. He wasn't an idiot. He just felt that this was how life should be fought. Tortoise shell shatter. The Yaksha king waved the Styx River halberd in front of the Luan tree king's desperate gaze. She activated the power of the 5 elements and laughed maniacally. She slashed the halberd against the green world again and again. The green world shook violently. No matter how many green runes appeared, they were all destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the explosions, the Luan tree race, who had worked so hard to muster their courage, felt their defenses crumble again. It was as if they could hear the sound of death. The enemy's roars almost suffocated them. The old, the weak, the women, and the children hiding behind the battlefield all cried helplessly. Are we going to lose? The warriors of the Luan tree race opened their eyes wide, trembling as they looked at the collapsing green world. They didn't know when, but their eyes were filled with tears of fear and their legs were shaking. The Yakshas on the other side were ready. They roared and laughed loudly. They waved their weapons, ready to fight. As soon as the green world was destroyed, they would immediately attack. The 400,000 Yakshas could kill all the Luan tree race in a short time. The king's words are false. Not only will we be exterminated, we won't even have a chance to teach them a lesson. The Luan tree race is finished. They closed their eyes helplessly. It wasn't that they were weak, it was just that they had no chance of surviving. There was no hope at all. As for Long Chen, who Luan Tree King had mentioned, he could indeed defeat many Yakshas, but he couldn't face the Yaksha king. In the end he would still die. The green world trembled. The cowardice of the Luan tree race and the sobs of the Luan tree race all mixed together. Rumble. Under the bloodthirsty eyes of the Yakshas and the despairing eyes of the Luan tree race, the green world turned into a rain of green light and completely shattered. The green light rain was like fireflies. There were millions of them, falling slowly from the sky. They were falling very slowly. It would probably take 2 hours for them to reach the ground. When that happened, the ancestral tree city would be flooded with blood. From now on, the Luan tree race would no longer exist. This race that had lived on the Luan tree planet for thousands of years was about to wither. The destruction of the green world was undoubtedly the horn of battle for the Yakshas. It was also the call of the Yaksha king. After the destruction of the green world, countless Yakshas turned into ferocious ghosts that blotted out the sky and the earth. They turned into waves of blood and charged towards the ancestral tree city. For a moment, it was earth-shattering and the earth trembled. It was as if the entire world was going to be torn apart by them. The terrifying scene was like adding snow to snow for the Luan tree race. We're finished. The Luan tree king fell to the ground. Countless Luan tree race lost their will to fight. They were in a daze. Some ran away, some stood numbly. No matter how the generals shouted, they didn't move. They were just ordinary people. They were pure Luan tree race. Their fighting souls had long disappeared from the green world. Without someone strong enough, they wouldn't be able to awaken their fighting souls. The world suddenly quieted down. Based on the speed of the yakshas, death would come in 20 breaths. The yakshas could smell the scent of death. They had gone crazy. Their pitchforks were in desperate need of blood, and they were thirsty for blood. This was a war that was destined to end from the beginning. Long Chen had never thought that he would be so hot-blooded for a race that had nothing to do with him. What he was facing was the 400,000 bloodthirsty tribe members who were charging at him. They were undoubtedly demons. Long Chen could feel the vibrations in the air and the tremors of the earth. He was standing in front of the Luan Tree King. The Yaksha army was about to step over him and crush the ancestral tree city. The Luan Tree King vaguely sensed Long Chen's existence. He turned his head in pain and saw the 400,000 yakshas about to devour the ancestral tree city. Don't worry. Long Chen respected this old man. He wanted to fight to the end. He was the descendant of the divine dragon. This was his responsibility. His duty was to protect the world. At that moment, Long Chen clenched his fists. Fight! The 400,000 yakshas charged. They were on the verge of a fatal massacre. At this critical moment, just before death, something happened that shocked everyone. Just as the yakshas were halfway through their charge, the area around the Luan Tree King suddenly turned blood-red. Endless blood mist formed a blood-red cloud that spread out, blocking the yakshas' path. The charging yakshas didn't even have time to stop. Their eyes widened when they saw a giant blood-red divine dragon raise its head from the blood-red cloud. Its eyes seemed to come from hell, coldly examining the 400,000 yakshas. That's a dragon. A divine dragon had stopped the 400,000 yakshas. The Luan Tree tribe looked over, their gray eyes finally regaining some luster. This divine dragon was the true master of slaughter. The murderous aura around him was so strong that the yakshas didn't dare move for a moment. The 400,000 yakshas stopped in front of him. After a moment of shock, they reacted. Kill him. This is the dragon warrior who killed many of our brothers. The yakshas clamored and continued to charge. Long Chen looked at them coldly. He hated invaders. They were inhumane beasts, and they deserved to die. With my dragon soul, I shall sentence you to death. At that moment, he let out an inner roar. Chapter 1985. 2 million blood-weeping dragon souls. This was the first time Long Chen had unleashed such a huge amount of power. Moreover, the current blood-weeping dragon soul was vastly different from the blood-weeping dragon soul in the battlefield of the gods. After being tempered by Tai Su, the current blood-weeping dragon soul was much tougher than the Yaksha tribe, even though it was only the size of an arm. This was the strength of the blood-weeping dragon souls against the Yakshas. This was a scene that the Yakshas could never have imagined. At first, there was the sudden appearance of the mystical dragon. Then, everyone's vision was flooded with blood. They looked around in fear. Other than the killing dragons, there was more killing dragons. Countless murderous little dragons roared at them. Although the murderous little dragons were small, their roars were several times louder than the yakshas. In an instant, the 400,000 yakshas were deafened by the deafening roars, and they felt dizzy. This was the strongest blood-weeping dragon soul Long Chen had used since he passed the Taisu divine tribulation. 2 million blood-weeping dragon souls, in addition to his own combat power, could only be described as terrifying. The 2 million blood-weeping dragon souls filled the entire battlefield. Not only did the yakshas tremble, but it also gave the Luan Tree tribe hope. It was a terrifying scene. Even the Luan Tree tribe could only see the blood-weeping dragon souls. The yakshas were completely submerged. The Luan Tree King, who was lying on the ground, smiled in relief. This was the chance for the Luan Tree tribe to fight back. Above the ancestral tree city, the Yaksha king was stunned for a while. He looked at Long Chen with interest and smiled. So this is the human race's helper? Interesting. I'm afraid only a super mystical dragon can use a mystique of this level. A super mystical dragon was a problem. The Yakshas were still in their early stages. They could bully the Luan Tree tribe, but if they offended the human race, they would lose more than they gained. Of course, Long Chen had to have a high status in the human race. Hence, the Yaksha king did not move at first. It was this moment of shock that made him jealous and regretful. Long Chen was in his peak condition. He controlled the 2 million blood-weeping dragon souls to suppress them. The majestic dragon roar reverberated between heaven and earth. No matter what, invasion and slaughter are unforgivable sins. Although I am an outsider and have no power to rule, I still have to take responsibility for the righteousness in my heart. Today, I will fight to the death with all of you, and I will not rest until I die. Long Chen was just an outsider, and he could have escaped at this time. After all, the Luan Tree King's defeat and the destruction of the Green World meant that the Luan Tree race was hopeless. However, he had stayed for his own righteousness. Long Chen was a Luan Tree King. He was just an outsider. As a member of the Mountain Tree clan, what right did he have to not fight a bloody battle? For the sake of his final dignity, he would give up his life and make his opponent pay a heavy price. In that instant, countless Mountain Tree tribe members began to burn. He looked at the Luan Tree King and the Luan Tree tribe and said, "Running away from a battle is a coward's behavior. Even if one of you survives, it won't be considered a defeat. Facing an ugly opponent, we can only be more ruthless than him. Only by fighting can we obtain dignity and victory. Even if we die, we will die with glory. We can't let our enemies trample on our lives. You have lost your will to fight. Are you worthy of your ancestors?" Everything he did, he only wanted to make himself feel comfortable in his heart, so that this race could pull themselves together again. The Roan Tree clan has existed for millions upon millions of years, and if it ends in the hands of people like you, then you'll be condemned for all eternity. You don't deserve to be part of the Roan Tree clan. You've let down your ancestors, and countless seniors will feel pain for your cowardice. Being weak in battle isn't scary, but being weak in heart. The ones who are going to slaughter you are your mortal enemies. They're going to slaughter you and your brothers and sisters. They're so ugly and cruel, so why can't we use our last bit of dignity to make them fear us? Fight, fight. Use your hands to tear their bodies apart. Let them see that even though you've been humiliated and silent, you can still unleash power that will make them fear you. Fight. Not only did he want to win, but he also wanted his race to stand up again. This was also for himself. This battle had allowed Long Chen to make terrifying progress in the Tao of slaughter. In the past, he only knew that killing was for protection, but now he understood that sometimes, killing was also for glory, for dignity. Under his orders, the Roan Tree clan members were already boiling with excitement. Breathing heavily, they truly picked up the mist, truly picked up their confidence, and began to advance towards their enemies. There were less than 40,000 members of the Mountain Tree tribe. Under Long Chen's command, they only had eyes for battle. Only by tearing the bodies of their enemies apart would they stop. Charge! When this cry rang out in unison, this race experienced a metamorphosis of life. And all of this was brought to them by Long Chen. This was Long Chen's belief. He had given it to many people. In his world, there was no fear. There was only constant fighting. Fighting for justice, fighting for protection, fighting for survival. Under Long Chen's command, 2 million blood-weeping dragon souls tore through the sky and earth, charging towards the 400,000 yakshas. After mobilizing the members of the Mountain Tree tribe, Long Chen and the others launched their attack. Among the Mountain Tree tribe, General Sen, General of the Right, and the others looked at the endless blood dragon souls in awe. If the Mountain Tree tribe survived today, then this young man would be the benefactor of the entire Mountain Tree tribe. They had never imagined that Long Chen would be able to unleash such power. Not only had he used his strength to intimidate his opponents, but he had also used his beliefs to influence all of the Mountain Tree clan. Sometimes, the power of one's soul was far more terrifying than one's battle prowess. The Mountain Tree tribe, which was filled with faith, clashed with the blood-weeping dragon souls. The Mountain Tree tribe members, who had lost themselves in the slaughter, worked together with Long Chen's blood-weeping dragon souls, and their fighting power was multiplied. The speed at which they killed far surpassed Long Chen's fighting alone. The battle had just begun, but the 400,000 yakshas had already been killed. Blood flowed like a river. To the yakshas, the most terrifying thing was the blood-weeping dragon soul. It was almost impossible for them to kill it. Usually, when a few blood-weeping dragon souls gathered together, they could tear a yaksha into pieces in a very short period of time and devour them in the end. The experts of the Yaksha tribe knew that they could deal with the blood-weeping dragon souls as long as they killed Long Chen. Therefore, they launched an intense attack on Long Chen. The experts of the Mountain Tree tribe, General of the Right, and thousands of others, including Minister Zhua, helped Long Chen. "You are one of the people I admire the most in my life. I apologize for my previous mistakes." Minister Zhua shouted at Long Chen as he fought. Long Chen was very happy to see his transformation. He was not a bad person, but when disaster struck, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the tribe's survival. What ability do mere yakshas have to fight against me? The huge divine dragon swirled in the sky. An early stage 4 symbol Samsara realm yaksha descended. His form changed drastically as he fought with Long Chen. However, in a short time, he was caught by Long Chen's claws and torn to pieces. The sky was full of snow and rain, falling noisily. She's here. After finishing off his opponent, Long Chen sensed her arrival. The Yaksha King. Long Chen knew that he had been targeted. The Yaksha King wanted to kill him. In the beginning, the Yaksha King was very curious about Long Chen. She had never imagined that Long Chen would be able to explode with such power. The 400,000 yakshas were reduced rapidly in this battle. In a short time, 50,000 had died. Most of them were killed by Long Chen's blood-weeping dragon souls. At this moment, she didn't care about Long Chen's status. At the very least, she only wanted to stop Long Chen. If that didn't work, she would have no choice but to kill. In fact, General of the Right and ministers knew that as long as the Yaksha King didn't die, the Mountain Tree tribe would not be able to escape the fate of extinction. With the Styx River halberd, the Yaksha King alone was as terrifying as the 400,000 yakshas. Little fellow, you really surprised me. Long Chen stopped fighting and looked into the distance. The yakshas were only 200 meters away from him. To the Yaksha King, this distance could be covered in an instant. Is that so? There are more surprises to come. Let me tell you, Yaksha King, I'm going to take care of the Mountain Tree tribe. Don't tell me you have the guts to kill me. I'm a super mystical dragon. All the seniors in Dragon City know that I'm on the Yaksha planet. If I die, you will definitely be torn apart and the Yaksha tribe will cease to exist. He was a smart man and naturally knew what the Yaksha King was afraid of. If not for her fear of Long Chen's status, she wouldn't have allowed Long Chen to act so arrogantly for so long. He had even incited the Mountain Tree tribe. Hence, he used it cleverly. The Yaksha King was indeed intimidated. After hearing what Long Chen said, she really didn't dare to kill Long Chen. She could only blame her own bad luck. However, she didn't give up. She laughed coldly. The grudge between the Mountain Tree tribe and the Yaksha tribe is not something the 5 major dragon cities can interfere with. This isn't the dragon god domain. It's the galaxy of chaos. Fine, I won't kill you, but I can trap you. I won't touch a single hair on your body. When your seniors come to take you away, you better not resist. However, if she trapped Long Chen and prevented him from causing trouble, the people from the 5 major dragon cities wouldn't vent their anger on her. The Yaksha King wasn't stupid. She quickly thought of a solution. The Mountain Tree King couldn't move. As long as she trapped Long Chen, the Mountain Tree tribe would collapse on its own. After saying that, she suddenly attacked. Chapter 1986. Many of the Roan Tree tribe knew that the Weeping Blood Dragon and the Roan Tree tribe were dominating the Yaksha tribe on the battlefield. With the Weeping Blood Dragon leading the charge, it was only a matter of time before the Yaksha tribe was wiped out. But if no one could deal with the Yaksha King, and the Yaksha King charged into the battlefield and killed Long Chen, then the Roan Tree tribe's temporary advantage would vanish. As expected, many realized that the ferocious Yaksha King had already brandished the Styx River battle halberd towards Long Chen. As the Yaksha King moved, a gray river coiled around him, emanating a deathly aura. It was as though billions of vengeful spirits were wailing in the Styx River, sending shivers down one's spine. Wherever the Styx River battle halberd passed, all the trees were corroded by the gray, riddled with holes. The green was gone as well. That human youth is in danger. He's dead. The Mountain Tree tribe members felt a momentary panic in their hearts. They had been completely immersed in Long Chen's hot-bloodedness. If Long Chen died, they did not dare to think of the consequences. But reality was unstoppable. The Yaksha King charged forward in a frenzy, but she never imagined that Ling Shi would actually stand in front of her at this moment. She didn't understand how a mere girl in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm could have such courage. Of course, the more terrifying one was Long Chen, who was not even at the rebirth realm. Get out of the way. The Yaksha King did not hold back against Ling Shi. The moment he met Ling Shi, he attacked. Ling Shi flew in the wind, her long hair flying. Her eyes were calm as she executed her technique. The stellar shift formation. In a flash, She released the spirit design that she had prepared. Just like the other 5 affinities reincarnation realm experts, the Yaksha king was teleported away the moment he encountered such a mystical immortal lord realm technique for the first time, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The Yaksha king's situation scared everyone out of their wits. Why had he suddenly vanished into thin air? Both the Yaksha tribe and the Roan Tree tribe could not figure it out. The Yaksha king is dead. Hurry up and kill them. They've already lost. Long Chen roared. In his divine dragon form, his voice spread across the entire battlefield. The Yaksha king's disappearance and Long Chen's words immediately brought great fear to the Yakshas. It also inspired the Mountain Tree tribe with a strong will to fight. All the Mountain Tree tribe members felt as if they had been resurrected from the dead, and their fighting spirit became even more terrifying. They saw a glimmer of hope. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lingxi to be able to kill Yaksha king. However, Yaksha king had disappeared. The truth was right in front of them and they had to believe it. When this happened, the Yakshas, who had been defeated by Long Chen's attacks, lost their will to fight and retreated under the attacks of the Mountain Tree clan and the blood-weeping Dragon Soul. They were also afraid of death, but they were not as fearful of death as the Mountain Tree clan. But at this moment, the Yakshas, who were not afraid of death, began to retreat in panic. Kill. The Yakshas are almost all dead. Kill all of them and get them out of your homes. Long Chen launched another psychological attack, and the effect was undoubtedly very good. Although many of the Yaksha leaders were still calling out to them, telling them that the Yaksha king was still alive, Long Chen had the blood-weeping dragon soul to guide them. Only he could guarantee that his voice would reach everyone in this extremely chaotic battlefield. If the Yakshas had not appeared again, everything would have been under his control. Although the hope of victory was right in front of him, Long Chen's heart was still heavy. It was impossible for the Yaksha king to die. He was nearby, and perhaps he would come back at any moment. When he came back, he would definitely not let Lingxi succeed again. He and Lingxi looked at each other in the air, helplessness written in their eyes. This battle was much more difficult than he had imagined. The biggest difficulty came from Yaksha King's Styx River Halberd. It was a Dao weapon with more than 300 Dao patterns. It had completely crushed the Luan Tree King. No one could hold her back anymore. Chen, if we really can't do it, let's give up. Lingxi was not being selfish. She was just thinking for Long Chen. To be honest, this had nothing to do with him. He did not need to bear this hatred. Let's wait. In just a few minutes, Long Chen's deception had turned the situation around. The Yakshas were either dead or running away. Of the 400,000 Yakshas, less than 200,000 were still fighting. Most of them were running away because of the death of the Yakshas. The Luan Tree King thought that the Yakshas were dead and was celebrating. Just then, the sense of danger came again. Long Chen transformed into his human form and stood next to Lingxi. The 2 million blood-weeping dragon souls were still fighting. The two of them faced the west. In that direction, a blood-red light was flying towards them at a terrifying speed. Damn it! Yaksha King's shrill roar caused the entire battlefield to shake. Countless people looked to the west. They all knew what that red dot meant. Yaksha King was not dead. Long Chen's deception could only last for a short time. Yaksha King's attack shifted the despair from the Yakshas to the Luan Tree King. They stopped running and became even more ferocious. They blocked the attacks of the blood-weeping dragon souls and the Luan Tree King, almost turning the tide of the battle. You two little bastards, you've angered me. Very well, you've angered me. Yaksha King roared. Her targets were Long Chen and Lingxi. Is there really no other way? In the end, Long Chen felt that it was a pity. If Yaksha King attacked him, he couldn't fight to the death because that would be hopeless. He could only use the time dragon to hide. But if he did that, the blood-weeping dragon souls would disappear and the Luan Tree King's green world would be destroyed. They wouldn't be able to escape death. Little brat, no matter who you are, you will pay the price. Yaksha King raged. She hated being played. There was no trace of panic on Long Chen's face. He sneered and said, "Come at me. Not to mention imprisoning me, even if you touch a strand of my hair, my elders will completely exterminate your little Yaksha clan. They will also skin you alive and tear you to pieces. You can try. Yaksha King, come and try." Long Chen's arrogant demeanor didn't show the slightest trace of fear. His mental fortitude far exceeded that of an ordinary person. His many years of experience had made him as calm as water. Although the Yaksha king was powerful and cunning, she still hesitated because of Long Chen's arrogance. Long Chen's performance was too realistic. Only someone from the 5 great dragon cities would be so arrogant and look down on her. Yaksha king stopped in front of Long Chen and gritted her teeth. "Little brat, you must go against me. There is a limit to my patience." She bared her sharp teeth, like a wild beast. Long Chen still had that arrogant look on his face. He smiled casually. "You'll know once you try. I promise I won't move. I forgot to tell you, I've already told my elders about what happened here. I've also told them about your name. They're coming here and they might appear in front of you in the next moment. If you dare to touch me, you'll have to make sure you can escape from planet Luan Shu first." His arrogance and rudeness made the Yaksha king furious. She was truly frightened by Long Chen. Her gaze shifted from Long Chen to the general of the right, the minister of the left, and the other powerful generals. She suddenly laughed coldly. "You've succeeded. It's true that I don't dare to touch you, but these weak mountain tree tribe members won't have a chance to live." She stretched out her hand and in the distance, a figure screamed and fell into her hand. It was the princess of the Luan Shu clan, Yin Luan. She stretched out her devil claws and grabbed Yin Luan's head. Her sharp nails almost pierced into Yin Luan's head. Yin Luan's face turned deathly pale. The Yaksha king laughed. She looked down at the battlefield and said, "Cowards of the Luan tree tribe, your king almost died at my hands, your princess will die at my hands, and your Luan tree world will be destroyed by me. You've completely failed. Now, please watch as I swallow your princess into my body." She laughed maniacally. Her 2 large blood-red mounds trembled. Her killing intent was astonishing. Her words once again shattered the confidence of the Luan Shu clan and fanned the flames of arrogance of the Yakshas. The Yakshas were crazy. As long as the Yaksha king didn't fall, they wouldn't be afraid. On the battlefield below, the Yakshas began to turn the tables. Yaksha king laughed and looked at Long Chen, full of provocation. "Little human brat, I can't touch you, but what can you do to me?" As she spoke, she ignored Yin Luan's screams and slowly put her into her mouth. Yin Luan's despairing gaze caused Long Chen's heart to burn with rage. This feeling of being unable to help a friend beside him made him exceptionally resentful. However, he was still too young. Neither he nor Lingxi had the ability to save Yin Luan from the Yaksha king. Just as the Luan Shu clan was at their most desperate, the green dots of light from the destroyed green world in the sky above Ancestral Tree City suddenly converged in a certain direction. Millions and millions of dots of light flew towards the battlefield like fireflies. As they moved, an ancient melody rang out. Suddenly, all the members of the mountain tree tribe entered a trance-like state. They couldn't help but start humming. The entire battlefield was filled with that ancient and eternal song. It was the symbol of a clan. "Ancestors!" Countless Luan Shu clan members cried. They could feel the spirits of their ancestors descending upon them. Chapter 1987. Long Chen hadn't expected that the green lights would gather around him. They were fragments of the green world, which had been created by the ancestors of the mountain tree tribe. When he heard the ancient song, he could roughly guess what would happen next. This sudden change attracted everyone's attention. The originally lively battlefield suddenly became quiet. Many people stopped fighting and looked at the countless green dots of light. Even the Yaksha king stopped. Her gaze was incomparably heavy. Below, the heavily injured mountain tree tribe member, who was protected by some of the mountain tree tribe members, opened his eyes. When he saw the countless green lights gathering around Long Chen, he burst into tears. "Ancestor! I'm useless. Ancestor, please save the mountain tree tribe." This was the power left behind by the ancestors. Perhaps when they'd created the green world, they'd already imagined this day. Long Chen was already surrounded by countless green specks of light. He gently touched the green specks of light, only to discover that the specks of light had actually fused into his body. At the same time, a very powerful green energy appeared in his body. It was filled with vitality and seemed to be unending. This was just the power of one green light. It merged with Long Chen's body and became independent of his original Tai Chi Nirvana power. It formed a new cycle of power. In fact, it was a new meridian. It was even more complex and thick than Long Chen's original meridian. Starting from the first green light, hundreds of millions of green lights merged with his body. The surging power started to form an ocean of power in his body. Long Chen felt like he was about to explode. He couldn't use words to describe how strong this power was. He only knew why this power had been chosen to be used by him. It was because his body was the strongest out of everyone present. Only he could use this power. The vast power coursed through the new green meridians in his body, surpassing Long Chen's original power by countless times. It had almost reached the limit of what his physical body could withstand, but the green spots of light were still rushing towards his body. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, Long Chen had already turned into a green person. He was like a green sun that gathered countless light spots. His radiance was so intense that the entire Luan Tree planet could see it. Even in the starry sky it could be seen. When all the green specks of light converged into his body, Long Chen discovered that he was unprecedentedly powerful. Of course, this power did not belong to him. He only had the authority to temporarily use this power, but in time, he discovered that he could simply tear apart heaven and earth. He had never experienced such a degree of power before. He was like a green sun. He looked at the Yaksha king who was still controlling Yin Luan. His green energy started to rage. Powerful light waves swept out, causing countless people to flee from his side. The Yaksha king, who was originally extremely terrifying, didn't seem to be as terrifying as he used to be. Long Chen had a feeling that if he were to pour out all of this power, he would probably be able to destroy this Luan Shuxing. The ancient song of the mountain tree tribe rang in his ears. Long Chen was very moved. At this moment, he carried the power of the entire tribe, as well as the hope and anger of the entire tribe. Yaksha tribe. They were demons who returned kindness with enmity. They were bloodthirsty and merciless. All of this was vividly displayed by the Yaksha king. Green light shone on the Yaksha king. A bunch of old immortals. This is no longer your era. You've been dead for countless years. You want to come back and control the situation? What a joke. The Yaksha king waved the Styx River halberd. She bared her teeth and swung the halberd at Yin Luan's neck. So what if something happened? She wanted to establish her dominance. She wanted Long Chen to be afraid of her. The Styx River halberd was unstoppable. The Roan tree race was in an uproar as they looked at this scene in fear. Whoosh! The moment the Yaksha king made her move, Long Chen took out the God Slayer. It was of the same element as the Styx River halberd, but it was much weaker. My food. The little skeleton was drooling. He couldn't take his eyes off the Styx River halberd. He was like a little lion and the Styx River halberd was an elephant. However, the little skeleton was still thirsty. Long Chen carried the power of the Mountain Tree tribe's ancestors. Just when all the members of the Mountain Tree tribe were worried about Yin Luan's safety, the battle halberd of the Styx River was intercepted by a gray long sword. Clang! Little skeleton let out a blood-curdling shriek. He was unable to take down the battle halberd of the Styx River. If it wasn't for the overwhelming green energy from Long Chen, the God Slayer would have been destroyed. It was a head-on confrontation. The crowd burst into an uproar. Long Chen's boldness and decisiveness were admirable. Not only did he block the Styx River halberd, he also snatched Yin Luan from the Mountain Tree tribe's hands and threw her at the Mountain Tree king. The green sun seemed to be even more powerful than the Yaksha king. It was the power of the Mountain Tree tribe's ancestors. When the Yaksha king was forced back, the Mountain Tree tribe's eyes were brimming with tears. They knew that they had to carry the Mountain Tree tribe's power to fight the Yaksha king to the death. They cheered for Long Chen. The battlefield between the two tribes quickly separated. The countless blood-weeping dragon souls were still standing in front of the Mountain Tree tribe, staring at the Yaksha tribe from afar. This time, the Yaksha tribe had suffered heavy losses. More than half of them had died, and most of them had been killed by Long Chen. Above them, Long Chen and the Yakshas were engaged in an intense battle. This battle was much more intense than the one between the Mountain Tree king and the Yaksha king. The Yaksha king was indeed ferocious, but Long Chen's fighting style was even more ferocious. He was born to be a killing machine. After inheriting the power of the green world, his fighting strength had skyrocketed and he was able to suppress the Yaksha king in terms of strength. But Long Chen knew that the power of the green world would diminish the more he used it. If he couldn't defeat the Yaksha king in the end, he would let the Mountain Tree tribe down. He couldn't lose. Long Chen gritted his teeth. The power of the green world surged in his body. He bore the wrath of the Mountain Tree tribe's ancestors. Every time he attacked, the Yaksha king would be forced back. He was using the sword art of massacre. Everyone could clearly see that the previously invincible Yaksha king was completely defeated by Long Chen. She was in a miserable state, blood spurting out of her body. Damned old mountain tree tribe, and you damned brat. When you run out of energy, you'll know what death is. Today, I will slaughter the entire mountain tree tribe. I won't leave a single one alive. The Yaksha king roared. Her Styx River halberd was rather terrifying. The god-slaying sword had a huge appetite, but it was impossible for it to swallow the Styx River halberd. The god-slaying sword was over 200 Taoist patterns away from the Styx River halberd. It was already a miracle that it hadn't been destroyed. While the Yaksha king was howling in pain from the sword art of massacre, the little skeleton was howling as well. Long Chen's attack could only be described as terrifying. The sword art of massacre had unleashed its lethal power after hundreds of slashes. From then on, although the power of the green world was still being depleted, the Yaksha king was powerless to resist Long Chen's violent attacks. No one has the power to annihilate an entire race. Not even you, Yaksha king. Every race is the most precious life created by heaven and earth. You have no right to control their survival. 200th slash. The soaring gray sword chi mixed with the green, creating a huge explosion that swept across the Yaksha king's body. In an instant, the Yaksha king's body exploded into a bloody mist. She let out a blood-curdling screech as she was slammed into the ground by Long Chen. Just you wait, your energy will run out. The Yaksha king crawled up miserably. Her eyes were bloodshot as she waited patiently. But she found that Long Chen was becoming more and more terrifying. The power he inherited from the green world was simply boundless. The Yaksha king felt true fear. Below them, countless Yakshas started to panic. In their eyes, the Yaksha king was a god, but at this moment, a god was being trampled on like this. They were terrified, and many of them started to think about running away. Long Chen's swords pierced the Yaksha king's body and also pierced the hearts of the Yakshas. He's going to lose. The king is going to lose. No, the king is waiting for that kid to run out of energy. The mountain tree tribe could only clench their fists, tears in their eyes. They prayed for Long Chen and the mountain tree tribe. To be honest, the power of the green world was almost there. 300th slash. But at this time, Long Chen's slaughter sword incantation was nearing its limit. The 300th strike was undoubtedly more terrifying than any of the previous ones. After reaching the 300th level, the power of the slaughter sword incantation rose to another level. When the green sword chi swept past, the Yaksha king was in excruciating pain. Her body was torn apart, and her flesh and blood exploded. But she still didn't die. Instead, she laughed wildly. You're finished. Your energy is going to run out. Her laughter excited the Yakshas, but also made the mountain tree tribe even more worried. The mountain tree tribe looked at the green sun with tears in their eyes. Even at such a critical moment, their eyes were still as calm as water. Chen. But Lingxi was filled with anticipation. She knew that this was what Long Chen had been waiting for. He was used to taking risks, but every time he took a risk, he was confident that he would succeed. He raised the god-slaying sword high in the air. He shot into the clouds and fell like a comet. The god-slaying sword drew a bright arc in the air. The Yaksha king licked her lips. She was confident that victory was within her grasp. However, at this moment, Long Chen gave his opponent his own killer move. Eye of Hell. The clouds shifted and the Eye of Hell appeared. The green eye in the sky that only the Yaksha king could see suddenly appeared. The eye was like a bottomless abyss, sucking the Yaksha king's soul into it. Chapter 1988. This was Long Chen's final attack. Everyone stared at him, as he was the last hope of the mountain tree tribe. Even the Yakshas were scared. Long Chen had completely suppressed the Yaksha king from the start. They were worried that the Yaksha king would be torn to shreds by Long Chen. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the thing that the Yaksha tribe didn't want to happen the most happened. The Yaksha king, who was shocked by the Eye of Hell, was completely stunned. In this state, she couldn't defend herself at all. In the end, the Styx River halberd automatically protected her and blocked Long Chen's violent sword at the last moment. The terrifying gray sword aura tore apart half the sky. It slashed down with the power of heaven and earth, clashing with the Styx River halberd. The gray aura emanated from the halberd and formed a gray river. The Styx River water demon rushed out from the river. It was the Tao spirit of the Styx River halberd. The Styx River water demon blocked Long Chen's final attack. Oh my god! Boundless sword aura shot out from the god-slaying sword, forming a skeleton made of massacre sword aura. The skeleton's eyes flashed with green light. It pounced at the Styx River water demon along with the god-slaying sword. The two monsters clashed violently in the air. Long Chen released all the energy of the green world. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Under normal circumstances, little skeleton wouldn't be able to resist the Styx River water demon. However, the energy of the green world had strengthened him. The Styx River water demon fought alone and was defeated in a short period of time. Give me a bite. Little skeleton charged forward excitedly. The god-slaying sword struck the Styx River battle halberd and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Everyone watched in disbelief as the tip of the battle halberd, which had more than 300 Dao patterns, was sliced off by the god-slaying sword. A huge nick appeared on the battle halberd. The Styx River water demon let out an earth-shattering shriek and quickly retreated into the Styx River halberd. The Styx River halberd was damaged and its radiance dimmed. It lost all of its previous arrogance. The god-slaying sword swallowed the broken part of the halberd. The boundless energy made the god-slaying sword feel like it had found a treasure. Little skeleton excitedly absorbed the energy from the halberd. The god-slaying sword had defeated the Styx River halberd. Of course, this was the support of the green world's energy, which created such a brilliant battle technique. No. Under the attack of the Eye of Hell, Xueqi, who had been momentarily confused, woke up. But the Styx River halberd in her hand had already been sent flying by Long Chen. Her fighting strength had dropped greatly. At this time, Long Chen's sword finally arrived. Xueqi was completely enveloped in the shadow of his sword. She had no chance to escape. A loud roar came from below. Both the yakshas and the mountain trees were extremely nervous. The mountain trees were praying silently. Don't touch me, or I'll take you down with me. Since you want to protect the Roan Tree clan, I can promise you to retreat immediately. The Xueqi retreated in fear. She was truly afraid. Bullshit. Long Chen rushed over. He was terrifyingly calm, as if he had no emotions at all. The massacre sword incantation that he gathered all the strength in his body became even stronger. As Long Chen used it, Xueqi was in danger. You forced me to do this. Xueqi's eyes were filled with tears of blood as she screamed. Long Chen smiled coldly. Don't overestimate yourself. They want me to kill you. They were the ancestors of the Mountain Tree clan. Long Chen had inherited their strength and will. He had also inherited their hatred. The god-slaying sword had no regrets. It struck the Xueqi and tore his body and primordial spirit apart, causing it to explode into a bloody light that filled the sky. The massacre sword art could not allow the other party to live. Long Chen's sword completely killed the Xueqi in front of everyone's despairing eyes. As for what she had said about taking him down with her, it was just a bluff to scare Long Chen. Xueqi was dead. The bloody light that fell from the sky announced Xueqi's death to everyone. The youth with the grey long sword floated in the air. His expression was indifferent, but it was terrifying. He was the savior of the Monarch Tree clan. Today, it was all thanks to Long Chen that they had been able to reverse the situation. Without him, the Monarch Tree clan would have died without a doubt. Only Long Chen could perfectly withstand the power of the green world. This scene made all the Mountain Tree clan members' eyes brim with tears. To the yakshas, this was a nightmare. They were ambitious and wanted to make a comeback. Their leader, Xueqi, had been killed in the first battle. Xueqi was finished. When Xueqi's blood fell to the ground, they began to flee. Long Chen stared at the ground below. The power of the Green Realm was almost exhausted. He could not kill all 200,000 yakshas, but he could deal with the 3 warriors of the 4-symbol Samsara Tribulation Realm among the yakshas. The left minister and the right general each took care of one. The last one was still killing his way through the Mountain Tree clan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Long Chen used up the last of his strength to kill this high-ranking member. The other 2 also began to flee. The 400,000 yakshas had come, leaving less than 200,000 behind. They fled in panic, completely disappearing from the Mountain Tree clan's sight. But the Mountain Tree clan didn't have the strength to chase after them. With Xueqi dead, there were only 2 4-symbols reincarnation tribulations cultivators left. As long as the Mountain Tree King recovered, the Mountain Tree clan would be able to suppress the yakshas for at least a decade. After today's crushing defeat, the yakshas would be greatly weakened for at least a decade. they wouldn't be a match for the Mountain Tree Clan. Although the Mountain Tree Clan had lost their green world, they hadn't suffered many casualties. Long Chen had been the one leading the battle. When all the Yakshas had fled, the Mountain Tree King finally had the strength to stand up. But he still took the lead and knelt before Long Chen. With him taking the lead, all the Mountain Tree Clan members knelt before Long Chen with sincerity. Long Chen hadn't killed the Mountain Tree King for any reason. He'd only wanted to save the poor Mountain Tree Clan ancestors. He wasn't used to this sort of kneeling. Everyone please rise. The power of the green world had completely disappeared. Long Chen was alone now. The Luan Tree King raised his head and shouted, "You are the benefactor of our Luan Tree tribe, and also our benefactor. From today onwards, we are willing to serve you with our lives. All Luan Tree tribe members listen to our orders. We will do our best to fulfill our benefactor's orders. Today he saved our tribe." Everyone in the Mountain Tree Clan was sincerely convinced. This included the minister of the left. Facing these countless sincere eyes and seeing the reverence and gratitude in their eyes, Long Chen suddenly felt that being a good person, being a savior of the world, gave him a special sense of accomplishment. Just like today's matter, he had absolutely no regrets. He had finally obtained the heart of the ancestor tree. "Dad, don't let the Styx River halberd escape," the little skeleton hurriedly reminded. Long Chen looked over. The Styx River halberd was stuck in the ground, struggling. Long Chen rushed over and grabbed it before it could escape. The halberd was missing a piece and its fighting strength was greatly reduced. Plus, it was afraid of Long Chen. When Long Chen grabbed it, it shivered and didn't dare escape. "You'd better behave or I'll kill you," Long Chen threatened. The Yaksha king was dead. Who would the Styx River halberd belong to? According to reason, Long Chen had only received the power of the green world. In fact, what had defeated the Yaksha king was the power of the Mountain Tree Clan's ancestor. The Mountain Tree King quickly said, "The Underworld River halberd is useless to our Mountain Tree tribe. It is a precious item, but Benefactor has saved our tribe. We have no way to repay you. Benefactor, please take the Underworld River halberd. We will also give you 1/10 of the progenitor tree's heart." Everyone in the Mountain Tree Clan was convinced. The heart of the ancestor tree was what Long Chen deserved. The Styx River halberd should be his spoils of war. The Mountain Tree Clan had thought of extermination countless times, but they had never imagined that this young human cultivator would turn the tide and save the entire Mountain Tree Clan. Thank you, Mountain Tree King. He had been lucky to get the Styx River halberd. The green world had chosen him. This was also a great gain for Long Chen. After consuming a small piece of the Styx River battle halberd, the god-slaying sword had already grown to more than 120 Dao patterns. If he were to consume the entire Styx River battle halberd, the god-slaying sword would definitely become even stronger. Next, the Mountain Tree Clan cleaned up the mess. The Yaksha clan wouldn't be a threat for at least 10 years. Of course, the Mountain Tree Clan had gone through a metamorphosis. Their future strength was just around the corner because of their hard work in cultivation. This metamorphosis from the weak to the strong was given to them by Long Chen. They had no reason not to thank Long Chen. While the Mountain Tree Clan was cleaning up the battlefield, the Mountain Tree King, who had just recovered, brought Long Chen to the ancestor tree. He walked through the small door to take the heart of the ancestor tree and gave it to Long Chen. 15 minutes later, the Mountain Tree King came out. In his old hand, he held a green heart. Within it, there were intertwining branches that looked like blood vessels. The heart of the progenitor tree released a majestic life force, as though it was a living being that was beating. This power came from the same source as the power of the green world. Although the power of the green world had completely disappeared from his body, the imprint was still there. The heart of the progenitor tree did not reject Long Chen at all. This was only 1/10 of the heart of the ancestor tree. The Mountain Tree King passed the heart of the ancestor tree to Long Chen and said reluctantly, "Please use it with care." Of course. Long Chen took the heart of the ancestor tree and put it in his god nation. He said, "I've been delayed in Planet Mountain Tree for a while. I still have to go to the chaos systems. If there's nothing else, I'm afraid Lingxi and I will leave first." Long Chen had made up his mind. The Mountain Tree King tried to make him stay, but it didn't work. He could only say, "All good things must come to an end. Let the people of the Mountain Tree Clan see you off. If there's a chance in the future, you can come visit any time. Although the Ancestor Tree City is simple, we will treat you with the greatest hospitality." Chapter 1989. The Luan Shuxing Star was a place that Long Chen had a deep impression of. From now on, he would have a better understanding of the primordial spiritual blood dragon's nomological laws. Although he was carefree, he could only truly relax when he was by Mo Xiaolong's side. Therefore, after he settled the matter for the Luan Shuxing tribe, he did not linger for long. He immediately left the Luan Shuxing Star and headed for the depths of the galaxy. That was the chaotic star region. The 10 superplanets in the chaotic star region revolved around a central point. The place that Xiaolang is currently at is called the Resplendent Star. It is the outermost planet in the core region, but it is one of the 3 largest. There are thousands of races living on it, and its territory is many times larger than the Luan Shuxing Star. It is about the size of 10 ancient cities of the descendants of gods in the Dragon God region. However, the Resplendent Star does not have a Star Lord, so it is safe to hide in such a place. Since Xiaolang has chosen this place, he must have his reasons. Let's head to the Resplendent Star as well. Long Chen and Ling Shi hurried through the endless starry sky. Their speed was so fast that they left behind afterimages in the starry sky. They were as dazzling as shooting stars. The deepest part of the starry sky was their target. As Ling Shi advanced, she spent most of her time studying the Immortal Lord Realm techniques and the Ethereal Immortal Sect's strongest Connate Dao technique. Even if she did not cultivate her own cultivation, she could still grow stronger quickly. At the same time, she could be of great help to Long Chen. As for the little skeleton on the god-slaying sword, Long Chen seemed to have prepared plenty of food for him. He stayed in the God Kingdom and occasionally bit the Stygian River battle halberd. The Stygian River battle halberd grew weaker and weaker, while the god-slaying sword grew stronger and stronger. The Dao markings on it increased rapidly. The god-slaying sword's strength also meant that Long Chen would grow stronger in the future. I wonder what I will encounter in the chaotic star region. Long Chen was looking forward to it. Since it was the most chaotic place, there would definitely be things that he could not imagine. Before leaving planet Luan Shu, Long Chen asked Luan Shu King about the central core of the starfields. He learned about the Shining Star, the Rakshasa tribe, and the Azura God tribe. The excitement of the starfields of chaos was beyond his wildest imagination. Planet Luan Shu was just a tiny place, a tiny planet. While Long Chen and Ling Shi were heading towards the central core region, Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi finally arrived at the Resplendent Star after a long journey. They looked at the huge planet in the starry sky with shock in their eyes. The Resplendent Star in front of them was just too big and too beautiful. It was a planet that looked like a gem, shining with a misty and gentle white light. It sparkled in the starry sky, pure and natural. No wonder it was called the Bright Star. It was the largest and most beautiful planet Mo Xiaolang had ever seen. If planet Luan Shu could hold 1,000,000 people, then the Resplendent Star could hold 1,000,000,000. To the 5 tribes of the Eternal Life Theocracy, the starfields of chaos they referred to were the planets in the central region. Compared to the 10 superplanets in the central region, the hundreds of other planets were too small. What a beautiful resplendent star! Suyin cupped her face with both hands and revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Big brother Xiaolang, are we going to stay here? Xueqi asked expectantly. This is the outermost resplendent star in the central region, Mo Xiaolang said. Even if the 9-tailed celestial fox chased me all the way here, it would be impossible for them to find me down here. Plus, they'll probably think that I'll go deeper into the planet just to be safe. The most dangerous place is actually the safest place. Yen Air from now on, we'll live a peaceful life here in Resplendent Star. How does that sound? Soyeon nodded, her eyes filled with longing. Mo Xiaolang held her hand as they entered the Resplendent Star. The Resplendent Star was surrounded by a white, jade-like mist. It was as translucent as a crystal, and it surrounded the entire Resplendent Star. It looked like a mist, but it was more like a layer of crystalline sand that surrounded the entire Resplendent Star. In order to enter the Resplendent Star, one had to first pass through that layer of mist. Below that was the true Resplendent Star. The Resplendent Star wasn't much different from other planets, except that it was covered by a layer of crystalline sand that made it look beautiful. Mo Xiaolang and Yang Qi easily passed through the crystalline sand, and as they did, they couldn't help but be shocked by the beauty of the mountains and rivers down below. Although the Eternity God domain was complete, most of it was barren and desolate. In contrast, the dazzling stars in the sky were filled with life, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but greenery and rivers. It was a magnificent sight. The two of them descended from the sky and headed for a grassy oasis. Every day, there were hundreds of thousands of people entering and leaving the resplendent star. Of course, if one was born and raised in the resplendent star, it would be difficult for them to resist the attraction of the resplendent star unless they were at the 5th level of the Nirvana tribulation realm or above. They didn't have the ability to leave the resplendent star. Xueqi hadn't reached this standard yet, but with Mo Xiaolong's help, it wouldn't be a problem for her to arrive at the bright star city safely. The majestic land grew larger and larger in their eyes, and the two of them could see less and less. After about an hour, Mo Xiaolong and Xueqi finally descended from the sky and landed on the endless greenery. They were surrounded by an endless grassland. The tall grass was over 100 meters tall, and the low ones only reached their ankles. This grassland should be about the same size as the heavenly melody grassland in the demon domain. There are many races here, and they seem to be able to coexist harmoniously. Yen let's stay here for now. Mo Xiaolong no longer had the demonic nature of a demon. His eyes were pure and filled with joy as he looked around. The lack of worry made him feel very comfortable. Okay, no matter where you go, I'll follow. Xueqi couldn't wait any longer. She started to dance in the breezy grassland. Her slender and powerful waist was extremely charming. She was born to dance, like a spirit that blended with the heaven and earth. With her bell-like laughter, many creatures living in the grassland were slowly attracted by her. Mo Xiaolong saw many strange races. There was a race that was tall and thin, with green skin and leaf patterns. There was a race that was actually made of rock, but had a mouth and a nose. It was a strange race. He just remembered that the chaotic star region was the world of tens of thousands of races. Demons and humans were relatively rare here. In other words, in this place, Xueqi's half-demon identity was nothing. These races' eyes flashed with curiosity. They didn't have any ill intentions, which made Mo Xiaolong sigh in relief. Most of them were races with green skin. They walked up to Mo Xiaolong and said carefully, "Hello, welcome to our grassland. We are the Emerald Grass Tribe. We have lived here with the Stone Skin, the Bright Moon, and the Star Tribes for hundreds of thousands of years. We are very hospitable. Would you like to live on this grassland?" Emerald Grass Tribe. No wonder they looked like grass on the ground. The Emerald Grass Tribe and the Roan Tree Tribe that Long Chen had met were actually a species of the Tree Tribe. Mo Xiaolong couldn't wait to live here. He happily chatted with the natives. The races on this grassland were very nice, and there were very few fights. They were basically harmonious and didn't have any schemes. The Emerald Grass Tribe, the Scholar Tree Tribe, the Bright Moon Tribe, the Stone Skin Tribe, the Black Sky Tribe, and so on. They were considered weak in the chaotic star region. Although this grassland was full of vegetation, the Nirvana spirit energy was thin, so no one cared about this place. That was why they could live in peace. In a short time, Mo Xiaolong and Xueqi had become part of their group. The races on this grassland didn't have much of a concept of race. In their eyes, there were only friends. There was no doubt that living here was a carefree life. Here, Mo Xiaolong returned to his original state. He could calm down. Whenever he did, the martial demon seed would disappear without a trace. Maybe this kind of life is suitable for me, Mo Xiaolong thought. Big brother Xiaolong, come and dance with us. Xueqi's dance attracted many children. She played with the children of other races. No one cared about her being a half-demon. In this place, Xueqi could show her snake tail. The children saw her snake tail changing colors and giggled. Mo Xiaolong was pulled by Xueqi to join the group. A breeze blew in their faces. It was the fragrance of flowers. Looking up, the crystal sand covered the sky. The bright stars would never have night. Just like Mo Xiaolong's heart, it was bright and open. When he got along with everyone happily, he found that he seemed to have conquered the demons in his heart. The Jade Grass Tribe had the most people. During this time, there was a Jade Grass Tribe child called Xueqi. He liked to pester Mo Xiaolong and make Mo Xiaolong show him fire. At the same time, Mo Xiaolong could get more information about the bright stars from him. Although Xueqi was young, he knew a lot. Big brother Xiaolong, do you think our grassland is fun? Xueqi lay on the ground and stretched. Mo Xiaolong looked at Xueqi and smiled. Of course it is. I'm honored to be in this world. Chapter 1990. A few days after Mo Xiaolong entered the resplendent star, Another group of people also arrived. They were the core forces of nine-tailed celestial fox. Naturally, they had come to hunt down Mo Xiaolang. However, they did not search the entire resplendent star, as that would be a fool's dream. It was impossible to find Mo Xiaolang in such a huge resplendent star. After all, they were not a local force of the resplendent star. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang might not be in the resplendent star. These few nine-tailed celestial fox had gone to look for the mysterious existence that was placed directly on the resplendent star. Among them, Rua Jilan was the great elder of nine-tailed celestial fox. In the entire nine-tailed celestial fox clan, he had a very high status. He was one of the strongest nine-tailed celestial fox clan. This time, in order to take revenge, it could be said that two of the strongest nine-tailed celestial fox clan had been dispatched. Rua Jilan was one of them, while the other had gone to another planet. Although Rua Jilan's name was a female, he was a man through and through. Moreover, he had cultivated for a very long time. He was one of the oldest experts of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. His hair had already turned white, and his body had begun to hunch. It was obvious that he would not be able to survive the next reincarnation calamity. However, even so, his eyes were still bright and full of spirit. He was one of the few 6 paths of reincarnation calamity realm warriors in the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Although he was only at the early stage, he was already very strong. It should be known that at the 6 paths of reincarnation calamity realm, it was basically impossible to cultivate to the late stage before the 1,000-year time limit. Only a few people who had a chance of surviving the 7 stars calamity had this possibility. This did not affect Rua Jilan's authority in the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. However, even though he was an all-powerful nine-tailed celestial fox, he had no choice but to carefully enter a dark void. The nine-tailed celestial fox that accompanied him did not have the right to enter. He advanced through the endless void and was surrounded by endless darkness. Even though he was powerful, his face was still somewhat pale after coming to this place. His eyes kept looking around as if he was looking for something. The endless darkness around them was truly a little frightening. After a while, he stopped in the air and looked respectfully at the person in front of him. Rua Jilan, the great elder of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, has come to pay a visit to the 2 wolf lords of the 2 supreme bloodlines of the wolf clan. Would the 2 wolf lords be willing to show themselves? In the demon divine territory, although the nine-tailed celestial fox clan was considered a top bloodline among the fox clan, in the entire demon divine territory, it was at most comparable to the heavenly mouse clan. It was not considered much. In the entire demon clan, there were several extremely powerful clans. Among them, the ordinary bloodlines of the nine-tailed celestial fox could possibly surpass the nine-tailed celestial fox, which was the descendant of an extremely powerful primordial divine beast. The wolf clan was generally tenacious, ruthless, serious, and extremely talented. In the entire demon divine territory, the huge wolf clan could rank among the top 5 in terms of overall strength. There were a few demon clans that were especially powerful, but they were still inferior to the wolf clan. The wolf clan possessed the 3 supreme bloodlines. Only the experts of the wolf clan with the 3 supreme bloodlines could be called wolf lords. However, Rua Jilan's words revealed that there was actually a wolf lord of the 2 supreme bloodlines here. Every wolf lord was an extremely powerful figure in the wolf clan. After Rua Jilan finished speaking, he shut his mouth and waited patiently. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flashed in the dark space. One was gold, the other was silver. The 2 rays of light converged in front of Rua Jilan. The golden light suddenly expanded and transformed into a golden blazing sun. The blazing sun burned with golden flames. Its high temperature caused Rua Jilan's face to turn rosy. The magnificent blazing sun suddenly appeared in the dark space. The strange thing was that the majestic blazing sun did not illuminate the space. The other silver light turned into a beautiful silver moon on the other side. The size of the silver moon was about the same as the golden sun. The terrifying cold air that was released mixed with the scorching heat of the sun, giving Rua Jilan a torturous feeling of ice and fire. Even with the strength of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he was actually panting a little in front of the golden sun and the silver moon. He was using the power of nine-tailed celestial fox to resist. The golden sun and the silver moon grew bigger and bigger and gradually formed an entire world. Rua Jilan looked over and saw that there were actually dozens of golden Xiao Lang prostrating in the golden sun. Their fur was golden and they had noble bloodlines. They were high and mighty and they were looking at nine-tailed celestial fox with disdain. On the other side of the silver moon, there were also dozens of silver Xiao Lang prostrating there. Their deep silver eyes were staring at nine-tailed celestial fox proudly. Ruojilan easily found the two wolf lords among the two wolf packs on both sides. He knew that the other party was above him. Although the other party had given him a show of strength, he still said respectfully, "Your humble servant Ruojilan pays his respects to the two wolf lords of the vast Sun Wolf clan and Eclipse Moon Wolf clan." The vast Sun Wolf clan and the Eclipse Moon Wolf clan were two of the three supreme bloodlines of the Wolf clan. It was said that they were the descendants of the Sun and Moon Divine Wolf clan, and each had inherited half of the Sun and Moon Divine Wolf clan's power. The vast Sun Wolf clan and the Eclipse Moon Wolf clan were the most famous demon clans. They were individually powerful and had a large number of clans. They had a huge reputation and caused other clans to tremble in fear. At this moment, among the group of golden Xiao Lang, there was an exceptionally different Xiao Lang that was stepping on other wolves and looking down at nine-tailed celestial fox from above. Within the silver moon, there was also the strongest Eclipse Moon Wolf clan that raised its proud head. These two were obviously the Wolf Lords. The vast Sun Wolf clan's Wolf Lord said, "Nine-tailed celestial fox, why are you looking for us?" Ruojilan calmed down and said, "Two Wolf Lords, the reason why I'm here is to ask for the two of you to help me nine-tailed celestial fox with a small favor. In order to thank the two of you, we will pay a corresponding reward." The Eclipse Moon Wolf clan's Wolf Lord was a female wolf. She laughed softly and said, "You are nine-tailed celestial fox. What can you offer that can tempt us?" Ruojilan quickly said, replying to the two Wolf Lords, "It's not a big deal. We just want to borrow the two Wolf Lords' influence in the Radiant Star System to help us find a young demon. However, nine-tailed celestial fox will still offer a 300 Dao pattern Dao artifact as a token of gratitude." A 300 Dao pattern Dao artifact was already very precious. The two Wolf Lords only needed to use a little of their strength. The two Wolf Lords immediately lost interest. The Gold Wolf said, "Ruojilan, you are too boring. Why are you bothering us with such a small matter? Just instruct your subordinates to do it. You can also ask the Golden War God clan to help." Ruojilan gritted her teeth and said, "This young demon offended me, nine-tailed celestial fox, and escaped to the chaotic star system. This is a huge blow to me, nine-tailed celestial fox. Therefore, this is a big deal for us. I hope that the two of you can help us with a small favor on account that we are fellow demons. We will be eternally grateful in the future." Eternally grateful. The two Wolf Lords looked at each other. To them, a 300 Dao pattern Dao artifact was nothing at all. However, if they could get a favor from nine-tailed celestial fox, it would be very good. After all, nine-tailed celestial fox was also a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert. She was not weak. The Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord rolled his eyes and said, "Tell us the reason. We don't want to act recklessly and offend others." They were still very cautious. This had always been the style of wolves. Ruojilan originally did not want to say too much. However, she had no choice but to get the other party's help. Without the two Wolf Lords' strength, it could be said that they could not move an inch in the Radiant Star System. Therefore, Ruojilan told the two Wolf Lords everything that had happened with Mo Xiaolang, including the news that Mo Xiaolang might have become a demon. What had happened to Mo Xiaolang had completely attracted the attention of the two Wolf Lords. After a long time, Ruojilan finally finished speaking. He asked, "What do you think? If the two of you can help me nine-tailed celestial fox, I, nine-tailed celestial fox, will not hesitate if you have any instructions in the future." A powerful race would not reject the help of others. "Ruojilan, we will help you with this. As for the 300 Dao pattern Dao artifact, forget about it. You can leave first. According to the agreement between our demon race and the Golden War God race, it's best for you to leave the bright star as soon as possible. If there's any news, I will naturally inform you through the star talisman." Ruojilan and the Golden War God race nodded and said, "It's best for you to leave the bright star as soon as possible. If there's any news, I will naturally inform you through the star talisman." Ruojilan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He said sincerely, "Thank you very much. I will take my leave first." With that, he left the space. "This little fellow, how did you know that the demon race has our own forces in the chaos star system? With their help, even if you escape to the ends of the world, you will not be able to escape from the palm of my hand, nine-tailed celestial fox. Your day of death is not far away. Be it the death of the 5 elemental reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist or the disappearance of the celestial fox demonic fire, it was a huge blow to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox was too ashamed to face anyone. After Ruajilan left, the vast sun wolf race and the eclipse moon wolf race laughed sinisterly. Amidst the golden sun and silver moon, the 2 wolf lords were conversing. "This fellow has really given us great news," said the vast sun wolf race. "That's right. A demonic wolf without a paragon bloodline, less than 1,000 years old, or even less than 100 years old can actually kill a 5 elemental reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist. He can even devour flames to become stronger. Furthermore, he doesn't need to go through the reincarnation tribulation. Isn't such a wolf race what we need?" The Eclipse Moon Wolf Race's Lord Wolf chuckled coldly. That Blazing Sun Wolf Race member said, "This young man is an anomaly in our wolf race. He has even turned into a demon. I'd like to see how terrifying he is. If such a child is used well, he will have a terrifying value. Fortunately, he hasn't been killed by that bunch of fools like the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. He might even have escaped to the resplendent star realm. We'll have to use all our power to search for this child." The Eclipse Moon Wolf Race sneered. "That's right. Although our wolf race's genius has become demonic, it's not up to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox to control his life. I want to see what it means to become demonic. Even if he becomes demonic, I'm not afraid. I can make this child submit." Chapter 1991. Poor Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. She really thought that the 2 wolf lords with paragon bloodlines would help them. To the 2 wolf lords, Mo Xiaolang represented mysticism and miracles. As for the matter of him becoming a demon, they didn't think much of it because they weren't afraid. He can devour flames to level up without the samsara tribulation. If he's really so heaven-defying, as long as this child grows up, he will definitely become a legend of our wolf race. Since he can defeat a 5-element samsara tribulation eminence warrior, he's extremely useful to us at least for now. Even if he goes to another planet, find him immediately. Lord Vast Sun Wolf began to give the order. At that moment, the sound of metal rubbing against each other suddenly came from the endless black abyss. It was extremely ear-piercing. The Vast Sun Wolf Race and Eclipse Moon Wolf Race fell silent. The endless darkness began to resound with such terrifying sounds. Vaguely, a gigantic golden object stood up in the darkness. It was faintly discernible. The golden metal was very ancient. It was covered with strange symbols from primordial times as it gently twisted. The 2 wolf lords quietly watched the metal awaken in the darkness. "My 2 old allies, what good news is it that made you wake me up together?" Suddenly, the gigantic metal object emitted a cold, machine-like voice. The voice was especially ear-piercing. Apart from the 2 wolf lords, the other wolves howled and used golden and silver light to protect themselves. Lord Vast Sun Wolf said with a smile, "Of course it's good news. If it's true, we are confident that the Golden War God race will definitely win the first battle of the Star-Lord battle for supremacy." The gigantic metal machine was very curious. He asked, "What kind of existence gives you such confidence?" Lord Vast Sun Wolf said with a smile, "Don't bother about that. Focus on preparing for the other battles. When you become the first Star-Lord of the Golden War God race, our demon race's influence in the Chaos Star domain will be even greater. Our cooperation is a win-win situation. Let's work hard together." The metal machine said with an emotionless mechanical voice, "The first battle of the Star-Lord battle for supremacy is a battle of geniuses. I believe the 2 of you have already found the genius expert of the Golden War God race. Is he a young demon with the 3 paragon bloodlines of your wolf race?" The 2 wolf lords exchanged glances. The Eclipse Wolf Lord said, "You'll know when we find him. Just focus on your cultivation. Leave the battle of geniuses to us." The Steel Machine replied, "All right, I'll have to thank my 2 old friends in advance. I'll be looking forward to it." The Blazing Sun Lord Wolf said, "This time, no matter what kind of genius expert the illusionary immortal clan produces, even if they invite the #1 genius of the 5 great dragon cities of the human race, I will make them go back crying. This resplendent star belongs to the Golden War God clan and the Monster clan." The Steel Machine said, "Of course, you can't underestimate the Nightmare clan. After all, Their allies are the tyrants of the Chaos Galaxy. The primal Chaos royalty and the fated kin never make a move. The dragon warriors of planet Sky Dragon never interfere. The primal Chaos royalty is nearby. Their genius elites are also terrifying. The mechanical voice echoed in the dark space. There were hundreds of thousands of living creatures on this vast grassland. Most of them had migrated to this resplendent star after their homelands had been invaded. There were thousands of races fighting for supremacy in the Chaos Galaxy, but most of them were weak. For example, the Jade Grass Tribe, the Mountain Tree Tribe, and the Rock Tribe. Although the Rock Tribe was strong individually, there were too few of them. There were less than 200 Rock Tribe members on the entire grassland. Over the years, they had migrated to countless homes. In the end, they settled on this grassland that no one cared about. They did not fight, only lived in harmony and were happy. This was because no one cared about this grassland. In reality, there had not been any riots or casualties for a long time. After living on this grassland for more than a month, Mo Xiaolang had completely integrated into this place. He had many friends, and this kind of life made him extremely relaxed and happy. He liked everyone here. They were so free and pure, and their souls seemed to have no impurities. Mo Xiaolang could call out the names of many people. Green Grass, who was very curious about the outside world, followed him around every day. She asked Mo Xiaolang to tell her stories about the outside world. In reality, Mo Xiaolang did not know much. He began to immerse himself in this kind of life. The martial demon seed gradually disappeared from his body, and it could no longer be found. Even Mo Xiaolang himself had forgotten about it. Big brother Xiaolang, hurry up and tell me. Is your big brother Dragon Warrior stronger, or are you stronger? Green Grass and a few of his good brothers looked at Mo Xiaolang, waiting for Mo Xiaolang's answer. They all yearned to be strong. They had heard from their elders that Mo Xiaolang might be very strong, so they asked similar questions every day. Mo Xiaolang still answered them happily. He did not say who was stronger, because that would be meaningless. Instead, he changed it slightly and talked about the journey of the two brothers. Green Grass remembered everything he said without missing a word. His expression was very serious. After a while, they were fooling around. Mo Xiaolang was lying on his back on this boundless grassland. He was surrounded by happy laughter. However, he frowned slightly. He remembered the conversation he had with Green Grass a few days ago. That day, Green Grass had a sad expression. He looked at the boundless grassland and said, "I like this place too much. I was born here. This is my home. I feel incomparably happy here." They were indeed living a very easy life. However, he was still sad and said, "It would be great if there were not so many desires in this world. Everyone could live together in peace, just like all the friends on this grassland." Mo Xiaolang saw his sad expression and asked, "What happened?" Green Grass swayed his slender neck and looked at Mo Xiaolang. He said, "Don't you know? The Star-Lord battle of the resplendent star is about to begin. Maybe a year later, a Star-Lord with absolute authority will appear here. The free resplendent star will soon be dominated." Mo Xiaolang really didn't know that such a thing would happen. He chose to come to the resplendent star instead of the Azura star or the Rakshasa star precisely because there was no Star-Lord here. If he knew in advance, he wouldn't have come here to join in the fun. After learning this news, his first thought was to leave this place immediately. However, he suddenly felt somewhat reluctant to leave this grassland. Kinking Ko lowered her head and played with the grass on the ground. She sobbed and said, "My mother said that if the bright star realm has a Star-Lord, then everyone will have to live under his rule and listen to his orders. At that time, our grassland will also lose our freedom. Our Emerald Grass Tribe's talent is too low. If the Star-Lord is not satisfied with us, it is very likely that he will expel all of us from the bright star realm. He might even kill all of us because weak tribes are looked down upon and disdained by others. However, we were born weak." The young Green Grass was filled with confusion and couldn't help but shed tears. Mo Xiaolang didn't know how he should console him. It was as if his heart was blocked by a rock. Green Grass lowered his head and played with the grass on the ground. He softly said, "I love this place. I haven't left this place until now. I'm afraid of going to other places. Afraid of wandering. I heard from the elders that it wasn't easy for us to expand to tens of thousands of people. If we wander in the starry sky, we are too weak and no one will accept us. At that time, It is very likely that all of us will die in the starry sky. If there really is a Star-Lord, we can only pray that the Star-Lord won't despise us too much and will allow us to continue living on this grassland. He clenched his hands and silently prayed. But soon he shed tears again. His shoulders trembled as he said, "But this possibility is only 1%. Our green grass tribe and all the other weak tribes won't be able to escape the fate of death." He was still very young, but he was very sensitive to this situation. Yet he was also so powerless. From this green grass, Mo Xiaolang felt the sorrow of the weak. They were born weak and were destined to never have the chance to become strong. Just like Long Chen before he was 16 years old. He gave up on himself and never thought that he would rise up one day. That period of time was undoubtedly the most difficult to endure. However, the sadness of youth always passed very quickly. Green Grass immediately went to play with his comrades. Only Mo Xiaolang felt very uncomfortable. He always felt that he should do something for his new comrades on the grassland instead of immediately leaving after realizing that trouble was about to befall him. A word suddenly came to Mo Xiaolang's mind. Fate. He stood up and soared into the sky, looking down at the land below. He saw countless weak tribes playing and having fun on this grassland, while the powerful ones fought endlessly for the sake of their desires. This peaceful moment was like a poison that attracted his feet, making it impossible for him to leave the dazzling stars. He safely returned to the grassland. Big brother Xiaolang, do you like it here? Xueqi was sitting on the shoulder of a cliff race individual. That cliff race individual looked like a large round rock. He had a simple and honest personality, and he was also a child. After seeing Mo Xiaolang, he was a bit nervous and couldn't help but smile. I like it. Mo Xiaolang was infected by her smile. Then you can stay here forever with green grass, little Yuan, and the others, Xueqi said happily. I'm not little Yuan. My name is Mark, the cliff race individual argued. But I think little Yuan is a bit cuter, Xueqi said, giggling. The more this was the case, the more Mo Xiaolang felt that he was inseparable from this place. His rationality told him that the Master of Stars battle might affect him, but he couldn't give in to his rationality. He felt that this place was filled with beauty, just like Soyan's smile. Thus he had to protect this place. Chapter 1992. The center of the systems of chaos was a vast area. As far as Long Chen could see, the bright gem-like star in front of him was very obvious. That was the bright star in the outermost region of the Chaos Star territory. Mo Xiaolang had arrived here. This was Long Chen's destination. After the galaxy of chaos, there were still 6 or 7 stars that could be seen. As for the Royal Star of Chaos and the Divine Star of Destiny, they were too far away and they weren't very big, so they couldn't be seen. The Devil Star was the heart of the starfields of chaos. In fact, the entire starfields of chaos revolved around the Devil Star. As for what secrets it held, no one knew. After resting for a while, just as they were about to set off again, Long Chen discovered something unexpected. He looked in the direction of the resplendent stars, studied them for a while, and asked, Little Shi, don't you feel that these superplanets are about to connect into a straight line? Ling Shi looked at it curiously and said with some surprise, Indeed, it's almost a straight line. I just don't know if the Royal Star of Primal Chaos, the Divine Star of Destiny, and the Heavenly Dragon Star are also on this line. Everything Long Chen knew about the central region was what he had heard from the Roan Tree race. Now, he had a general understanding of the distribution of power in the central region. He knew that 5 of the superplanets were ownerless, and the Royal Chaos Planet, the Divine Planet of Destiny, the Rakshasa Planet, and the Azura Planet were occupied by the Royal Chaos family, the Fated Kin, the Rakshasa race, and the Azura God race, who were related to the Yaksha race. There were 4 planets on these 4 superplanets, and the Sky Dragon Planet, which was the deepest one, was occupied by a group of dragon warriors who had been exiled by the 5 dragon cities. This was the first time Long Chen heard about Sky Dragon Star. He didn't think there were so many dragon warriors in the systems of chaos, and they were exiled by the 5 dragon cities. These dragons were very mysterious. The Roan Tree tribe didn't know much about them. They seemed to have been there at some point. They were very strong. The Yakshas were destroyed by them. Since they are dragons exiled from the 5 great dragon cities, they should be similar to the 5 great dragon cities. Right now, I am not strong enough to clear my father's name. I should avoid provoking these arrogant dragons. Long Chen could sense that this group of dragon warriors was very proud and aloof. They should still be considered a part of the 5 dragon cities, and Long Chen's relationship with the 5 dragon cities was still very troublesome. Therefore, he temporarily ignored the news from the Sky Dragon planet, but if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely check it out. If the 10 superplanets are connected into a line, coupled with a demon star, I wonder what kind of abnormality will appear. Lingxi blinked her bright eyes and guessed softly. Long Chen smiled and said, "Who knows? Let's wait and see. For us, the most important thing now is to go to the bright star and set up a home, then wander around here." The passionate life began again. Hot-bloodedness, battle, pursuit, and power were all things that Long Chen loved. Together with Ling Shi, the two of them rushed towards the gemstones and resplendent stars in the sky. At the same time, on the other side of the bright star, there was a beautiful woman with long blue hair, blue eyes, and a graceful figure. She was the kind of woman that could make any man go crazy. She had a pair of snow-white round breasts, and she was floating above the bright star. Her face was exquisitely carved, fair and tender. Whether it was her eyes, her nose, or her pink lips, they were all perfect. She had a hot body, and her perfectly round buttocks were all exuding a seductive aura. She was a ghostly woman. If Long Chen saw her, he would definitely recognize her. She was the heart of the city lord of the wronged, and also the woman from the Spirit of Life clan. After leaving Long Chen, she returned to the Eternal God realm, and the galaxy of chaos was where these small clans lived. But compared to before, this blue-haired woman was very different. She was still very charming, but there was a black abyss hidden in the depths of her blue eyes. Only by staring deeply into her eyes could one feel the terror in the depths. She flicked her finger, and her bright red lips curled into a charming smile. She murmured to herself, "It is here." When she mentioned it, the blue-haired woman's eyes showed extreme excitement. She licked her lips with her pink, moist tongue and said seductively, "The demon masters guessed correctly. It is the devouring demon, our anomaly, and also our hope. I must find it. This is the only opportunity for free people like us. I cannot fail." She had made ample preparations for this mission. The demon masters have been imprisoned for too long. They can't be prisoners anymore. This world is living under the heavy rules of the heavenly Tao, which restricts the possibility of living beings transforming into gods. They want to save the common people and let this destroyed sacrificial dragon continent regain its vitality. Such an important mission made the blue-haired woman tremble with excitement. Devouring demon. Devouring demon, I'm coming. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she pounced toward the huge bright star. The star in her eyes was constantly enlarging, and gradually became the whole world in front of her. Speaking of the devouring demon, the blue-haired woman was actually very curious. She still remembered the 2 small opponents she had encountered on the sacrificial dragon continent. They were 2 people who had almost killed her. Fortunately, she was smart enough to deceive them. Among those 2 people, one of them was a werewolf who could actually devour flames to enhance himself. This method was quite heaven-defying. Of course, it was impossible for that werewolf to become a demon, so she was very curious about this new demon who shouldered the fate of saving the common people. What kind of guy will he be? The blue-haired woman thought as she rushed into the bright star. She was much faster than Long Chen. Planet Sky Dragon. For all non-dragon martial artists, Planet Sky Dragon was undoubtedly a terrifying place because it was the place of exile of the 5 major dragon cities. Those who dared to defy the top forces of the 5 major dragon cities were, in fact, ill-tempered. If someone were to sneak into Planet Sky Dragon and was caught, they would be imprisoned for life or killed on the spot. As for those who were ignorant like the Xueqi clan, they were almost wiped out. Therefore, there was almost no one who came to Planet Sky Dragon today. In the sky above Planet Sky Dragon was a huge black vortex. It was like a mouth, from which came the miserable and crazy cries of countless people. The divine dragons were already used to those ghostly cries and wolf howls. There had never been such a grand occasion on Planet Sky Dragon. In the middle of a vast black mountain range, a group of dragons danced. There were nearly 100,000 divine dragons on the entire Planet Sky Dragon. These 100,000 divine dragons actually flew towards the Black Mountain Range. Every divine dragon's expression was excited. They were so excited that they could not even speak. Their eyes were incomparably passionate as they looked in the direction of the Black Mountain Range. There was a black and straight lonely peak there. It soared into the sky and was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was surrounded by black gas. All the divine dragon's eyes were full of tears. They were almost trembling as they flew. There were no words to describe their excitement at this moment. At this moment, everyone gathered together. They gathered in the middle of the Black Mountain Range and then turned into human forms. Nearly 100,000 dragon martial artists half knelt on the ground in the middle of the mountain range. Their eyes were devout as they looked at the lonely peak. Among these 100,000 dragon martial artists, there were even existences that surpassed the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm and the mighty God realm. They were people who truly stood at the peak of the eternal God realm. Even the dragon emperors of the 5 great dragon cities were afraid of such people. But at this moment, such people led 100,000 divine dragons, half kneeling in front of the lonely peak. Everyone could see a figure standing on the lonely peak. That person wore a long black robe that even covered his head. The robe flapped loudly in the strong wind. Under the lead of the strongest expert, all the mystical dragons knelt and paid their respects to the black figure. They were very quiet, but they could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, were they finally going to be freed today? Was this terrifying mystical dragon army going to rebuild their might once again? Thinking that the wait was finally over, all the divine dragons were excited. Welcome back, Eternal Dragon Emperor. The leader was an ultimate divine dragon, one of the strongest in the world. He knelt on the ground. The other divine dragons echoed in unison and knelt on the ground. The king on the lonely peak did not move. He looked at the vast land and did not speak for a long time. The divine dragons also maintained their kneeling posture, not moving. Finally, the man on the lonely peak spoke. He used a very ordinary, very gentle voice and said, "Our goal is the resplendent stars." All the divine dragons raised their heads. They naturally did not know what to do with the resplendent stars, but they would not go overboard. Because in their hearts, this man's decision would never be wrong. Yes. All the divine dragons nodded. On the lonely peak, the man looked down at the world and said again, "The day of 10 aligned stars is coming soon. When that time comes, the world will give birth to a treasure that has never appeared before. That is something that belongs to us dragons. We don't have much time left. We must get it." This news deeply shocked all the divine dragons. Of course, they knew that the day of 10 aligned stars would be very special, but they did not know that the Eternal Dragon Emperor would have such high praise for it. The first thing he did after his return was for the day of 10 aligned stars. But no matter what, they would only follow. The person before them had unparalleled wisdom. They did not need to question, they only needed to obey. Everyone thought that if they went to the resplendent stars, would that mean that the so-called treasure of the dragons would appear there? No one asked. Chapter 1993. As the days passed, Mo Xiaolang lived a very comfortable life on the vast prairie. The prairie had a cool breeze, and the weather was pleasant. Most of the races on the prairie knew Mo Xiaolang. After all, he was a member of the monster race, and he often helped others. Mo Xiaolang had completely immersed himself in the life here. He was carefree. Sometimes, he thought that he might as well stay here for the rest of his life. Although there was a Star-Lord battle going on, there was not the slightest commotion at the moment. Mo Xiaolang had heard that there were a total of 3 races that were qualified to participate in the Star-Lord battle. 2 of them were the Giants of the Resplendent Star, and one of them was the Illusionary Immortal Tribe. The Illusionary Immortal Tribe had a very long history. Legend had it that they were once the masters of the Resplendent Star. At that time, the Resplendent Star was called the Illusionary Star. Later, the Illusionary Immortal Tribe's Astral Master died. When the Astral Master died, the Illusionary Star changed dynasties. However, no one had been able to regain control of the place. Thus, the place's name became the Resplendent Star. The Illusionary Immortal Tribe was very famous in the Chaos Star region. The warriors of the tribe looked similar to the human race's spirit race. They were proficient in illusions and were almost invincible in the field of illusions. There were also rumors that the Illusionary Immortal Tribe was a branch of the spirit race. The Illusionary Immortal Tribe was very powerful. The strangest thing about them was that every newborn would be accompanied by a smoke cloud beast. Every member of the Illusionary Immortal Tribe had a smoke cloud beast. Although Mo Xiaolang had never seen a smoke cloud beast, he had heard that it was very strange. Apart from the Illusionary Immortal Tribe, there was another giant on the Resplendent Star, and that was the Golden War God tribe. The Golden War God race was an extremely terrifying combat race in the universe. They did not originally belong to the Resplendent Star. They came to the Resplendent Star within tens of thousands of years. However, the individual strength of the Golden War God race was quite strong. It did not take long for them to develop enough strength to compete with the Illusion Immortal race. The Golden War God clan was a race of steel. All of their clansmen were made of steel, and they were rare steel life forms. They were especially similar to the 8-divisional Buddha dragon that Long Chen had fought before. Their bodies were comparable to the toughest Tao artifacts, and they were extremely lethal. If it were not for the fact that the Illusion Immortal clan was proficient in illusions and happened to be able to deal with them, this resplendent planet would have long been the Golden War God clan's domain. This Star-Lord battle was a battle between the veteran Illusion Immortal clan and the foreign Golden War God clan. However, there was another party that was qualified to participate in the Star-Lord battle, and that was the Incubus clan. The Incubus clan was also an ancient race on the Resplendent Star. Even before the Illusion Immortal clan had a Star-Lord, they had been fighting against the Illusionary Immortal clan. The Nightmare Immortal clan's body was very small, less than half a meter tall. They had a black head with goat horns, an upper body and 2 arms, and their lower body was formed by black clouds. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and they were rather mysterious. However, the Incubus clan was even more of a nightmare. They were very terrifying, and it was because of this that the Incubus clan had the right to fight for supremacy. Regardless of whether it was the Illusion Immortal clan or the Golden War God clan, they were actually cruel experts. No matter which of them became the Star-Lord, it would not be a good thing for the residents of the grassland. Seeing that the Star-Lord battle was getting closer and closer, the residents of the grassland became more and more worried. Green Grass, who had been sticking to Mo Xiaolang, also became much less talkative. Mo Xiaolang decided that if he had the ability, he would help them a little. In order to make everyone forget their worries and be happy, the residents of the grassland gathered together and began to perform. Everyone laughed happily as they watched the comical performances of the strange races surrounded by the crowd. Big Brother Xiaolang, let's go too. Soyan held his hand and came to the center surrounded by thousands of people. Everyone shouted. Soyan's face was slightly red, but she was still very bold. She led Mo Xiaolang and danced in front of everyone. Soyan was naturally full of beauty, but Mo Xiaolang was much worse. His embarrassed look made the people of the grassland roar with laughter. This joyous gathering attracted more and more people. People from all over the world quickly became friends here. Because of Mo Xiaolang's uniqueness, many people also struck up a conversation with Mo Xiaolang. Little brother, are you from the eternal celestial realm, the demon celestial realm? Mo Xiaolang nodded, then shook his head and said, No, I'm from an even further place. Oh, everyone nodded. Just as the gathering was about to end, Mo Xiaolang felt his blood run cold. He felt a fatal crisis. He had never felt such a degree of danger since coming to the Bright Star City. This terrifying threat made him return to his hot-blooded fighting state after more than a month. Soyan also stood up nervously and asked, Big Brother Xiaolang, what's wrong? The surrounding people looked at each other, not knowing why Mo Xiaolang suddenly changed like this. Let's go. His expression was solemn. He pulled Xueqi and rushed out of the crowd, leaving behind thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people were extremely shocked and looked at Mo Xiaolang in a daze. Among them, King Ko and the others were very blurry, but they also ran after Mo Xiaolang. However, before they could get far, Mo Xiaolang could only stop helplessly. He had been targeted. Although he didn't know who it was, he definitely couldn't implicate his friends in the grassland. So, Mo Xiaolang hurriedly said to them, You guys go quickly, I have something to take care of. King Ko and the others were confused. They took a few steps back, but they didn't leave completely. Instead, they looked at Mo Xiaolang worriedly. Others also came forward and surrounded King Ko. Big Brother Xiaolang, what's going on? King Ko asked anxiously. At that moment, the entire world seemed to change. Mo Xiaolang looked around warily. Soon, a strange phenomenon appeared on his left and right. The space on his upper left began to distort, and suddenly, a golden light appeared. The golden light expanded, turning into a blazing sun with golden flames. The sun possessed boundless heat, and it scorched the grassland. In an instant, a large number of flowers and grass were set ablaze, and the grassland was instantly turned into a sea of fire. On the upper right, a silver moon appeared. The moon emanated a large amount of cold air, instantly occupying half the sky. It faced off against the blazing sun on the left. The two powers fused together, creating a terrifying impact. The weaker grassland races were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. "Don't hurt them." Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and roared. Instantly, a strong gale blew away the blazing sun and cold air around him. He was about to transform into his beast form to protect them. Fortunately, the intruder didn't seem to have any intention of killing them. Although the blazing golden sun and the silver moon were terrifying, their auras slowly retracted. The grassland finally returned to normal. But even so, a large area of grassland in the surroundings had turned pitch black. The grassland races stared blankly at this scene. They felt a deep sense of fear. For a moment, most of them wasted their energy and fled. The remaining 1,000 or so people didn't leave immediately because of Mo Xiaolang's safety. Their lives were too fragile. Mo Xiaolang didn't want to implicate them. He said sternly, "This is my personal matter. All of you leave first. You're too weak. If you're implicated, only death awaits you." He was usually very amiable. It was rare for him to be so stern. Hearing his words, although everyone was reluctant, fear won over everything. They obeyed Mo Xiaolang's words and began to flee. As for Qing Qing Chao and little Yuan Yuan, although they were very worried about Mo Xiaolang and didn't want to leave, they were still dragged away by their parents. Because their parents knew what these experts meant to them. Just a casual breath from them could wipe out the grassland races. The gap between the strong and the weak was always so despairing. "Looks like you're still a good person who loves the weak." Suddenly, a beautiful voice came from the silver moon. Mo Xiaolang looked over and saw dozens of pure silver demon wolves crawling out from the silver moon. They prostrated themselves in the cold silver mist. A mature and charming woman wearing revealing clothes and only wearing silver armor that covered her vital parts, revealing large areas of her snow-white skin, walked out from the silver moon. Those silver wolves built a comfortable silver recliner behind her, allowing her to lean on it lightly. On the other side, dozens of golden demon wolves also walked out from the golden sun. Those demon wolves had golden flames on their bodies. A golden-haired man, who wasn't very tall, walked out from the golden sun. The scorching flames on his body and that mighty aura that looked down on the world suppressed all living beings. Whether it was the golden wolf pack or the silver wolf pack, whether it was the golden-haired man or the silver-armored woman, they were all very terrifying. Mo Xiaolang had seen a very powerful group of people like nine-tailed celestial fox. But even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to compare to these two. The golden-haired man's pair of golden burning eyes looked up and down at Mo Xiaolang. He said in a deep voice, "Child, you're the person we're looking for. Don't be nervous, we won't hurt you." Although the other party said so, Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to let his guard down. He protected Soyan and asked in a deep voice, "What orders do you two have for me?" In the bright stars, he was actually able to see the wolf race among the demon race. This was really beyond Mo Xiaolang's expectations. He didn't expect that there would be demon race experts here. He imagined that if these two abnormally powerful wolves and nine-tailed celestial fox crossed paths, then wouldn't he be in trouble today? Therefore, his heart was very heavy. Seeing his nervous expression, the silver-armored woman chuckled. She smiled sweetly and said, "First, let me introduce myself. We are one of the 3 supreme bloodlines of the wolf race, the Eclipse wolf race. I am one of the leaders of the Eclipse wolf race." Chapter 1994. On the left, the golden man continued to speak in a deep voice. His eyes were flickering with flames as he said, "We are also of the 3 supreme bloodlines of the wolf race. I am the wolf lord of the vast sun wolf race. As a wolf, you naturally know what the supreme bloodline means. Originally, ordinary wolves would have to kneel before the supreme bloodline, but I can waive this etiquette today." While they were speaking, they were actually observing Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang had heard of the wolf race's supreme bloodline before. Normally, the demon races with the supreme bloodline were very terrifying. Nine-tailed celestial fox's bloodline was noble, but it still didn't have the qualifications to be a supreme bloodline. The wolf race was considered one of the demon races with the most supreme bloodlines. In the territory of the wolf race, the 3 supreme bloodlines were the absolute rulers and were high and mighty. Just like the vast sun wolf race and the eclipse moon wolf race, They inherited the primordial divine beast, the sun and moon god wolf. However, they seemed to know him and why they were looking for him. Mo Xiaolang's voice was deep as he raised his doubts and asked, Junior Mo Xiaolang pays his respects to the two wolf lords. I wonder why the two wolf lords came to look for me personally today? Fortunately, they didn't seem to have any great evil intentions for now. It was just that Mo Xiaolang couldn't see through them. The vast Sun Wolf Lord had a dignified expression and was incomparably domineering. As for the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord, he was bewitching and was even more unfathomable. The two of them didn't reply to Mo Xiaolang's words. They exchanged glances with the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord. It should be a preliminary confirmation of Mo Xiaolang's ability, and they could begin their operation. The vast Sun Wolf Lord's pair of golden flaming eyes stared at Mo Xiaolang and said word by word, The two of us Wolf Lords are allies of the resplendent star Golden Battle God race. We were sent by the demon race to assist the Golden Battle God race in fighting for the position of Celestial Lord. In other words, this is our territory. The Six Daos Reincarnation Tribulation Realm martial artist Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox came to look for us and wanted to borrow our strength to help find you. They were willing to repay us with 300 Dao pattern Dao artifacts. And I agreed. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have already been scared out of their wits by the vast Sun Wolf Lord. However, when Mo Xiaolang heard the words Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, he knew that he was probably done for. This couldn't be blamed on him. The people at the bottom of the hierarchy of the grassland tribes didn't even know of the existence of the two great wolf tribes. Therefore, it was impossible for him to know that there would be demons here. However, from the words of the vast Sun Wolf Lord, he heard another meaning. The identities of these two wolf lords are extremely precious. If they only wanted to capture me and hand me over to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, they wouldn't have to come personally. Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox definitely doesn't have that kind of face. Therefore, for them to personally appear here today, and even talk nonsense with me for such a long time, they definitely have some ulterior motives. Although they had ulterior motives, at the very least, they wouldn't hand Mo Xiaolang over to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang didn't panic. At this moment, the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord suddenly covered his mouth and giggled. He said, What a smart child. You know that we won't hand you over to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, right? However, I have to tell you that you're wrong. If we find out that you can't satisfy our needs, we will, of course, hand you over to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox in exchange for a favor. Although Mo Xiaolang didn't say anything, he roughly knew that these two wolf lords wanted him to complete a certain task. They definitely knew that he was affected by the martial demon seed, but they didn't care at all. If he was handed over to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, he would definitely die. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang had no other choice. Big brother, I initially thought that I would be free after coming to the chaotic star region. However, fate can play tricks on people. The place that I thought was the safest still had loopholes. If it was Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, they wouldn't be able to find me here no matter how long they searched. However, these two wolf lords have deep roots in the resplendent star region, and they also have the help of the Golden Battle God clan. This is something that I didn't expect. Sometimes, fate was like this. No matter how one tried to hide, one couldn't avoid it. His life belonged to battle, so he couldn't escape from battle. At this point, Mo Xiaolang knew that the other party would definitely give him a test. He raised his head and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, May I ask the two wolf lords what exactly do you need me to do for you? The blazing sun wolf lord was expressionless. He said, That's for later. You have to pass our test first before you have the right to live. We want the most terrifying genius in the world, the most invincible genius, and not trash. Do you think you're invincible among your peers? Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to answer this question. He was an oddity among his peers because he no longer had a samsara tribulation. After devouring the Red Lotus Hellfire previously, he had even killed a 5-element samsara tribulation realm warrior. However, he was certain that, at least in terms of combat, there weren't many people among his peers who could be on par with him. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang didn't reply, the blazing sun wolf lord was expressionless. He extended his finger that was enveloped in golden flames and pointed at a golden Xiao Lang. That Xiao Lang's eyes immediately surged with golden flames. He howled and jumped down from the blazing golden sun onto the grassland. Instantly, all the flowers and plants within a radius of 1,000 meters turned into ashes and were scattered by the strong winds. On the other side, The Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord signaled to a silver Xiao Lang. That Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord didn't say anything and also jumped down from the silver moon. After landing on the ground, the area within a radius of 1,000 meters was frozen by the cold air. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaolang stood in the center of their encirclement. A blazing sun wolf lord and an eclipse moon wolf lord strode forward. Their gold and silver eyes stared at Mo Xiaolang as they advanced forward, brimming with killing intent. The blazing sun wolf lord said, "If you can defeat these two wolf brothers, then even if you pass the test, we definitely won't let nine-tailed celestial fox know that you're in the resplendent star." This test wasn't very troublesome. However, the other party had a paragon bloodline. Moreover, there were two of them, so they were clearly very difficult to deal with. The hurdles that these two wolf lords had set for Mo Xiaolang were almost at Mo Xiaolang's limits. The problem was that he was worried about Xueqi. "If I don't defeat these two wolves, I'll be doomed. I have no value in their eyes. As wolf lords, they look down on the world. If they really need my help, they probably won't treat me too badly. I hope they won't go overboard." Mo Xiaolang very quickly made up his mind. He knew that when his fate couldn't be changed and he encountered hardships, he should be fearless and resolute. Only then would he not let those who cared about him down. His opponents were both at the late stage of the four-symbol Samsara realm. However, due to their paragon bloodlines, they should be stronger than demons at the level of nine-tailed celestial fox. Furthermore, Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to relax when he had to deal with two at once. "Just be at ease and show your value. We won't make things difficult for you. As for the one beside you, is she your little lover? In order to let you fight with peace of mind, I can protect her." The Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord smiled sweetly. She raised her hand and a silver moon surrounded Xueqi. Mo Xiaolang was originally protecting her, but he was forcefully pushed away by the power of the silver moon. In his shock, he resisted with all his might, but he still couldn't save Xueqi. "Big brother Xiaolang, I'm fine. You must win, okay?" Xueqi was trapped in the silver moon, but she didn't panic. The silver moon mainly separated her from Mo Xiaolang, and had no intention of tormenting Xueqi. Under the control of the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord, the silver moon that surrounded Xueqi moved to her side. She smiled ambiguously and said, "The love of young people is really enviable. Don't worry, as long as you can pass our test, we won't make things difficult for you." Although she had controlled Xueqi, she had no intention of harming her. At most, she would use her as a bargaining chip, just in case. The Wolf Clan had always been very cautious. Although the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord was stronger, she didn't underestimate Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath and calmed down. He calmed down and knew what he should do. "Little fellow, your opponents are us." The vast Sun Wolf Clan member shrouded in golden flames was as arrogant and domineering as their Wolf Lord. His body was incomparably hot. "That's right. What we want to test is whether you killed a 5-elemental reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist. Is this true?" The Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord said from behind Mo Xiaolang. In terms of age, they could be considered Mo Xiaolang seniors. However, by the standards of the Eternal Life Divine Domain, they could only be considered youths. However, they were indeed slightly older than the Battle of Geniuses, which was one of the Star-Lord battles. Of course, they were only at the late stage 4-elemental reincarnation tribulation realm. Among the wolf packs of the two supreme bloodlines, they were slightly weaker. Mo Xiaolang quietened down. The other party wanted him to fight in his wolf form and maintain a smaller body size. Mo Xiaolang prostrated himself and transformed into a sun-devouring fiend wolf that was similar to the other party. The sun-devouring fiend wolf had undergone many transformations and had undoubtedly become very shocking. In front of the two supreme bloodlines of the Wolf Clan, the current sun-devouring fiend wolf's aura was actually not weaker than the other parties. He has talent that is not inferior to the apex bloodline. The two wolf lords looked at each other. In reality, they were very shocked. In the large wolf clan, there had never been a fourth apex bloodline. It could only be said that although Mo Xiaolang didn't have the apex bloodline, there was almost no difference. In fact, he was even stronger. Especially when Mo Xiaolang revealed his 9-nether demonic ancestral flame and that destructive devilish power, he instantly gained an absolute advantage in front of the other two wolf lords. Under the gazes of the wolf lords, the vast Sun Wolf Lord and the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord pounced towards Mo Xiaolang without a word. Although their bodies were small, the commotion caused by the battle was almost the same. The two of them besieged Mo Xiaolang. They also had very exquisite divine abilities and Dao arts. For a moment, the violent attacks forced the sun-devouring fiend wolf to retreat. However, to Mo Xiaolang, this was just the beginning. Xueqi was in the hands of the other party. Chapter 1995. To the prairie races, the vast Sun Wolf tribe and the Eclipse Moon Wolf tribe were lofty gods. Any one of them could dictate the life and death of all living beings on the prairie. When Mo Xiaolang was surrounded, the prairie races began to flee. They had to leave this place to preserve their lives. Many people were unwilling to leave the homes they had built with great difficulty, but their lives were more important. For example, Qing Chao and the others, who often interacted with Mo Xiaolang, were worried about Mo Xiaolang's safety, but they still allowed their parents to take him away. The distressed boy looked at the blazing sun and the cold moon in the distance, his eyes filled with confusion. What he didn't know was that from this day onward, the entire Chaos Starfield would descend into chaos. An earth-shattering commotion came from the other side. Clearly, there was a battle. Qing Chao and the others had never seen such an intense battle before. It was as if the world was about to be torn apart. Black and golden flames soared into the sky, and the silver cold current swirled around. It was equally powerful. Rumble! The commotion on the other side terrified green grass. Big brother Xiaolang, you must survive. He clenched his fists and let his parents forcibly take him away from his hometown. Mo Xiaolang sensed that they were leaving. He felt very apologetic. He had caused them to become homeless. The weak could only flee. However, he was also very angry. If the two Paragon wolves hadn't found him, he wouldn't have implicated them. Battles easily made him excited and crazy. This was the life that belonged to him. Of course, he was sure that the martial devil seed seemed to have disappeared. He was also sure that he was clear-headed. To be honest, these two fellows were especially difficult to deal with. Perhaps because of the Paragon bloodline, although they were at the late stage of the Four Symbols reincarnation realm, their combat strength was close to the Five Elements reincarnation realm. The two wolf tribes had completely opposite attributes, but they could complement each other. They were also proficient in the art of cooperation. Under the double attack, Mo Xiaolang actually couldn't take them down immediately. This battle could be said to be very intense. The surrounding prairie had completely turned into a wasteland. This wolf race is indeed not bad, but when our vast Sun Wolf clan and Eclipse Moon Wolf clan work together, we can even resist a five-element Samsara Tribulation Realm warrior. He doesn't seem to be able to withstand it. Of course. We have the supreme bloodline, so we definitely have a lot of superiority. Of course, this wolf clan is also quite good. Maybe they have the potential to complete the mission. Those wolves from the two supreme wolf clans were watching the battle and discussing softly. The two wolf clan leaders didn't say anything. An ordinary wolf bloodline will never be able to defeat a Paragon bloodline. In the blink of an eye, the golden wolf god unleashed a terrifying speed and dashed towards Mo Xiaolang. The wolf god's body was covered in flames that filled Mo Xiaolang's vision. On the other side, the Eclipse Moon Wolf race member rushed out from the darkness. Freezing cold air assaulted Mo Xiaolang, and for a moment, both heat and cold attacked Mo Xiaolang. That was the power of the sun and moon. Buzz! Facing such a powerful attack, a large amount of the ground was directly lifted up. Sand and dust flew wildly. The devouring sun demonic wolf rapidly retreated. From the beginning to the end, his eyes didn't reveal the slightest hint of fear. Although this battle had been going on for a period of time, and it seemed like the two wolf clans were suppressing him, everything was actually under Mo Xiaolang's control. Finally, the vast Sun Wolf Lord said, if he doesn't have any other performance, although he is indeed not bad, it seems like there are people in our vast Sun Wolf clan who can replace him. This kid isn't worth much. In their eyes, there was naturally no such thing as feelings. There was only value. If Mo Xiaolang's value wasn't enough, they would treat it as a favor and give it away. Let's wait and see. Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord said. In fact, she was also somewhat disappointed. It seemed like the matter of Mo Xiaolang defeating a five-element Samsara Tribulation Realm was fabricated by Ruajilan. Soyun pouted and wanted to refute them. However, she knew that there was no need. Mo Xiaolang would definitely prove it to them. He was searching for the feeling of battle. He had already rested for a long time. When he walked down a path of despair again, forcing his companions to leave their homeworld, When Soyun was still in the other party's control, when he could no longer control his own fate, the indignation and anger in his heart burned fiercely. Sometimes, he was indeed a devil, but he wanted to be a rational devil. Solar rain. The vast sun wolf lords first shot out in all directions, transforming into countless sharp spikes in the sky. The spikes attacked from all directions and could easily penetrate the ground. The flames on them were even more intense. Silver shroud. On the other side, the eclipse moon wolf lord breathed in and out. A silver torrent charged at the devouring sun wolf like a tidal wave. Everywhere it passed, the entire world seemed to be dyed silver. Astonishing cold chi was released without any regard for its life. If one was frozen, it could cause an effect similar to the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Phew! Emo Xiaolang let out a deep breath. He had once again stepped onto the battlefield. When the battle was unavoidable, he would definitely not retreat. At this moment, he completely ignored the attacks of the eclipse moon wolf lord. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at the vast sun wolf lord. He was the devouring sun wolf. At least in name, he was definitely the natural enemy of the vast sun wolf lord. Facing the countless solar rain, he charged over without any hesitation. He couldn't care less about his own life. When everyone felt that he had gone crazy, he suddenly let out a long howl. A pitch-black vortex appeared in his mouth. That was the moon-devouring divine ability. When this divine ability was activated, the countless solar rain light spots were actually devoured by that vortex. They turned into a golden fireball in front of Mo Xiaolang and were devoured by him. At that moment, the devouring sun wolf rapidly turned golden and was no different from the vast sun wolf lord. However, in an instant, the black flames started burning again and started to fuse with the golden flames. Have you forgotten about me, your opponent? The eclipse moon wolf lord was very excited. With the addition of the silver wrapping attack, what surprised him was that the devouring sun wolf lord instantly turned around after receiving the vast sun wolf lord's attack. He let out a world-shaking roar and sprinted towards the eclipse moon wolf lord with terrifying speed. He opened his mouth and the flames of the vast sun wolf lord had already fused with the 9 netherworld devil ancestral flame, forming a terrifying destructive force. This was the addition of the two powers. The resulting attack power was beyond imagination. Rumble. A dazzling light flashed across the prairie. The earth-shaking explosion caused an earthquake, causing those fleeing prairie beasts to fall to the ground. Large areas of the ground cracked. The eclipse moon wolf lord's attack wasn't able to block Mo Xiaolang's instantaneous eruption. Under such a situation, he could only retreat. However, he was still sent flying by Mo Xiaolang. The power of the dual flames caused the eclipse moon wolf lord to bleed profusely as he fell to the ground. That black devouring sun wolf lord charged through the layers of flames and stepped on the eclipse moon wolf lord's body. His black claws pinned the eclipse moon wolf lord down while his sharp fangs bit deeply into the eclipse moon wolf lord's neck. You've lost. After saying that, Mo Xiaolang let go of him. His eyes landed on the other opponent who was looking at him in shock, the vast sun wolf clan. That gloomy and bloodthirsty gaze caused the vast sun wolf lord to retreat 3 steps. At the start, Mo Xiaolang's performance was mediocre. However, he suddenly displayed such power, instantly reversing the situation and defeating one of them. This caused the wolf race to be shocked. Even the 2 wolf sovereigns felt rather surprised. I was lucky. The vast sun wolf lord knew that he couldn't be frightened by his opponent. His eyes burned with golden flames once again. Facing the devouring sun wolf lord's approaching body, he bowed his body fearlessly and attacked again. If it was said that he was probing earlier, then the vast sun wolf lord was going all out now. The wolf race wasn't afraid of going all out. As for the defeated eclipse moon wolf lord, although his injuries weren't heavy, if Mo Xiaolang wanted to kill him, he would already be a corpse. Hence, he stood up obediently and returned to the eclipse moon wolf sovereign's side. The vast sun wolf race madly soared into the sky like a god. His eyes were spitting out blazing flames. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "The bloodline of the sovereign wolf race doesn't need to be defeated by ordinary wolves like you. Even if you are an anomaly, it won't do. Don't think that you can look down on me just because I defeated you by luck. Let me teach you how to write the word death." The devouring sun wolf lord raised his head high and looked at him. He didn't make a sound, but the black flames were burning in a daze, proving how terrifying he was. The vast sun wolf lord stimulated all his strength and curled up his body. He had probably used his limit to win. The golden flames on his body swept out, forming a huge fireball that completely surrounded him. Very soon, his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. That golden blazing sun didn't look any different from the sun in the sky. Moreover, this blazing sun was even hotter. If it was just a divine martial realm warrior, he would probably be roasted to death by this blazing sun. The people of the two wolf races were looking forward to the final performance of the two. They were arrogant and pampered, so Mo Xiaolang had to subdue them. In fact, what Mo Xiaolang desired was to take revenge on them. No matter what, they were the ones who disturbed his life and spoke to him in such an arrogant tone. They even controlled Xueqi to threaten him. Rumble. Countless golden runes appeared on the blazing sun and revolved around it. Those runes strengthened the power and stabilized the energy. A wolf's face appeared on the golden fireball. It looked extremely ferocious. Sunfall. The vast Sun Wolf Lord was unwilling to be defeated. Hence, he used this move, Sunfall. Just from the name, it was obvious that this was a terrifying attack. The blazing golden sun in the sky actually began to roll, as if a real sun had fallen. It smashed towards Long Chen with a loud bang. It had to be said that this was a rather terrifying attack. In fact, it was almost the same as what a 5-element reincarnation tribulation realm warrior would use. Chapter 1996. To Soyeon, this scene was undoubtedly heart-wrenching to the extreme. She wasn't sure how strong Mo Xiaolang was exactly. She only knew that the surrounding wolves were a very terrifying race. They were at the pinnacle of the demon race. That falling sun looked like it was going to destroy the entire grassland. Could Mo Xiaolang withstand it? Even if he could, if this power wasn't blocked and leaked out, the homes of the grassland races would be completely destroyed. They would never have the chance to return. What was more troublesome was that there were definitely many people who hadn't escaped far away, and these people might very well be buried in this golden sea of fire. A mere vast Sun Wolf clan, which was the weakest among them, actually possessed such godly might. Exterminating these weak grassland races was actually a matter of a single move for them. That vast Sun Wolf clan member was rather confident in this move of his. This was one of the strongest mystiques in the vast Sun Wolf clan's bloodline. Countless vast Sun Wolf clan members used it to traverse the world and were invincible. As for the vast Sun Wolf clan and Eclipse Moon Wolf clan, they were also sneering in their hearts. They wanted to see how capable these two fellas that Lord Wolf thought so highly of were. The sun fell majestically. The entire grassland was almost in the range of the flames, and Mo Xiaolang was the first to bear the brunt. If that falling sun were to hit him, he would undoubtedly explode and be burned to death by the flames. To the majority of the wolves, this should be the outcome for Mo Xiaolang. Soyeon's face was pale. She hugged her arms in the silver moon and shivered. Tears welled up in her eyes. But she suddenly saw the light of victory. In her vision, that black demon wolf strolled under the falling sun. Just when everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to withstand this move, he appeared very calm. He raised his head to look at the golden sun that was getting bigger and bigger, and revealed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. He was the true controller of flames. No one on the same level had absolute control like him. The two paragon bloodlines of the two clans were so arrogant, but when it came to the Tao of Flames, Mo Xiaolang was prouder than anyone else. Since these people wanted to see if he had any value, then he would show them his value. In that instant, his eyes turned incomparably red, like a boundless sea of blood. They were filled with savagery as he looked up at the sky. The falling sun was incredibly powerful, and it seemed like it was about to kill Mo Xiaolang and destroy the entire grassland. But in his eyes, it was only food. It's over, everyone thought. They could almost imagine what would happen next. But at this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, who was no different from a dead person in their eyes, actually rushed into the sky like a moth flying into a flame. He rushed towards the fallen sun without a care for his life. For a moment, most of the werewolves' jaws dropped as they watched this strange scene. They originally thought that Mo Xiaolang could only dodge. That way, he might be able to preserve his life. But instead of retreating, he advanced. He was courting death. Even to the vast Sun Wolf clan, who was at the 5-elemental Samsara realm, this move was courting death. The falling sun was too powerful, and the person who executed it would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Then, a scene that almost froze time happened. That black demon wolf was brave and fearless. He appeared so weak in front of the violent falling sun, but he continued to expand his body. The advantage was that his physical strength was greater, but the disadvantage was that he lost his agility and increased the surface area of his body. There was no way for him to dodge anymore. He wants to bear the power of the falling sun for this grassland. The eclipse moon wolf lord's red lips parted slightly as she said in astonishment. So noble. His actions also made the vast sun wolf lord feel astonished. This grassland had little to do with him, but he actually chose to sacrifice himself for those weak races? They guessed wrongly. What happened next was the sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly opening its mouth before the falling sun smashed onto it. Countless 9 nether demonic ancestral flames spewed out. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flames formed a huge flaming vortex that burned fiercely. The location where the falling sun struck was the core of the vortex formed by the 9 nether demonic ancestral flames. Everything happened in an instant. The falling sun smashed onto the vortex, but strangely, there was no explosion. The 9 nether demonic ancestral flames withstood the power of the falling sun and accelerated its rotation, causing the falling sun to sink deep into the vortex. Next, the sun-devouring demonic wolf did something that no one could imagine. He actually charged forward and directly swallowed the terrifying blazing sun into his stomach. Dumbfounded. Even the 2 wolf lords were shocked by his actions. To everyone, this was undoubtedly courting death. The fallen sun possessed the power to destroy the entire grassland. That was the true body of the vast sun wolf race. If they swallowed it and used their weakest organs to face such power, there would only be death. There wouldn't be any accidents at all. Perhaps in the next second, the sun-devouring demonic wolf would explode and die. In reality, no one understood why he would do this, except for Xueqi. Mo Xiaolong's body turned golden again. At this moment, he was exactly the same as the vast Sun Wolf clan. Even his eyes were golden. The flames swept out from his body and were swallowed again. Other than Xueqi, even the 2 wolf lords thought that he was about to explode. The power of the explosion would not only tear him into pieces, but it would also destroy the grassland. However, the sun-devouring demonic wolf landed lightly on the ground. Other than the golden flames on his body, the entire battlefield regained its peace. Mo Xiaolang closed his eyes. The moment of explosion did not come. At this moment, the air seemed to have solidified. The wolves were suffocating. Why hadn't there been an explosion after so long? At the next moment, Mo Xiaolang moved. His eyes suddenly widened and he opened his mouth, spitting out a pile of golden objects on the ground. Then, the golden flames on his body slowly disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked over. When they saw the things on the ground clearly, everyone's expressions were rather interesting. They could only be described as horror and disbelief. The explosion that they imagined didn't happen. After the sun-devouring demonic wolf swallowed the fallen sun, it seemed as though it had swallowed all the flames. Then, it spat out the vast Sun Wolf clan's member. The vast Sun Wolf clan's face was pale and he was on the verge of death. His body was trembling and he couldn't even speak. Given his state, it would be easier for Mo Xiaolang to kill him than killing a chicken. The vast Sun Wolf clan struggled to get up but fell to the ground again. Mo Xiaolang transformed into his human form and stood on the scorched grassland. Strong winds blew and blew his long black hair. He looked deeply at the 2 wolf lords and said in a deep voice, "Wolf lords, I wonder if the 2 of you are satisfied with this junior's performance today." It was only after he said this that the members of the wolf clan believed it to be a fact. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone could actually devour the power of a fallen sun. To the vast Sun Wolf clan, this was simply a great humiliation. However, it had really happened. Even the 2 wolf lords remained silent for a long time. Finally, the vast Sun Wolf Lord waved his hand and let the 2 wolf lords bring the defeated away so that he could recuperate in peace. He and the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord discussed in secret and finally said to Mo Xiaolang, "Very good. You are even more unexpected than we imagined. Without a doubt, in terms of combat, almost no one in the same generation that I've seen or heard of is a match for you. You are fully deserving of the title of #1 genius of the current generation." Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to accept this title. He knew that his combat power came from demons and wasn't in the category of ordinary warriors. If he was a warrior within the Heaven Dao, perhaps Long Chen was the one that defied the heavens. But he didn't need to refute the other party's high praise. He was waiting for these two's decision. The vast Sun Wolf Lord's tone changed as he said, So, you've passed our test. We won't send you to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. In fact, if Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox comes looking for trouble with you again, we can chase them away. But in the next few months, you have to do something extremely important for us. The Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord chuckled and said, I believe that the power of love is great. So, I have no choice but to use this to restrict you. Before you complete this task for us, let your little lover follow me. You can be completely at ease. I swear on my character and reputation that I will let your little lady live a comfortable and carefree life. But as a man, you have to fight for her freedom, as well as yours. Mo Xiaolang already knew that this would be the case. Although he was furious, he could only suppress it. His belief was freedom. Anyone who restricted his freedom and even used Xueqi to threaten him couldn't be forgiven. Although they were still polite to him, Mo Xiaolang couldn't suppress his hatred for them. Although he didn't say anything, he had already sworn in his heart that if that day came, he would make these two wolf lords pay a heavy price. No one could deprive him of his freedom. He took a deep breath and suppressed all his hatred. He raised his head to look at the two wolf lords and said, After saying so much, can the two of you tell me what you want me to do now? He realized that this definitely wouldn't be an easy task. Perhaps only he could do it. The Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord chuckled and said, Actually, it's not a particularly troublesome matter. Do you know about the Star Lord contest between the Golden War God tribe, the Illusion Immortal tribe, and the Dream Aberration tribe? As expected, it was related to the Star Lord contest. Mo Xiaolang nodded lightly. Chapter 1997. In the starry sky, Long Chen turned into a ray of light and headed for the gem-like star like a shooting star. It took him quite some time to reach the falling star from the center of the starry sky. Generally speaking, one's speed would be extremely fast in the starry sky. If it were in the Eternal Dominion, Long Chen would have to spend a lot more time to cover the same distance. The bright star was getting closer and closer. It's so beautiful. Lingxi looked at the planet surrounded by crystal quicksand from within her divine kingdom and sighed in admiration. I'm here. Long Chen resisted the attractive force of the bright star, passed through the beautiful crystal quicksand, and rushed into the center of the bright star. His field of vision immediately widened. This planet had a lot of land as far as the eye could see. It was equivalent to the territory of 10 divine descendants. Long Chen estimated that it would take him a lot of time to go around the bright star. The world below continued to expand in his eyes. Finally, Long Chen landed on the ground. This was a lush and verdant forest, and the spiritual qi here was very dense. It was not much different from the Eternal God domain, and it was a world of difference from the dragon sacrificial continent. As expected of a great place. After a long journey, they finally reached their destination. During this period, the two did not slack off in their cultivation. However, the one who made the most progress was the god-slaying sword. Long Chen trapped the Styx River halberd and made it a feast for Little Skeleton. By this time, the Styx River halberd no longer had the strength to resist the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword already had about 160 Dao patterns. After a while, it would devour the entire Styx River halberd and it would probably have close to 200 Dao patterns. If it had 200 Dao patterns, it would be an extremely precious weapon. The Little Skeleton was overjoyed by the feast. The Nine Hells Fantasy Butterfly pouted and said, I don't care, I don't care. I want the Dao patterns too. I can get 200 too. Long Chen and Nine Hells Fantasy Butterfly looked at each other and smiled. They held each other's hands. Looking at the vast land, Long Chen said, Xiao Lang is also on this bright star. From today onward, let's explore this place together. Our goal is to become stronger and make a name for ourselves. Lingxi held his arm and revealed a beautiful smile. I will work hard too. After arriving, they first walked around. Then, Long Chen suggested, first, we should find a place with living beings and gather the other materials needed to restore the butterfly illusory sword. Then, we can try to restore it. What do you think? Since they had nothing to do recently, they could use this opportunity to get to know the bright star better. After all, they might be staying here for a long time. After deciding, Long Chen and Lingxi set off. Lingxi released the spiritual sensing design and soon received news. She pointed in a direction and said, There's a city up ahead. There are many strange races in it, including the human race, the Ling tribe, the Wu tribe, and others. This city is called Mirror City. It's considered big in the bright star, so it should have the materials. After all, besides the heart of the progenitor tree, the other things aren't too rare. With an immortal Lord Realm technique, everything would be more convenient. The two of them moved forward together, and before long, a huge city appeared on the horizon. The city looked like it was constructed from countless mirrors, and under the light, it was especially bright. There was a hubbub of voices, and a large number of living beings gathered in the city. We are in the territory of the illusionary immortal tribe in the bright star. The territory of the illusionary immortal tribe is huge, occupying almost half of the bright star. I wonder if Xiao Lang is in the territory of the illusionary immortal tribe. Long Chen said, I'll ask him when I get back. The two headed towards Mirror City. From all directions, there were also strange races heading towards Mirror City. Generally speaking, all the cities in the territory of the illusionary immortal tribe were under the control of the illusionary immortal tribe. Of course, as long as the other races had money and power, they could also live in the cities. However, most of the 10,000 races didn't have the right to stay for too long. The weak races on the bright star were like the tribes on the plains, existing in the form of tribes. In the eyes of the living beings on the bright star, the human race was one of the noble races. After Long Chen entered Mirror City, he took the list of items that Lingxi had given him and began to purchase them. Mirror City was huge. In order to find and purchase these items, Long Chen spent a full 2 days. Finally, he was almost done. In these 2 days, he had a clear understanding of the current situation on the bright star. The Star-Lord contest is actually going to start here. From what they say, it seems like the Star-Lord contest isn't a good thing for the weak. It might even be a destructive. Lingxi said worriedly, now that Little Wolf is here, wouldn't it be very troublesome if this Star-Lord battle for supremacy affects his mind? Long Chen said, he said that he can control the martial devil seed. I believe him. If he feels that it will be troublesome, he will leave and tell us. After putting aside Mo Xiaolong's matter, the two of them organized their things. Lingxi said, it lacks an emperor that can combine all the materials and activate its power. But Mirror City doesn't have an emperor. Long Chen asked someone. I heard that only Dream City can have an emperor. Dream City is the headquarters of the Illusion Immortals, and it is one of the most prosperous cities on the bright star. Most of the people in the city are Illusion Immortals, so it is dangerous. But buying an emperor shouldn't be a problem. After all, this is a new environment. No one knows me. After deciding, the two of them went to Dream City. Dream City was a long way from Mirror City. Because they were traveling on the bright star, it would take a few days to get there. Before this, Long Chen had already seen the Illusion Immortals. They were a race that was very similar to the human clan or the spirit clan. Their clansmen were all very beautiful, and their level even surpassed that of the spirit clan. Their bodies were filled with a hazy white light that would only dissipate when they died, making them look dreamy and illusory, like gods. They were as beautiful as the resplendent stars in the sky. The most mystical thing was that all of their bodies were surrounded by snow-white clouds. They were an ancient species that accompanied them when they were born. They were called smoke cloud beasts, and it was said that the smoke cloud beasts that accompanied the illusionary immortal clan in battle were extremely useful. The illusion immortals were one of the rulers of this place. It was normal for them to be arrogant and look down on others. But all the illusion immortals, even young men and women, had several people accompanying them when they went out. They were naturally pampered and proud. In the 2 days that Long Chen was in Mirror City, he didn't try to interact with this kind of people. The illusion immortals boasted that they were the most perfect race. Unless it was a top faction, they wouldn't care about the strongest warriors. 5 days passed quietly. When Long Chen passed through countless lakes and saw the illusion city shrouded in colorful clouds, he couldn't help but sigh. This place was indeed worthy of being one of the largest cities in the bright star. Although it couldn't be compared to the ancient city of War God, which occupied countless territories, it was still very big. Moreover, it was very exquisite. The snow-white buildings, the beautiful palaces, and the flashing runes made the illusion city worthy of its name. It was like a dream, beautiful to the point of suffocation. In reality, the illusion city was only a part of the illusion immortals' main camp. The true experts of the illusion immortals were definitely in other mysterious places. This illusion city was just a transit station set up in the periphery. But even so, it was still one of the most prosperous cities in the bright star. The illusion city was heavily guarded. Only a few races could enter. The human clan and the spirit clan were both big races. On the surface, the people of the illusion immortals didn't dare to offend them. Basically, among the 5 big races, other than the demon clan, everyone else could enter the illusion city. But even so, the guards of the city, the warriors of the illusion immortals, were all incomparably arrogant. They ignored Long Chen and Lingxi. It was only when they saw Lingxi's peerless beauty that their attitude became better. They let Long Chen and Lingxi enter the mysterious illusion city smoothly. As the name suggested, this city was like a dream. Everything was perfect. They advanced among the clouds. Although there weren't many people inside, most of them were experts. Long Chen and Lingxi were inconspicuous among them. It seems that among the 5 big races, the ones who support the illusion immortals are the humans. In other words, those people from the dragon god domain. I wonder if these people are in this illusion city. Thinking of this, Long Chen became cautious. He didn't want to meet the people from the dragon god domain. His current strength wasn't enough to accomplish his goal. He dreamed of returning to the dragon god domain, but not now. Only when he became incomparably powerful in the Chaos Star region would he be able to fight his father for his dignity. As they walked through the illusion city, Long Chen asked a few illusion immortals. He wanted to know where they could sell things like emperors. But most of them ignored him. The illusion immortals were used to being arrogant. Even if they were allies of the human clan, most of them still looked down on them. After a long time, Long Chen finally found out that there was a place called the Dream Alliance. It was a huge merchant guild established by the upper echelons of the illusion immortals. It was a giant in the resplendent star region. If you wanted anything, you could find it anywhere. The only way was if you had money. Following the directions, Long Chen finally reached the Dream Alliance. This was the core of the illusion city, and the people who came and went were all important people. Long Chen was about to enter, but he was stopped by a guard of the Dream Alliance. The guard looked at Long Chen with disdain and said, "Only 2 kinds of people can enter. One is a person with the Dream Alliance's VIP token, and the other is a warrior at the reincarnation realm or above. May I ask which one you are satisfied with?" There was a mocking smile on his lips. Then he looked at Lingxi and said, "This lady can enter but you can't. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram." Reincarnation realm. Starting tomorrow, there will be 5 updates a day. It will continue for a week. The time of the update is uncertain. Chapter 1998. If it was just a show of strength, why would he be afraid of such a person? Long Chen had seen many people like this from the Draconic Right continent to the Eternal God realm. Although he had just arrived at the Dazzling Star, it did not mean that he had to go against his principles. Long Chen's principle was that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them. While the guards were teasing him, Long Chen instantly moved to his side. He stood less than half a meter in front of the guard and said, "What if I have the strength of the Rebirth Tribulation realm?" The guards of the Dream Alliance were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. They were all warriors in the reincarnation realm, so they were qualified to be guards here. At that moment, the person who was being questioned by Long Chen said, "Very good, very good. You have some guts. Let's do it this way. If you can convince me wholeheartedly, I will let you in and not argue with you." Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "You're a man. You have to keep your word." The guard laughed even harder and said to the others, "Brothers, it's not easy to have some fun." His words ended here, and there was no further explanation. He looked at Long Chen in utter shock because he discovered that he could not move at all. It was as if time had stopped for him. He could not circulate the power of reincarnation, his physical body could not move, and even his eyelashes could not tremble. This state of death continued, but he could not resist no matter how hard he tried. Long Chen stood in front of him and said in a low voice, "You are a Samsara realm warrior, but you can't resist me. If I want to kill you, I only need a light strike. Now, do you think I have the right to enter the Dream Alliance? Let me tell you something. There are countless strong people in the world. Don't underestimate those you think are weak." He said this for a long time. His companions looked at this scene in shock, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They urged the man to make a move, but the man was much more anxious than they were. Not only could he not move, but the smoke cloud beast on his face and body could not move either. Long Chen took 2 steps back and released Eternal Moment's control over his opponent. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he asked, "Everyone, can I go in now?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Although they were not convinced, Long Chen's previous prowess was simply unimaginable. They gritted their teeth and could only nod. To be honest, although they were used to being arrogant, they had also experienced the experience of running into a steel plate. Every time, they ended up in a miserable state. This time, they had learned their lesson. Just like that, Long Chen openly entered the Dream Alliance. Immediately, there were beautiful women from the illusionary immortal tribe who came forward to serve him. The women from the illusionary immortal tribe were gentle and beautiful, and their figures were outstanding. They were as gentle as water, and their soft voices made people unable to stop. "May I know if there is anything I can help you with?" The illusionary immortal clan woman was very polite and said respectfully. When she bowed, the 2 round and translucent soft mounds on her chest swayed in front of Long Chen's eyes. She was extremely mischievous, and her skin was as tender as water. This was in front of Lingxi, so Long Chen could only look straight ahead and pretend that he had not seen anything. He said, "If we want an emperor, do you have one here?" The woman from the illusionary immortal tribe said, "Only treasures exist. It is impossible that the Dream Alliance does not have one." She smiled and started to lead the way for Long Chen. Those who could come here were all important guests, and each guest had their own special attendants. The interior of the Dream Alliance was even more dreamy, and there were many things that were not real. With the woman from the illusionary immortal tribe, the 2 felt like they were floating in the clouds. Around them were a dazzling array of precious goods, and there were even many primordial immortal essences that were faintly discernible. They released a thick aura that made one feel refreshed and refreshed. Finally, they reached their destination. The surroundings were filled with precious materials, and most of them were used to refine Tao treasures. Among the countless materials, the extremely precious emperor was not eye-catching at all. Long Chen was sure that it was the empress, so he did not waste any words. This was a place where Tao treasures or primordial immortal essences were traded. The emperor mark was a Tao mark or immortal mark that needed to be exchanged. A mere emperor actually needed the value of a primordial Tao treasure. It was simply too expensive. But Long Chen could afford it. After the trade, he was about to leave when a man from the illusionary immortal tribe walked up to him. Long Chen looked over and had to admit that this guy was on the same level as the Snow Spirit King. In terms of temperament, appearance and talent, they were all quite good. But this illusionary immortal tribe man was a little older, probably 2,000 or 3,000 years old. So he was stronger, at least in the late stage of the 3 talents reincarnation realm. From this illusionary immortal tribe man was a terrifying genius. He was high and mighty with a deep gaze. He had a charm like the Snow Spirit King that could mesmerize the masses. After seeing this man, the young girl from the illusionary immortal tribe blushed and hurriedly said, "Greetings, young master." The man nodded slightly and walked past Long Chen. He quickly disappeared into the clouds. Young master." The girl was still looking in the direction he had left. Her face was flushed, her heart racing, and her eyes were misty with lust. She was clearly having difficulty pulling herself away. Lingxi gently pulled Long Chen back and said, "This man has a seductive power. It should be a talent that attracts women very much. If I had not cultivated an immortal Lord Realm technique and could resist his seduction, I would probably have been mesmerized by this man, just like this girl." So awesome. Long Chen could not help but sigh. This was a heaven-defying ability. Just a brush of his shoulder could make a young girl so anxious that she wanted to give herself to him. This ability was too heaven-defying. "I'm envious of this ability," Long Chen praised. "Stop it." Lingxi pinched his arm and said, "I don't want to be like this. I don't want you to flirt with other women." Long Chen was naturally joking. The emperor had found out that this was not a good place. They had to leave Illusionary City as soon as possible. Therefore, he quickened his pace and quickly left the Dream Alliance. The illusionary immortal tribe girl sent them off, but her face was still flushed and burning with lust. Looking back, she saw that her sisters were the same. Some of them could not help but caress themselves and moan intoxicatingly. "Come with me." All of a sudden, the charismatic young master appeared before the young girl who had served Long Chen. The woman simply could not believe her ears. She was extremely excited and hurriedly passed through the layers of clouds and followed the young master to a sealed space. The perfect man had his back facing her. The young girl's heart raced and she did not dare to move, but the man's body was too attractive. She could not help but get closer to him. Although you are a virgin, your birth is too low. You are not qualified to receive my favor. Control your desires, the young master said coldly. Hearing this, the girl felt as if she was splashed with cold water. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in shock, "Young master, I was wrong. I will definitely listen to you." The young master didn't say anything else. Instead he asked, "What did those two humans take away?" The girl was startled. So it was because of those two humans that she was summoned. She did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly said, "It was the Emperor." The Emperor. The young master waved his hand, indicating for the girl to leave. He stayed there, his deep eyes filled with endless mysteriousness. He muttered to himself, "The Emperor, fusion materials are usually used to repair Dao artifacts. What did they use them for?" Repairing Dao artifacts and restoring Dao patterns were two different concepts. Dao artifacts could be repaired, but it was almost impossible to restore Dao patterns. It was rumored that only some races had ancestral methods. The reason why he was interested in these two people was that he noticed the age of Long Chen and Lingxi. It was impossible to hide their age. He estimated that these two people were definitely less than 1,000 years old. However, one was in the Yin and Yang reincarnation realm, while the other was not, but the power they displayed was unimaginable. Moreover, they were from the human clan. He could vaguely feel the aura of dragons on them, so they should be dragon warriors. There shouldn't be such a person in our fantasy immortal clan's allied army. I'll have to ask Father. About an hour later, he stood in front of a layer of clouds, surrounded by an endless sea of clouds. He said in a clear voice, "Father, I am here." An ethereal voice came from the clouds. That person said, "If you have something to say, just say it." The young master said, "Today, I saw two strange fellows. I want to ask if you are a new warrior from Dragon City of Life." As he spoke, he told his father the details of his encounter with Long Chen and Lingxi. After listening, that person said, "There is no one else from Dragon City of Life." "Oh, they are dragon warriors who came without permission. Which dragon city are they from?" "I have already sent people to monitor them," the young master said. He wanted to be praised, but unexpectedly that person said, "I think you are interested in the woman beside him. You are not young anymore. You should focus on the heavenly Tao. You should also interact with people from Dragon City of Life. It is best to ignore others." Hearing this, the young master was a little unconvinced. He said, "In fact, I feel that this man is very powerful. He gives me a dangerous feeling. What I mean is, if he is from the Dragon God domain, he can be considered our ally. This is the first battle of the Star Lord battle. If he can also participate. We are still short of people." That person said, "In that case, go and test his strength. You are not qualified to participate without the strength of the 3 reincarnation realm." "Yes." Chapter 1999. When she came out of the dreamy city, Lingxi knew that someone was following her. It was the illusion immortal tribe. They were good at illusions and could completely conceal themselves. If it wasn't for Lingxi's spirit sensing array, she wouldn't have been able to discover the person following her. She relayed the news to Long Chen. Long Chen said, "We only interacted with others in the Dream Alliance. The most likely person should be the young master there. It seems that this fellow has his eyes on us. It should have something to do with my actions in front of the Dream Alliance. But it doesn't matter. We just have to shake him off." With Lingxi's spirit sensing array, Long Chen could easily grasp the other party's position. When he turned into a dead end, he quickly let Lingxi enter the God Nation. Then he used the time-roaming dragon. With this ability to follow him, it would undoubtedly be difficult to find him. As expected, the other party was soon dumbfounded. The Illusion Immortal tribe was one of the races that was good at tracking in the Eternal Sacred Territory. However, Long Chen had escaped so easily. He couldn't react at all. At this moment, Long Chen had already left the dreamy city and was heading in a random direction. He didn't have a specific destination. All he had to do was find a quiet place and let Lingxi restore the butterfly illusory sword in peace. According to her estimation, her first step was to restore the butterfly illusory sword to 200 Dao patterns. A Dao artifact with 200 Dao patterns was already very powerful. However, the most important part of this attempt was the possibility of restoring the butterfly illusory sword to 700 Dao patterns. If 200 Dao patterns were successful, there was a high chance that 700 Dao patterns could be restored. All that was needed was the materials. Of course, Lingxi's personal ability was also a problem. From the looks of it, she had the power to restore the butterfly illusory sword to 200 Dao patterns at most. After leaving Reverie City, Long Chen began to move at full speed. He had traveled in the direction that he had traveled for 2 to 3 days. He was already quite a distance away from Reverie City. In front of him were towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds. It was a desolate place where desolate beasts roamed freely. There were even desolate beasts that Long Chen could not fight against in these deep mountains. However, Long Chen bypassed them and found a very deep ravine. The trees here almost reached the clouds. It was a desolate place, but it was a good place for Lingxi to try to restore her butterfly illusory sword. All right, here it is. Long Chen checked the surroundings to ensure that it was safe. I'll set up the spirit-touching array. Lingxi smiled sweetly. She began to work hard and set up the spirit-touching array to its maximum size. This way, once someone approached, she would be able to know in advance and avoid being ambushed. Long Chen stood at the side and smiled as he watched Lingxi busy herself. This feeling brought him back to many years ago. Back then it was also in the deep mountains. Lingxi had helped him remove the restriction on the dragon seal, allowing him to obtain the immemorial blood spirit dragon's inheritance. From then on, his life had undergone a huge change. His woman had actually done many things for him, and he would never forget it. 1 hour later, Lingxi was finally done. Her forehead was slightly sweating, and she seemed to be a little tired. Long Chen hugged her and rested for a while. Lingxi was full of energy again. She said, "Chen, just pay attention to the surroundings and protect me." Long Chen nodded. "Perform well. I'll reward you after you succeed," he said with a smile that harbored evil intentions. Lingxi blushed slightly and rolled her eyes at him. Only then did she concentrate on what she was doing. She opened up a space in the middle of the mountain and sealed herself inside. There was a colorful array diagram at the entrance of the cave, trapping her inside. Even Long Chen couldn't see what she was going to do. The reason why she did this was because she was afraid that the process would create too much of a commotion and attract the attention of powerhouses. The butterfly illusory sword wasn't a simple item. Long Chen was actually a little worried. However, seeing that Lingxi was so confident, he endured it and told himself that Lingxi had changed a lot. As such, he guarded the entrance of the cave with peace of mind and waited for Lingxi to succeed. Dreamland City. Xiao Hongchen was shocked when he found out that the person he sent had actually lost track of them. He asked again, "Tell me clearly, what exactly happened?" The other party said, "I used the cloud tracking technique to track them and hide my traces. As soon as I left Dreamland City, they rushed into a forest. After I went over carefully, I realized that they had completely disappeared, as if they had dissipated into the air." So mysterious. Xiao Hongchen knew that he had met his match. He put down the star talisman and pondered. I should ask the people of Dragon City of Life if they know his identity. Perhaps he is a dragon martial artist from one of the 5 great dragon cities. As he thought of this, he hurried on his way. After about 2 hours, he finally arrived at the place where the people of Dragon City of Life were temporarily resting. This was an endless forest. Xiao Hongchen waited outside. Very soon, a young human came out. Seeing that it was Xiao Hongchen, he asked, "Brother Xiao, what brings you here?" The people of Dragon City of Life were the distinguished guests of the fantasy immortal tribe. They were on the same level. Xiao Hongchen said, "I have something to ask Senior Gong Qing. Can you bring me to see him?" The young man nodded and said, "Follow me." As he passed through the forest and flew over a few tall mountains, Xiao Hongchen suddenly discovered that there was actually a huge divine palace in front of him. It was a heavenly palace, majestic and magnificent. Countless terrifying white thunderbolts twined around it, as if countless long snakes were twining around it. Those thunderbolts actually had the dragon scales of a divine dragon. Just by looking at them, Xiao Hongchen knew that these white thunderbolts with dragon scales could easily tear him apart. "Master." The young man of Dragon City of Life knelt down respectfully. Xiao Hongchen also knelt down and said, Junior Xiao Hongchen greets Senior Gong Qing. As soon as they finished speaking, the vast white divine palace actually developed a white divine dragon. Countless white thunderbolts surrounded by dragon scales twined around his body, as if countless long snakes were twining around him. Both Xiao Hongchen and the young man were very envious and very respectful. This elder that the Dragon City of Life had sent to guard this place was a rare super divine dragon called the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon. There was only one Divine Palace Thunder Dragon in the world, and it was unique. It was the overlord of the Thunder series of divine dragons. The Heavenly Palace Thunder Dragon, which was also a Thunder-type super divine dragon, was completely no match for the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon. Under the respectful gazes of Xiao Hongchen and the young man, that snow-white divine dragon transformed into an old man. His pupils were twined with white thunderbolts, and there were actually traces of dragon scales in his pupils. His long hair was also made of white thunderbolts. He was mighty and domineering, and it made people shudder. That old man floated forward and raised his hand slightly, indicating for Xiao Hongchen and the young man to stand up. The old man looked at Xiao Hongchen and asked, Dear nephew, why have you come today? Xiao Hongchen went straight to the point and said, Senior, I saw a strange dragon martial artist today, and I want to ask if he has anything to do with Dragon City of Life. The young man beside him said, You have seen the comrades of Dragon City of Life who are stationed here. There are other dragon martial artists in this bright star. Xiao Hongchen nodded. The white-haired old man waved his hand and said, Tell me in detail what happened. Xiao Hongchen described everything that he had seen clearly to the old man. The more he spoke, the deeper the old man's brows furrowed. Senior, do you know this person's identity? Xiao Hongchen asked with concern. That Divine Palace Thunder Dragon said, I might know. You said that he is not even at the Rebirth Tribulation Realm, but he can make a Rebirth Tribulation Realm martial artist unable to move. He is even very threatening, and even you are a little afraid of him. This kind of situation is considered relatively rare among us dragon martial artists. But if he really has that kind of combat power, it means that he is at least a super divine dragon. Hearing this, Xiao Hongchen and the young man were incomparably shocked. They knew that super divine dragons were very rare, and they were all the focus of the 5 great dragon cities. The highest level of dragon martial artists that still existed was the ultimate divine dragon. Super divine dragon was already considered a precious second-level bloodline. Moreover, the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon said that he was at least a super divine dragon, which meant that he could be even stronger. The Divine Palace Thunder Dragon pondered for a moment while the 2 young men were still shocked, then said, In fact, I am very clear about those super divine dragons that the 5 great dragon cities have. You said that he brought a beautiful young lady with him. In addition to the description of his appearance and all the methods that you used, it is very similar to the information that I obtained about a certain person. I believe that you have definitely heard of this person's name. Xiao Hongchen and the young man were like monks, scratching their heads in confusion. The Divine Palace Thunder Dragon stroked his lightning-long beard, his gaze deep as he said, Do you remember who killed Di, who had 80% of Di Jun's divine blood, and took away the Fuxi ancient dragon's blood essence? Hearing this, the 2 young men's faces were full of shock, and they cried out involuntarily. This young man is the son of the eternal dragon emperor who caused great chaos in the battlefield of the gods, and then later sought refuge with the spirit race. Xiao Hongchen was fine. He just felt that it was too much of a coincidence. He would never have thought that such a legendary person would actually come to the resplendent star system. However, the young dragon martial artist could not hold back any longer. He immediately said angrily, Master, I didn't expect it to be him. This traitor who betrayed his ancestors and left his clan to die did not obediently stay in the spirit race and wait for death. Instead, he came to the resplendent star system and got away with it. Just like his father, he is a traitor to our human race. Since he is here, we have to quickly find him, capture him, and bring him to justice for Du. He was especially agitated as he spoke. His eyes filled with hatred. The old man's expression was much deeper. He pondered for a moment, then casually waved his hand, and a man in black knelt in front of him. Shadow Dragon, follow me to chase after the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor. Yes. Chapter 2000. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already stayed in the deep ravine for 10 days. In these 10 days, he had been burning with anxiety, But Lingxi was still unhurried. She continued to use her Immortal Lord Realm technique peacefully. Restoring Dao marks was a very troublesome task, and it required great control. Moreover, she had to put all the materials to good use. This was a huge task, and she could not afford to be disturbed by others. Based on her current progress, Lingxi should be close to success. In these 10 days, there was still no movement from the spiritual sensing design. This meant that no one had come here. Lingxi carefully concealed the movements of the butterfly illusory sword. Ever since she had obtained the Immortal Lord Realm technique, Long Chen realized that Lingxi had many strange tricks up her sleeve. Even he could not see through her. She was about to succeed, but Long Chen still felt a tinge of unease. This was intuition. He carefully thought back to everything that had happened along the way. Most of the time, I was using the time-roaming dragon. Although I don't know why the young master of the Dream Alliance is chasing me, he should not be able to find me here. After all, my time-roaming dragon cannot be broken by ordinary people. If trouble really appeared, then it could only mean that something outside of Long Chen's control had appeared. Time passed quietly, and this uneasy feeling grew stronger. Long Chen finally realized that this was the power of time that gave him this feeling. Time had 3 parts: past, present, and future. Whether it was the past or the future, Long Chen's research in this area was very weak. But especially the future. At this time, it was the power of the future that made him feel uneasy. But at this time, Lingxi's work had reached the final stage. She was about to succeed. If she was interrupted now, all would be for naught. Don't worry. If there's anything, I can handle it. You just need to focus on the restoration. Long Chen said to Lingxi. After many years of living and dying together, they had developed an unparalleled rapport. Lingxi acknowledged softly, but did not speak further. She knew that no matter what happened, Long Chen would definitely do his best. He was her strong support. The thing that Long Chen was most worried about still moved. The spirit-touching formation moved. This meant that someone had already approached, and soon, the spirit-touching array failed. This meant that the person who came had already sensed the existence of the spirit-touching array and destroyed it. At the same time, they also knew where Long Chen was. Long Chen didn't know how these people found this place. He stood up with a cold gaze and looked into the distance of the forest. In just a short moment, a group of people rushed in front of Long Chen. The vast aura almost overturned Long Chen. Right now, Lingxi had reached the most crucial moment. She might be able to complete it in a quarter of an hour. No matter what, she couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this time. Long Chen was suddenly faced with a huge pressure, but he remained calm and collected, sizing up the person who had come. Just this kind of determination alone was admirable. Long Chen soon saw them clearly. He had seen one of them before. It was the young master of the Dream Alliance, the man with the mysterious charm that could make any woman go crazy. Other than him, there was an old man who attracted Long Chen's attention the most. He was obviously a dragon martial artist, and he must be very powerful. The long hair formed by the white lightning had a destructive power. A pair of eyes covered in dragon scales stared straight at Long Chen. He was also sizing up Long Chen, but it gave Long Chen a creepy feeling. Beside the old man stood a black-clothed hunchbacked middle-aged man. His eyes were like a ghost. When he stared at Long Chen had a feeling that he had nowhere to run. This hunchbacked middle-aged man was also a dragon martial artist. Long Chen had a feeling that the other party was able to catch up to him because of this black-clothed man. Apart from these 3 people, the others were all young dragon warriors. Each of their cultivation was quite powerful, and they were definitely elite figures. They were all young geniuses, each more outstanding than the last. Each of them was showing off their abilities, and each of them was a rare genius. They were probably all very famous people. This was the first time Long Chen had seen so many dragon martial artists in the same place. His first reaction was that these people in front of him should be people from the 5 great dragon cities. He had never thought that when he went to the Dreamland city to buy the Emperor, the people from the 5 great dragon cities would actually catch up to him. He couldn't blame himself for being careless, but these people were simply too heaven-defying. It was useless to regret. The bright star was a bit beyond Long Chen's expectations. Both sides were silent for a moment. Many people looked behind Long Chen and saw the closed cave. Of course, they knew that Long Chen's accompanying woman was certainly inside. This made them even less worried. Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape today even if he had wings. These young martial artists looked at him with a vague provocation and hatred in their eyes. They almost couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred with Long Chen. If it wasn't for the old man not saying anything, they would definitely have rushed up and killed him. Long Chen could feel their disdain and malice. At this time, the old man stepped forward. He didn't show anything, and his face was expressionless. At this moment he said, "Let me introduce myself. I am from the Dragon City of Life. My name is Gong Qing." As Long Chen expected, it was actually someone from the Dragon City of Life. Long Chen only knew some things about the Eternal Dragon City and the Slaughter Dragon City. He knew nothing about the Dragon City of Life. Today, someone from the Dragon City of Life actually appeared in the bright star. His eyes were calm, and he didn't speak. He was waiting for Lingxi to succeed. Only then would he have a way to escape. Otherwise it would be troublesome. In such an urgent situation, if it were anyone else, they would have been scared to death. From the ferocious eyes of those young dragon martial artists, they had malice. Long Chen thought about what he had done in the Dragon God domain. It wasn't strange for them to behave like this, but he was still young and vigorous. He couldn't stand this kind of attitude. He had long vowed to return to the Dragon God domain to restore his dignity. He just didn't expect to meet them so soon. At this time the old man said, "I know your identity. You are the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Chen, right?" Long Chen had long guessed that they knew his identity. It was true. There was no use quibbling. He nodded and said, "That's right. I am Long Chen. I came to the Bright Star. I didn't expect to meet you people from the Dragon City of Life here. May I know why you are looking for me? What do you want?" On the Dragon City of Life side, the young and powerful dragon martial artists couldn't stand it anymore. Their faces were full of hatred. One of them laughed coldly and said, "Have you forgotten what you have done? You killed the super genius of the human race. You stole the ultimate divine dragon's inheritance, and you betrayed the human race like your father. You betrayed the human race, betrayed your ancestors, surrendered to the spirit race, and abandoned the human race. Based on your crimes, any one of them should be cut into pieces and sent to the Yellow Springs. Today, we have caught you in the Bright Star. Naturally, we will bring you back to the Dragon God domain and let you be executed in front of millions of people." "That's right. A coward and a traitor like you has no right to live in this world. Just like your father, you have long been spurned by the entire human race. You don't have the right to be a human, and you don't have the right to be a dragon martial artist. Today, we have caught you, and your life is over. Let me tell you, from today onwards, it is time for you to atone for your despicable crimes, and also for your father. You can't escape from our hands. From today onwards, you should enjoy the rest of your life to atone for your crimes." Their eyes were full of disdain and hatred. No matter what, traitors were always the most looked down upon, especially when Long Chen and his father had to bear such a name. On the way here, they had accumulated too much anger in their hearts. They couldn't wait to tear Long Chen apart. Betraying your ancestors, harming others and yourself. To think that a person like you still has the face to live. It looks like the Spirit Clan has given you many benefits. I'm just curious as to why you don't stay in the Spirit Clan. That should be your home, right? Why didn't the Spirit Clan treat you well? Why did they chase you out and force you to flee to the Chaos Galaxy to make a living? Ha! To them, the fact that Long Chen had a legendary father was enough to make others jealous. However, it just so happened that his father had already been infamous for tens of thousands of years, so there was no need for him to appear. He would only be a disgrace to the Dragon God domain. If Long Chen had been obedient, he wouldn't have been treated well in the Dragon God domain. However, he had done something even more outrageous. This had undoubtedly challenged the bottom line of everyone in the Dragon God domain. As for Long Chen, there was only one word in their hearts: disdain. They were waiting for their master to give the order for them to defeat Long Chen, capture him alive, and teach this traitor a terrifying lesson. Only then would they be able to slightly appease the hatred in their hearts. However, what made them unable to restrain themselves was that the old man still hadn't given the order. Amidst their insults, Long Chen displayed an extremely strong mental fortitude. Even though their insults had touched on his bottom line, it couldn't drown his rationality. A real man wouldn't exchange insults with his opponent. He would only smash his opponent's mouth at the most appropriate time. From the beginning to the end, his gaze was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. The old man was actually very shaken. He believed that no matter which of his disciples suffered such humiliation, as long as they were hot-blooded men, they would not be able to bear it and explode. However, this young man in front of him didn't have the slightest reaction. That kind of calmness was not something someone of his age could possess. He gestured for his disciples to calm down. He sized up Long Chen and said in a deep voice, "I remember that in the battlefield of the gods, your highest ability was to defeat Du. At that time, Du could display the power of the Yin-Yang Samsara realm. I heard that you can now easily immobilize a Samsara realm martial artist. So, can you tell me how strong you are now?" He didn't immediately make things difficult for him, which made Long Chen feel strange. However, it also gave him a breakthrough point. Without another word, he raised his finger and circled it around the group of dragon god martial artists, finally stopping at the one who had insulted him the most. He said, "If you want to know, let him try." Chapter 2001. When Long Chen's finger landed on one of the youths, there was a moment of absolute silence. The youths and the young dragon warriors were stunned by Long Chen's boldness and arrogance. In reality, in their eyes, Long Chen was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The only problem left was who would do it. However, they never expected that Long Chen would take the initiative to provoke them. Long Chen wasn't provoking them. This choice was just a way for him to buy time. He wanted Lingxi to complete the recovery of the butterfly illusory sword without any mishaps. After Lingxi succeeded, if she could use the star-shifting formation to teleport this elder away, the two of them might have a slight chance of escaping. This was also their only hope. He was very calm and wouldn't let the other party's insults and disdain get to his head. He had already thought things through about the dragon god domain. He didn't want to fight like a cornered beast when he encountered them. Only by defeating them rationally could he regain his dignity. The only way to break through was with the elder. Everyone else had the intention to kill him, but this elder didn't. His expression and thoughts were unfathomable from start to finish. However, Long Chen was sure that at least he didn't have the intention to kill him. This was the first time he had met someone from the 5 great dragon cities, so he didn't know how they viewed Long Qinglan. Or perhaps, even the 5 great dragon cities might have different opinions. When Long Chen said those words, the youth that Long Chen had pointed at was so angry that he was about to spit fire. He clenched his fists and glared at Long Chen. His anger couldn't be described with words. He shook his head and said to the elder, "Master, let me deal with him. I want to see if the eternal dragon emperor Long Qinglan was once invincible. I want to see if his son has the ability to do so. Don't worry, I won't kill him. He still needs to be brought back to the dragon god domain to apologize to the human race." The other dragon warriors also egged him on. There was no lack of people in this group who were stronger than the youth Long Chen had pointed out. In the eternal celestial realm, 1,000 years old was equivalent to the age of 10 in Poplar Town. Generally speaking, as long as one was not over 4,000 years old, they would be considered a young martial artist in the eternal celestial realm. Di Feng wasn't even 1,000 years old. Among the human race, he was one of the strongest under 1,000 years old. The few people in front of him were also the top geniuses of the human race. However, they were all below 4,000 years old. For example, the one who was facing off against Long Chen had already cultivated for more than 2,000 years. His cultivation was at the late stage of the 3 talents reincarnation tribulations, and he had gone through the 3 great tribulations of heaven, earth and man. Among the human race, and even in the entire eternal sacred realm, he could be considered a peerless genius. Even someone like Di Feng might not have the same combat strength as him when he reached his age. Most of the people that the elder had brought with him were the geniuses of the Dragon City of Life. They were all waiting for the elder's answer. At this time, the elder pondered for a moment, then said, "Then let's give it a try." Hearing the elder's permission, the youth was instantly excited. His eyes burned with passion as he stared at Long Chen, as if there was no one else around. The other said, "Jiang Kuan, you have to teach him a good lesson and help us vent our anger. Remember, don't beat him to death. We still have to bring him back to the Dragon God domain. Let's see if he still has the face to face his ancestors. That's right. We have to take it easy. Let him understand how strong the genius dragon martial artists of the 5 great dragon cities are." The dragon martial artist called Xueqi chuckled and waved his hand. Don't worry, everyone. I know how to deal with him. Under the elder's lead, the others had already retreated, leaving the battlefield for them to fight. However, Long Chen stood firmly in front of the mountain where Lingxi was, not moving even half a step. He was fighting but also waiting. Lingxi was connected to his mind, so she naturally knew the current situation. She was very grateful that Long Chen trusted her so much, so she couldn't give up. Her fighting spirit surged. Xueqi looked at Long Chen mockingly. He said, I am a high-level dragons, a raging sea tyrannosaurus. I wonder what kind of dragons you are, and what the eternal dragon emperor left for you. I heard it's a super dragon. Show it to me. Long Chen had not even reached the reincarnation tribulation realm. If he was a super divine dragon, he would at most have the battle prowess of a 1 yuan reincarnation tribulation realm. In Xueqi's eyes, he was not a match for him at all. The only people who were curious about Long Chen's battle prowess were the old man and Xiao Hongchen from the Illusion Immortal clan. From start to finish he hadn't said a word, but he had been scrutinizing Long Chen. That gaze was very frightening. Xiao Hongchen's strength should be slightly stronger than Xueqi's. What made Xueqi angry was that Long Chen didn't care about him at all. He stood where he was, waiting for his opponent to make a move. He wanted to stall for as long as he could. You don't even dare to say what kind of divine dragon's blood essence you inherited? Xueqi sneered. When he saw that Long Chen didn't say anything, he thought that Long Chen was scared by him. Even if the son of the eternal dragon emperor was despised by others, because of his father's glory, his identity was still very special. Xueqi felt that he would be the first person to defeat him. Agitation, anger, and hatred. These three emotions made him itch. He was a raging sea tyrannosaurus. At this moment, blue dragon scales appeared on his body. A blue dragon martial artist appeared in front of Long Chen. With every move he made, a large amount of water vapor filled the air, giving Long Chen a lot of pressure. What kind of divine dragon are you? Xueqi roared and stamped his foot on the ground. Instantly, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. His entire body was like a violent tidal wave as he charged towards Long Chen. Wherever he went, the ground would crack. He punched out with his fist and the shadow of the fist blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was as if the waves of the sea had blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Without saying a word, he used his amazing speed and left Lingxi's place, rushing towards the left. He couldn't go too far away, but he wouldn't get too close either, in case he got Lingxi into trouble. He's pretty fast. The raging sea tyrannosaurus laughed. He smashed through the mountains and chased after Long Chen. His speed is pretty good. He should be a divine dragon that specializes in speed. However, in front of the raging sea tyrannosaurus, this guy is like a baby. He can't fight back at all. The dragon martial artists in the Dragon City of Life started discussing. The Slaughter Dragon City worshipped one of the 10 ancestral dragons, the Dragon of Blood and Slaughter, the Primordial Blood Spiritual Dragon. Everything about the Primordial Blood Spiritual Dragon was just a legend. People only knew its name. The Eternal Dragon City worshipped one of the 10 ancestral dragons, the Dragon of Time and Eternity, the Void Dragon. As for the Void Dragon, no one knew about it. The 10 ancestral dragons left very little information. Most people didn't even believe in the existence of the 10 ancestral dragons. Only 5 of the ancestral dragons left their names. This was also the origin of the 5 dragon cities. In fact, the dragon martial artists in the 5 dragon cities weren't absolutely compatible with the dragon city they were in. For example, the Eternal Dragon had the attribute of time. However, in the Eternal Dragon City, there were very few divine dragons that had the power of time. The Dragon City of Life worshipped one of the 10 ancestral dragons, the Dragon of Life and Creation, the Tai Chi Life-Form Dragon. The so-called Tai Chi was the beginning of all things. Before the heaven and earth were created, the so-called life form was the life of all things. Tai Chi and life forms constructed the entire world. According to legend, the formation of the entire dragon sacrificial continent was inextricably linked to the Tai Chi life form dragon. According to legend, the primordial blood spiritual dragon ruled over slaughter, while the Tai Chi life form dragon ruled over life and death. However, the Tai Chi life form dragon was more famous because it could create a new world and create new life. There was only one form of life, and that was breeding. However, the Tai Chi life-form dragon was different. It could directly create life and create a world. This was its divine ability. It had the same ability as the creator. Of course, the raging sea Tyrannosaurus had nothing to do with the Tai Chi life-form dragon. Everyone soon burst into laughter because Long Chen was actually being chased and beaten without the slightest chance to fight back. In front of the raging sea Tyrannosaurus, he could only flee in panic. It was quite thrilling every time, and he almost died in the hands of the raging sea Tyrannosaurus. Next to the old man, the hunchbacked middle-aged man in black said softly, "Master, should I go and kill that girl first?" He was referring to Lingxi. He also knew that Long Chen was protecting Lingxi. The old man gently pressed his hand and said, "There's no need. Let's wait and see." Long Chen's disguise skill was unparalleled in the world. All the dragon martial artists laughed mockingly. Before this, they really thought that Long Chen was very strong. They didn't expect that he was just bragging. It was really shameful. However, the old man could see that this little guy was just stalling for time. He was looking forward to how he would counterattack when the time came. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus roared angrily, "Traitor, don't run if you have the guts. Fight me fair and square. Relying on speed to escape, are you still a man?" In fact, he was extremely sullen. Although he had beaten his opponent to a pulp, he hadn't even touched him yet. This feeling was really unbearable. However, no matter how he threatened, Long Chen remained calm. He wandered around under his attacks and basically had no intention of fighting him. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus was furious. Ocean tide. Rumble. Under his control, the airflow rotated crazily. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was completely turned into an ocean. The terrifying impact made Long Chen stagger. Jiang Kuan, who was in the middle of the huge waves, rushed towards him with the monstrous seawater. Most of the raging sea Tyrannosaurus's combat power was in his body. He had strength several times that of the dragons of the same level. Crash! The ocean tide rolled over majestically. Originally, it could have restrained Long Chen this time. However, Long Chen was like a loach and luckily dodged it. The raging sea Tyrannosaurus was extremely angry. He directly transformed into his dragon form. A blue sea dragon appeared in front of Long Chen, incomparably domineering. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.